The girl holds a piece of paper. She pulls her suitcase along the road, searching. Looking at the location on the paper, she thinks it should be around here. Her name is Dichir. She's now looking for her new home for the coming year. Looking at the magnificent community before her, her eyes are full of curiosity. Her mother, due to work and study abroad, has temporarily arranged for her to stay at her good friend Aunt Chen's house. At this moment, she notices something and immediately breaks into a smile. Looking at the sea before her, she can't help but feel excited. She's about to start a new life in this beautiful coastal city. She notices the sound of a child crying. Turning her head, she sees a little boy with a backpack sobbing loudly. She then approaches him, squats down, and gently comforts him. "What's wrong? Are you lost?" The little boy explains through his tears that his puppy has been pranked and is stuck up in a tree. He waves his arms and calls out the puppy's name. "Tuada, come down. I'll catch you." Dichir, hearing the puppy's name, is quite puzzled. The puppy in the tree barks fearfully, still not daring to move. She looks at the puppy in the tree, worried that falling from such a height would be dangerous. She then gently pats the little boy's head, promising to help him bring the puppy down. Meanwhile, a man asks the shop owner to borrow a ladder. The man wears a black hat and a black short-sleeved shirt. He carries the ladder forward. The scene changes. The little boy with the backpack looks at Dichir in the tree. He worriedly calls for her to come down and think of another way. But Dichir is already in the tree, close to the puppy. She reaches out her hand, calling its name. She calls the puppy over with anticipation, her eyes full of concern. The man carrying the ladder appears behind the little boy. He looks at the girl in the tree, shocked. The girl sits in the tree, holding the puppy. The next second, she accidentally slips. She falls from the tree, holding the puppy, screaming in panic. Feeling a slight pain afterwards, she looks at the unharmed puppy in front of her. She's relieved that it was just a close call. But a man's voice comes from beneath her. The man in black clothes is under Dichir, groaning in pain. Dichir quickly gets off him. The man sits up, looking annoyed. He complains, "What are you yelling about? I'm the one who's hurt." He then seriously scolds Dichir, "Climbing so high, without safety measures? If you fell, were you expecting the kid to take you to the hospital?" Dichir realizes that he had specially borrowed a ladder to rescue the puppy. The little boy quickly runs over crying. "Are you okay?" Looking at the boy holding the puppy, still shaken, Dichir gently comforts him that the puppy is fine. The little boy, holding the puppy, looks worriedly at the brother to see if he's injured anywhere. Fortunately, he caught the sister. Dichir looks guiltily at the man beside her. It's good that he appeared in time. The man gently pats the little boy's head, comforting him. "Don't cry. The puppy and I are both fine." The little boy notices something wrapped around Dichir's hand, wondering what it is. Dichir, also confused, unfolds the cloth. It turns out to be a sports bra. The next second, the man in black clothes calls the police. He wants to report a suspicious person stealing underwear. He then picks up the ladder and leaves with the little boy. Dichir watches them go, embarrassed by his nonsense accusations. She also pulls her suitcase and walks in the opposite direction. She thinks to herself that today has been really unlucky. She arrives at the address on the paper. Looking at the house in front of her, she's finally found the place. As she raises her hand to ring the doorbell, she thinks back to that boy, feeling confused and upset. Just as she's wondering why no one is answering the door, the man in black clothes appears behind her. He informs Dichir that no one is home and he's here to open the door for her. Dichir looks at the man in front of her, realizing it's the same guy from earlier. Watching the young man skillfully open the door, she can't help but ask him if this is Ms. Chen's house. The man turns to look at her. This is indeed his home. Dichir stands there, stunned. What's going on now? She now looks at the two brothers in front of her very awkwardly. They both introduce themselves apologetically. Looking at the two men in front of her, she learns that the one in black clothes is the younger brother, Jiang Yinglian, and the other is the older brother, Zhang Zixuan. From now on, they'll be living under the same roof. So Dichir awkwardly greets them both. Zixuan gently and politely shows concern for Dichir. He's afraid she might not be used to being here. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, he decides to call her Xiao Qi from now on. Zixuan looks at her with a faint smile, his eyes curving into crescents. Xiao Qi also relaxes as she looks at him. He really is a gentle person. Looking at the cold Jiang Yinglian on the other side, she feels he can't compare to Zixuan at all. Jiang Yinglian turns to look at Di Qir. He warns her not to touch things in the house carelessly. Seeing the two of them at odds, Zixuan laughs out loud. He comforts Xiao Qi not to mind, saying Yinglian is actually easy to get along with. Di Qir also smiles and responds that brother Zixuan is not only handsome, but also makes people feel comfortable. Then Zhang Zixuan takes Xiao Qi to the second floor. Her room is next to Yinglian's, and his room is over there. They can ask for help anytime. Di Qir opens the door, looking delighted. Her luggage has also been delivered. Looking at the spacious and clean room, she thinks she can settle in tonight after tidying up a bit. Zixuan turns and walks to the door, ready to leave. He tells her to call him if she needs anything. Di Qir leans on the desk with both hands, looking out the window. She can see the sky just by looking up. At this moment, the phone rings. It's Anshin calling. Di Qir quickly answers the phone, informing her that she has arrived. Listening to the enthusiastic Anshin on the other end, Di Qir feels very happy to be here. Then, she learns that there's a gift prepared for her in the bookcase. She gets up to look for it in the bookcase. Looking at the bookcase full of books in front of her, Di Qir is very excited about her gift. Next to the books, there's a delicate little box. She reaches out to take the little box from the bookcase. Then she carefully opens it, looking inside with anticipation. Looking at the various small items in the box, she thinks Aunt Chin's girlish heart is so cute. She then takes out a blue hair tie from the box, deciding to use this first. Zixuan comes to Xiao Qi's door. He wants to take her out to buy groceries and get familiar with the neighborhood, but he's surprised to find that she has tied her hair in a ponytail. She raises her hand to touch her newly done hairstyle. Looking at Xiao Qi's new hairstyle, Zixuan compliments her, saying she looks cute. Di Qir thinks that although they are brothers, they are not alike at all. Zixuan has such a good personality and is so polite. She really likes this warm feeling. Then she sighs that the younger brother is not so easy to get along with. Then, realizing something, she quickly covers her mouth in panic. She looks embarrassedly at the still gentle Zixuan, feeling that her words were too impolite. Then Zixuan's words surprise her. The two are not actually blood brothers. Di Qir suddenly realizes that she just noticed their surnames are different. It turns out that Yinglian's mother passed away early, and Zixuan's mother, Aunt Shun, married Yinglian's father. But Uncle Jiang is often not at home, so now it's just the three of them in the house. Remembering that lonely figure, Xiao Qi realizes that he, like herself, often doesn't have family around. The scene changes. Jiang Yinglian leans against the bookcase, looking at the gift for Di Qir inside. He stares at it with furrowed brows, lost in thought about something. The midday sun is particularly bright. Di Qir and Zixuan return home after taking a stroll. Zixuan, carrying the vegetables they bought, notices his brother's shoes are also there. He must have already returned. Di Qir wants to help make dinner, but is told to just go upstairs and tidy up her room. Zixuan is going to brew some black tea now. He tells Xiao Qi to remember to come down for tea later. Looking at the gentle, considerate, and caring Zixuan, Di Qir silently vows to become such a person. She realizes that moving here seems to be a good thing after all. She shyly covers her blushing face. Most importantly, he's very handsome. At this moment, Xiao Qi comes upstairs, only to find her room door open. She walks to the doorway and sees Jiang Yinglian standing in front of the bookcase. She takes the initiative to start a conversation, but he just stares at her intently. Di Qir comes to his side, explaining what happened in the morning and apologizing for her rudeness. As she's talking nonstop, Jiang Yinglian comes behind her, reaches out to pull off the blue hair tie from her head, and then coldly emphasizes what he said before. Di Qir feels very wronged at this moment. She thought it was a gift from Aunt Shun, but Jiang Yinglian clenches his fists, asking if it's fun to wear someone else's mother's hair tie. He looks at Di Qir coldly, saying it's not her thing. Di Qir stares with wide eyes, feeling wronged. He tells her this isn't her home either. The room is terrifyingly quiet. Di Qir lowers her head, thinks for a moment, then says she understands. She then apologizes and turns to run out of the room. Going downstairs, she meets Zixuan, who has brewed tea and is concerned about her. But tears are now uncontrollably falling from her eyes. Zhang Zixuan looks puzzled, holding the teapot as he watches her. She doesn't stop and continues running towards the door. Then comes a crisp sound of the door closing. Zixuan senses something is wrong. He quickly goes upstairs to her bedroom door. Seeing Jiang Yinglian still standing in front of the bookcase, he anxiously asks what he said to Xiao Qi. Jiang Yinglian takes off his hat now. The hair tie Xiao Qi was wearing belonged to his mother. Zixuan is confused. Didn't he pack everything away last night? Zixuan decides finding her is urgent and tells Inglian to wait at home. At this moment, Zhang Inglian recalls his cold words and her apology, feeling he might have been too harsh. He can't help but close his eyes and sigh. The next second, he also rushes out to look for Xiao Qi. He anxiously makes phone calls along the way to inquire about the situation. But Zixuan can't get through to her phone and is very worried. It's so dark now, he hopes she doesn't get lost. Zhang Inglian is trying very hard to search everywhere. He's been to all the places he can think of. Suddenly, he thinks of something. Standing in the bustling crowd, he hangs up his brother's call. Then he calls Aunt Shin to ask where Di Chier's home is. He is seen weaving through the flowing crowd, anxiously running towards the train station. His heart is shouting that she must be there. After nightfall, everything is quiet. Di Chier sits on the sofa in her own home, sighing helplessly. She raises both hands to cover her face. She can't believe she just came home to hide like this. Looking at the clock on the wall, she realizes it's already 11 o'clock. She hurriedly looks for her phone, needing to call Aunt Shun to let her know she's safe. But she finds her phone has run out of battery and shut down. She feels extremely guilty. The charger is still in her suitcase. Her rashness might have made them very worried. Remembering Zhang Yinglian's initial warning, she still wore the hair tie and showed off until he said those words to her face. She forces herself to think that living alone is fine, but tears still flow uncontrollably. Her heart is also very sad. She hugs her legs and buries her head in her arms. This is all self-deception. Di Chier leans against the glass door of the balcony, lost in thought. Various emotions are brewing in this home where she's all alone. Looking at the vast moon outside the balcony, she thinks she should get used to being alone. She decides to wake up early tomorrow to apologize to Aunt Shun and bring back her luggage. Di Chier sighs and then cheers up, constantly encouraging herself. Then she wonders how to tell her mom about this. As she thinks about it, she becomes discouraged again. She leans on the doorframe, closes her eyes, and ponders. Tomorrow, she must apologize properly. Zhang Yinglian must still be angry now. Suddenly, there's an urgent knocking at the door. Di Chier is confused. She goes to the living room, looking at the front door. It's impossible for anyone to come to her house at this hour. She carefully peeks through the peephole and is surprised to see a figure running away. Di Chier covers her mouth in fear. The person is running towards her yard. She's shocked, remembering she hasn't closed the floor-to-ceiling window. She immediately grabs the broom by the wall, carefully hides behind the wall, and looks along the corner. She finds the person has already appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She's terrified, her mind racing. Just as the person approaches the wall where she is, she closes her eyes, raises the broom, and swings it down. Then comes a muffled groan. Di Chier slowly opens her eyes to see Zhang Yinglian, whom she has hit. The next second, she loses strength and sits on the ground trembling. Zhang Yinglian looks at Di Chier, who hasn't recovered yet, and explains helplessly. He took the last train to come here, tired and in pain, and now he's been hit with a broom. Looking at Di Chier lowering her head on the ground, he sighs. He's finally found her. Then he criticizes her for being a bit too much, disappearing and turning off her phone. Seeing her still lowering her head, he asked what's wrong with her. Di Chier slowly raises her head. She thought it was a burglar breaking in. Then Zhang Yinglian tries to help her up, but Di Chier quickly stops his kindness. Her legs are weak now. She can't stand up. Although she's usually quite lively, she's a bit scared in emergencies. Regarding today's incident, she's really sorry. She didn't mean it. She didn't know the things in the box were so important to him. She looks at Zhang Yinglian with a troubled expression. She's decided to move back here. But Zhang Yinglian also lowers his eyes, feeling very guilty. The night is silent. Inside the house, Zhang Yinglian sincerely apologizes to Di Chier. Then he pulls her up. Let's go home together, okay? Then he puts his hands together, terrified. He's just been scolded by Aunt Shun. Next time he'll be beaten. Looking at the very cute Zhang Yinglian in front of her, Di Chier laughs. The bright moon illuminates the entire night. Di Chier suddenly remembers there are no more trains back. The next second she realizes Zhang Yinglian can only stay at her house tonight. Are they going to spend the night alone together? Di Chier points at the two bedrooms in front of her, turns her head, and tells him, one room each. Zhang Yinglian is under the shower, lost in thought. After showering and putting on the clothes Di Chier prepared for him, he shouts, asking what Di Cheer means by this outfit. The clothes clearly say, "I am a fairy," in big letters. Di Cheer thinks it looks quite cute on him. This middle school uniform of hers is a bit large, but Jiang Inglian firmly refuses to wear this outfit. Di Cheer has to look for suitable clothes for him again. The next second, Jiang Inglian appears in a white shirt with a cute little rabbit sewn on the left chest. Her own clothes also have a little rabbit sewn on the left side. The two look like they're wearing couple outfits. Then Di Cheer, blushing, says good night to Jiang Inglian, and they return to their respective bedrooms to rest. Jiang Inglian stares blankly at the door. He senses that she's avoiding him. On the other side, Di Cheer returns to her room and leans against the door. Remembering his wet hair and prominent chest muscles, her heart suddenly races and her face turns red. The clock on the bedside ticks minute by minute. Di Cheer lies in bed, unable to fall asleep. She gets up and goes to the living room to heat up some milk, but finds Jiang Inglian sitting outside the floor-to-ceiling window. So she brings 2 cups of hot milk to the balcony and hands one to him, but he politely refuses while reaching out to take it. Then Di Cheer looks at Jiang Inglian drinking milk and sarcastically remarks that he's not as tall as brother Zixuan. Hearing this, Jiang Inglian spits out the milk and looks at Di Cheer. She calmly smiles on the side. The next second, she watches awkwardly as he gulps down the milk in one go. Seeing him quickly finish the milk and put down the cup, Di Cheer thinks he seems to be drinking with difficulty. They sit outside on the balcony, looking up at the starry sky. Neither can sleep, so they're out getting some fresh air. Feeling the quiet summer night, Di Cheer finds tonight so comfortable. Jiang Inglian expresses his thoughts. Recalling Zixuan's description of little Jiang, he now truly feels that Jiang Inglian isn't as difficult to get along with as he appears. Thinking of that delicate little box, Di Cheer wonders why such a valuable item was placed so casually. Inglian recalls the items at home, explaining that many things and details are the same as when his mother was there. He thought Aunt Chin was worried he couldn't accept it at once, but didn't expect that she herself had such a girlish heart. Di Cheer thinks Inglian's mother must have been a very good person. She notices his expression becomes very gentle when talking about his mother. As the night deepens after drinking milk, they both start feeling sleepy. After locking the windows and teasing each other a bit, they return to their bedrooms to sleep. The alarm clock wakes up the sleeping Di Cheer. She struggles to reach out from under the covers to turn it off. Opening the door, she finds Inglian already up and sitting on the sofa. He looks at the sleepy Cheer in front of him. He turns his head, covering his eyes in embarrassment, telling Cheer to tidy up before coming out. Seeing her exposed half-shoulder, Di Cheer realizes her pajamas are a bit too big. On this lively morning, they take the train to their new home. Listening to the train vendor's calls, Di Cheer is attracted by the scenery outside the window. The train crosses mountains and ridges, and they return to this coastal city. Looking at the azure sea outside the window, Di Cheer marvels at the beautiful scenery, but her heart grows increasingly uneasy. Thinking of her actions yesterday, she worries that Aunt Chun and brother Zixuan might dislike her. Inglian ponders for a moment and shakes his head in denial. Aunt Chun has been clamoring for another daughter in the family. Until they return to this new home, Di Cheer realizes he was right. Aunt Chun excitedly greets and hugs her, seeming very eager for her arrival. Seeing such an enthusiastic Aunt Chun, Cheer finally relaxes. At this moment, she notices Zixuan staring at her and hurriedly explains that she made them worry yesterday. Zixuan smiles gently at her. Seeing such a gentle brother Zixuan, Di Cheer feels very reassured. Jiang Inglian remains silent on the side. Just then, Aunt Chin's loud shout comes from behind. She pushes a rack of clothes in front of Di Cheer, expressing her excitement for her to wear these cute outfits. Aunt Chun holds Cheer's hand, hoping she'll treat this as her own home. Turning back to see Jiang Inglian watching her, Di Cheer puts on a gentle smile. Aunt Chun suddenly remembers she has a meeting soon. She reluctantly holds Di Cheer's hand, saying she needs to rush back to the company now. Just as she's leaving, she suddenly remembers she wants to give Di Cheer a proper welcome today. So she instructs Zixuan and Inglian to take Cheer to buy ingredients for dinner. She also reminds Di Cheer that she's looking forward to seeing her in those pretty dresses. Then she closes the door tightly and turns to leave. The two brothers pat Cheer on the shoulder, suggesting she shouldn't have high expectations. Zixuan suggests buying more ingredients so he can cook himself. Di Cheer behind them feels very confused. The two change their shoes at the door and call for Di Cheer to come downstairs. She comes down wearing one of the dresses Aunt bought. Seeing the two silent, she thinks she doesn't look good in it. Mei Qingxiang Zixuan smiles and compliments her, saying she's very cute. He also teases the blushing Yinglian, but receives an angry shout in return. Zixuan extends his hand to welcome Cheer, introducing her as the new sister in the family. Cheer smiles and places her hand in his palm. Without realizing it, she has already been accepted. In the supermarket, a little boy tugs at his father's clothes, pointing at the products in front. That's definitely his favorite flavor. Suddenly, the little boy notices Di Cheer outside the window, recognizing her as the sister who helped him before. He runs towards her, but stops in his tracks as he gets closer. He sees two big brothers accompanying the sister, looking very close to her. Di Cheer pushes the shopping cart, happily gesticulating. They quickly bought the ingredients. Thinking about tonight's dinner makes her feel elated. Zhang Yinglian turns to get Lingshi. Just as he's about to get up, he notices Zixuan behind him. Zixuan smiles and tells him to go ahead. He'll wait for them here. Xinji Diqin waves and turns to follow Xiao Jiang. Watching the two figures in front of him, Zixuan lowers his head and smiles. Seeing Cheer stuffing the basket full of snacks, Xiao Jiang feels helpless. Di Cheer turns her head and smiles softly. Shopping at the supermarket is truly a happy thing. Yinglian holds up the branded snacks, thinking she's too easily satisfied. But Cheer gives examples from everyday life. Those small details are very real. The most important happiness is being able to choose things you like with people you like. Xiao Jiang blushes upon hearing this. He wonders what she means. Feeling a bit ambiguous, Xiao Jiang directly asks Di Cheer. The answer he gets is that she was happy shopping with her mom when she was little. Xiao Jiang scratches his head, speechless. So she was talking about family. At this moment, Di Cheer notices her favorite lollipops, but she can't reach them no matter how she tries. Xiao Jiang watches Di Cheer, trembling on tiptoes. He reaches out from behind and gets the snacks for her. Then he tosses the box into Cheer's hands. Di Cheer remembers the close proximity just now and can't help but hide her reddening face behind the box. Xiao Jiang looks at her seriously and teases her, saying she looks like a short-legged corgi when standing on tiptoes. Zixuan notices the two returning, but is surprised to see a bump on Xiao Jiang's head. They turn and leave the supermarket, getting on a bus. The three sit on the bus holding a bunch of things. Zixuan and Di Cheer chat happily in the back seat. Thinking about future schooling issues, Zixuan wants to know where Di Cheer will go to school. Hearing the school name she mentions, he's surprised to find they are in the same school. Cheer is overjoyed. Now she can go to school with him. But Zixuan says he arrives at school early and suggests she go with Yinglian instead. Remembering how he called her a short-legged corgi, Di Cheer feels annoyed. Zixuan can't help but ask if she wants to see the new school. Then the three of them arrive at the school gate, looking at the greenery and buildings inside. Xiao Cheer is overjoyed. Zixuan reminds her that she can often find them on the playground. Xiao Cheer imagines a different Zixuan during sports, blushing and laughing. Looking at the gentle Zixuan, she thinks it's really nice. There must be many interesting things here. She's already looking forward to it. Then they prepare to go home. Zhang Yinglian stands with hands on hips, looking at the two, sensing an unusual atmosphere. As night falls, after witnessing everything that happened in the kitchen, Di Cheer realizes that Aunt Chung is a kitchen disaster. Looking at the failed dishes, Aunt Chung feels very distressed. Zixuan comforts her and takes over, chopping vegetables and cooking himself. The dining table is full of rich dishes. Aunt Chung keeps putting food on Di Cheer's plate. Looking at the bowl full of food, Zixuan reminds his mom that if she serves so much, how will Di Cheer eat it all? Di Cheer sees the harmonious atmosphere and can't help but laugh. This is the liveliness she's missed for a long time. On the other side, the little boy is constantly feeding his puppy. He remembers the sister and two brothers he met during the day and starts crying. He realizes he has two handsome rivals and can only hug his puppy for comfort, feeling wronged. The next morning, Di Cheer and Zhang Yinglian meet at the bedroom door. They greet each other. Seeing Di Cheer still yawning, he guesses she just woke up. He turns to go downstairs, telling her breakfast is ready downstairs. He reminds her there are ingredients in the fridge for lunch. Di Cheer gives an okay gesture assuring him not to worry. She brushes her teeth in the bathroom, thinking she remembers everyone else has gone out, so she'll be alone at home today. Suddenly, she notices the underwear left aside. She shouts for Jiang Yinglian from the bathroom. Di Qi'er runs downstairs, grabs his hands, and angrily asks why he didn't wash his changed clothes. Jiang Yinglian reminds her not to spray toothpaste foam on him. At this moment, he remembers his unwashed underwear and realizes there's now a girl in the house. He puts down his bag and goes up to wash them. Di Qi'er's voice comes from outside the door, asking where he's going later. Hearing he's going to a friend's for tutoring, she remembers the person mentioned before. Jiang Yinglian, hanging clothes nearby, explains that the school assigns classes based on grades. Di Qi'er doesn't like this special class assignment system. Jiang Yinglian thinks she's worried about not doing well and wants to take her along for tutoring. He looks at Di Qi'er, seriously asking about her middle school exam scores. But Di Qi'er says she can't remember and turns to find her report card. Looking at the scores on the report card, Jiang Yinglian exclaims that she's actually a top student. He feels embarrassed for suggesting tutoring to her. He then calls his friend to cancel, shouting into the phone that he's found someone even better to study with. Di Qi'er looks at Xiao Jiang in confusion as he asks her to tutor him instead. They sit at the table to study together. Di Qi'er seriously explains the patterns in these problems. She circles areas that are likely to be tested and suggests he try them first. As for English, she suggests they start memorizing vocabulary together in the morning, encouraging each other to improve. Jiang Yinglian looks at Di Qi'er reading, remembering the things they've been through. He suddenly realizes how serious she is when doing things. He lowers his head and smiles, seeing Jiang Yinglian's head almost touching the table. She taps him with her pen, reminding him not to lower his head too much. Jiang Yinglian isn't used to being close to girls, but he doesn't mind Di Qi'er's actions. He doesn't even think of avoiding them. He can't help but blush, lowering his forehead. Looking at Di Qi'er's features, he realizes he's never observed a girl so carefully in his memory. Jiang Yinglian inadvertently calls her name, then praises her for being good. Jiang Yinglian leans on the table, meaning that she's similar to his brother, able to manage herself, focus on studying, and be a good child in adults' eyes. Then he raises his hand to support his face. It's just that her two braids seem a bit too childish, somewhat at odds with her top student identity. Di Qi'er crosses her arms noncommittally. How is she childish? She turns her head and pokes him, saying she doesn't want to be like some people who cram at the last minute before exams. Then she compares him to his brother again. They both look at each other angrily. Jiang Yinglian dismisses it, saying he can definitely do well in studying. Then he provokes Di Qi'er. Provoked by the bet, Di Qi'er doesn't back down either. She slaps the table, stands up, and asks what they're betting on. Xiao Jiang suggests that the winner gets to ask one thing from the loser. Di Qi'er generously tells him she'll continue tutoring him until the start of term exam. To win, he needs to get into Class A. Seeing Jiang Yinglian agree, from that day on, they wake up early every day to memorize vocabulary. But Xiao Jiang, looking at the sleeping Xiao Qi'er nearby, angrily shouts that she can even sleep while standing. When reciting Chinese texts, he's constantly disrupted by Xiao Jiang. While doing exercises, both of them fall asleep on the table. Di Qi'er opens her sleepy eyes, wondering how she fell asleep without realizing it. Looking at Jiang Yinglian in front of her, she sees he's also asleep. She then reaches out to take his exercise book. Checking it, she finds that he has completed all the parts she circled. The problem-solving methods and answers are all correct. It turns out he's even smarter and more hard-working than she imagined. Di Qi'er stares at the sleeping Jiang Yinglian at the table. During this time together, they seem to have grown closer. In the exam room, everyone is discussing intensely. Jiang Yinglian, sitting by the window, is the subject of discussion. He sweats profusely as he looks diagonally up at Di Qi'er. How did she end up in the same exam room as him? He sighs involuntarily. He can see her little tuft of hair with just a glance up. Soon, the teacher arrives and calls for silence from the front of the classroom. Then the students start passing out the exam papers. After receiving the exam paper, Di Qi'er notices someone looking at her. Turning her head, she finds it's Jiang Yinglian. She can't help but make a throat-slitting gesture, implying he can't beat her. Behind her, Jiang Yinglian grips the exam paper tightly with a stern face. The little girl dares to provoke him. His hand holding the paper trembles with anger. Di Qi'er, you're too arrogant. Looking at her already seriously answering the questions, he thinks, bring it on. Time passes minute by minute. A pair of hands raises to call the teacher. It turns out to be Di Cheer. She has finished the exam and wants to turn it in early. Zhang Yinglian looks up surprised. Then he widens his eyes in disbelief. He thinks this isn't like her usual style. He holds his pen against his chin, wondering what she's up to. Di Cheer raises her hand and makes a face, sticking out her tongue provocatively. Then she opens the door and turns to leave. Still answering questions, Zhang Yinglian lowers his head with a stern face. He won't lose to her. The surrounding classmates all feel the deep resentment. Even the teacher thinks the children in this classroom are scary. Zhang Yinglian seriously answers the questions on his paper. He's determined to get into Class A to show her. Walking out of the classroom, Di Cheer, standing outside, takes a deep breath. She finally dared to turn in the exam early for once. Remembering Zhang Yinglian's expression just now, she finds it hilarious and can't help but laugh. Then she walks happily towards the other end of the corridor. You should have been motivated, right? A few days later, the day to see the results of this tutoring arrives. Students rush to the bulletin board to check the rankings. Noisy discussions surround the board. Di Cheer and Zhang Yinglian, looking at the crowded scene in front of them, are shocked that coming a little late resulted in so many people. Zhang Yinglian, beside her, finds it troublesome. The class assignments will be announced in the afternoon. While observing, Di Cheer becomes impatient. Don't they want to know the results sooner? Zhang Yinglian looks at the somewhat nervous Di Cheer in front of him, puzzled. Isn't her getting into class a sure thing? At this moment, he turns around and tells her to wait here. He'll go to the front to check the results. Watching Zhang Yinglian squeeze into the crowd, Di Cheer clenches her hands tightly. She's not just anxious about her own results, but the outcome of their joint efforts. On the other side, Zhang Yinglian searches hard for their names on the bulletin board. After scanning round and round without success, he finally finds their names near the end. He stands there in disbelief. She wonders why there's no news after such a long time. Then she opens her eyes to look for Zhang Yinglian. She sees him making a victory sign in the crowd. Zhang Yinglian makes his way back through the crowd. She and Di Cheer happily high-five each other. The excited Di Cheer can't stop praising, while Zhang Yinglian remains silent with a red face. Realizing this, Xiao Cheer quickly lets go of their hands. She apologizes, saying she got too excited just now. Zhang Yinglian walks ahead, turning his head. This is just the beginning of the competition. Di Cheer walks beside him with her hands raised above her head. Now let's have a showdown. A blue-haired woman stands behind, watching the two leave. Then she approaches the bulletin board to look at the rankings. As night falls, the lights come on. Anshin excitedly looks at Di Cheer and Yinglian. She hugs the two treasures who got into the same class to her chest. Suddenly remembering she prepared a gift for Xiao Qian, she turns to go inside to find it. Then she comes out holding a peach blossom-shaped hair tie. She made this herself last night. Anshin encourages her, saying at the best age, don't be afraid of difficulties. Face them head on. She will be by the side of her three treasures, guarding their growth. Di Cheer, touched, has tears in her eyes and opens her arms to hug Anshin in front of her. Zishuan complains from the side that mother is biased. The next second, Yinglian almost gets the hair tie. Di Cheer looks at this harmonious family. She's grateful that her mom let her come to this city and meet these wonderful people. She can't help but look forward to her high school life. In front of the mirror, Di Cheer carefully prepares herself. She ties the hairband on her braids. With this, her preparation is complete. It's a perfect match with the black and white school uniform. From today on, she's a high school student. Just thinking about it makes her very happy. Aunt Chun has also prepared breakfast by now. She invites Xiao Cheer to come and enjoy it. She's Xiao Cheer's mother's best friend and also the lady of this house. She's very kind-hearted. At this time, a boy greets Xiao Cheer. She looks over at him. It turns out to be Aunt Chen's son, Zhang Zishuan. He's smart and excellent. Almost nothing is too difficult for him. Xiao Cheer looks at him in surprise. She didn't expect the school time for senior year to be so early. Xiao Cheer likes him very much. Moreover, Zishuan is very handsome and good-looking. At this moment, a book suddenly hits Xiao Cheer's head. She can't react for a moment. Zhang Yinglian appears behind her with an expressionless face, accusing her of making a ruckus. He is Zishuan's younger brother, often at odds with Xiao Cheer. Recalling various past experiences they shared, many are quite memorable. However, he's not blood-related to Aunt Shun. This is very similar to Xiao Qiyer's situation. As for Jiang Yinglian's father, Xiao Qiyer hasn't met him yet. Presumably, this family must have gone through a lot as well. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian suddenly urges her to go to school quickly because they're about to be late. Xiao Qiyer follows closely behind him, wondering if he's going to take the bus, because she remembers his mountain bike is still in the warehouse. But Jiang Yinglian doesn't want to pay attention to her. He just wants Xiao Qiyer to shut up. After arriving at school, Xiao Qiyer listens attentively to the school leader's speech. In contrast, Jiang Yinglian beside her stares blankly at the audience. On the stage, the principal gives the opening speech. He hopes the students can maintain their individuality. As the lights dance, the principal's speech comes to an end. The students sitting below applaud enthusiastically. After class, students chat about what they did during the holidays. But Di Qier sits alone to the side, feeling gloomy. Jiang Yinglian, however, is surrounded by classmates, even though he's usually not very talkative. This makes Xiao Qier envious. She also wants to make some new friends, but she decides to greet the girls nearby first. At this moment, the teacher appears at the door, inviting Xiao Qier to help fetch some teaching materials. Although Xiao Qier is reluctant as she hasn't made any new friends yet, she can only agree. She quickly runs to the office as the teacher instructed. Afraid of missing something, she unexpectedly collides with a strange girl. This makes Xiao Qier feel guilty, and she hurriedly apologizes to the other person. The girl has silver hair and blue eyes, looking very beautiful. Seeing Xiao Qier out of breath, the silver-haired girl mistakenly thinks she has a stutter, so she smiles and forgives her. She advises Xiao Qier to be careful, then says goodbye and turns to leave. Xiao Qier watches her retreating figure, feeling a fondness for this person. But she quickly remembers she has something to do, so she hurriedly turns and walks towards the office. The two of them walk back to back in opposite directions. What Xiao Qier doesn't know is that the silver-haired girl quietly turns her head, watching Xiao Qier's retreating figure with a smile on her face. As night falls, stars light up the sky. With a creak, the wooden door of a coffee shop slowly opens. In the dim light, a few people walk in together. A boy's sidelong glance falls on a walking girl, instantly attracted. He can't help but look a few more times. Then he calls his companions to look too. To him, those girls are incredibly cute, especially the silver-haired one, whose appearance is truly breathtaking. However, his companions tell him it's best not to have any ideas about that girl. Those girls are from West City No. 1 High School, a famous key high school. Most students who can attend West City No. 1 High School either come from powerful and wealthy families, making them unapproachable, or have excellent grades. They are all very impressive people. Listening to his companion's description, the boy thinks things aren't as absolute as they imagine. The brown-haired boy beside them listens to their debate, feeling a bit speechless. Suddenly, the silver-haired girl notices two familiar figures outside the window and walks over. She sees Jiang Yinglian and Di Qier walking together past the window. They look very close, almost like a couple. The silver-haired girl is very puzzled. She remembers they were also close on the day of the exam results. She wonders what their relationship is. The blonde girl, sitting opposite, notices and asks about her condition with a worried expression. Like one in front of her doesn't respond, just quietly looking out the window. The next morning, Di Qier is about to have breakfast when she's told that Jiang Yinglian has already left. This early departure was communicated to Di Qier through Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun is a bit worried that something might have happened to him. Di Qier waves her hand, reassuring her not to overthink it. Class has officially started. The teacher is taking attendance at the podium. However, at this moment, the classroom door suddenly opens. Jiang Yinglian appears at the door, out of breath. He's actually late. The teacher looks embarrassed. The bell has just rung, so she tells her it doesn't count as being late. Jiang Yinglian finally breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for making it to class on time. After she sits back in her seat, Di Qier behind her looks at her in confusion. She doesn't understand why Jiang Yinglian arrived later than her when she left first. She guesses Jiang Yinglian must have had something to do, so she decides to ask her. Di Qier calls out to Jiang Yinglian, trying to keep her voice low. However, no matter how she calls, there's no response. This behavior makes Di Qier angry. She decides to get back at her, so she crumples up a note and throws it hard at Jiang Yinglian. The note flies over and lands on the textbook. After some internal struggle, Jiang Yinglian finally opens the note. It's Di Qier expressing concern for her. After seeing the content of the note, she falls into silence. Cheer carefully watches her every move from behind. To her surprise, Jiang Yinglian puts the note away. This disappoints Cheer, so she decides to get back at Jiang Yinglian after class. As soon as class ends, a classmate tells Jiang Yinglian that a beautiful girl is looking for her. Cheer overhears their conversation and becomes angry. She then notices that the beautiful girl mentioned is actually the silver-haired girl. At the same time, the silver-haired girl notices her and greets her enthusiastically. Cheer politely waves back. She's surprised that the girl remembers her, and even more surprised that she knows Jiang Yinglian. Cheer really wants to be friends with her. Seeing how well they're chatting, Cheer believes they must be close. If she were to stay by Jiang Yinglian's side like before, people might misunderstand their relationship. This must be why Jiang Yinglian is keeping her distance. Cheer can't help but think that since she met Jiang Yinglian, she has always taken care of her. After school, Cheer walks home alone. She doesn't want to continue bothering Jiang Yinglian. What she doesn't notice is a figure on a bicycle slowly approaching her. Cheer turns her head to look at the newcomer. She's instantly shocked by the scene before her. The person riding the bicycle is none other than Jiang Yinglian. Jiang Yinglian and Cheer look at each other. She suddenly calls her a stupid penguin. Hearing Jiang Yinglian call her that, Cheer becomes anxious and tries hard to stop her from using that name. She angrily looks at Jiang Yinglian, thinking she's deliberately trying to annoy her. Then she turns to leave. She decides to ignore Jiang Yinglian, refusing to turn back no matter how she calls out. Seeing that Cheer is really getting angry, Jiang Yinglian stops joking and tells her she's not here to annoy her. Then she rides her bike in front of Cheer, wanting to take her back together. Seeing that Cheer is unwilling to acknowledge her, Jiang Yinglian has to tell her that she was late this morning because she went to install a back seat for her. After hearing the truth, Cheer feels a bit embarrassed. She now realizes that Jiang Yinglian wasn't finding her annoying. Thinking about this, Cheer smiles happily. Actually, she could have waited until after school, and they could have gone to install the back seat together. Jiang Yinglian has a different perspective. This way, she can take Cheer directly after school. Cheer looks at her in surprise. She didn't expect Jiang Yinglian to care about her so much. Her actions have made her see her in a new light. But then, Jiang Yinglian suddenly blurts out that she just doesn't want to squeeze onto the public bus. Cheer is instantly speechless, but she's curious why Jiang Yinglian would need to squeeze onto a public bus. She clearly has a mountain bike. Cheer suddenly realizes that Jiang Yinglian had been enduring taking the bus for her sake all this time. Cheer feels touched by her honesty and can't help but smile. On the way, Cheer sits quietly on the bike without saying a word. Suddenly, Jiang Yinglian stops the bike. She advises Cheer in the back seat that it would be safer to hold on to her. This shocks Cheer. She's asking her to hold onto her waist. It's quite embarrassing, so she declines Jiang Yinglian's offer, saying she'll hold onto the seat instead. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yinglian suddenly accelerates. The sudden speed catches Cheer off guard, making her face distort from the wind. She has no choice but to reach out and tightly grab Jiang Yinglian's clothes, shouting for her to stop quickly. Jiang Yinglian immediately stops the bike. The sudden brake causes Cheer to press tightly against her back. Still shaken, she scolds Jiang Yinglian, demanding to know why she did that. She accuses her of deliberately trying to harm her. Cheer finally puts aside her prejudice and wraps her arms around Jiang Yinglian's waist. She wants to know if the fact that they're living together has been made public. Jiang Yinglian confidently answers that she has never hidden this fact. Cheer looks at Jiang Yinglian in disbelief. After all, she's very popular and easily attracts attention. If she's never avoided mentioning this, people will surely misunderstand. Jiang Yinglian tells her it's not worth hiding. Living together is just a fact. Cheer agrees with her thinking. They indeed have a straightforward relationship. Even if it's revealed, there's nothing wrong with it. She just hopes it won't cause trouble for Jiang Yinglian. Jiang Yinglian stops the bike again, feeling touched by her words and actions. She doesn't care about others' gossip, but if it's from the girl in front of her, she doesn't mind. Hearing her explanation, Cheer asks why she didn't reply to her note earlier. Jiang Yinglian argues that she did reply at the time, but Cheer just didn't receive it. Then they continue riding, heading home under the sunset. As night falls, they finally arrive home. Jiang Yinglian turns to tell Di Qi'er that she'll put the bike in the garage first, then turns to leave. At this moment, a white car suddenly appears not far behind. Jiang Yinglian notices the car, but still turns towards the garage. The silver-haired woman in the car watches his back and tells the driver not to pick her up in the future. But she doesn't understand why Jiang Yinglian and Di Qi'er are living together. What's going on? Meanwhile, a boy passing by also notices the parked car. He immediately recognizes it as the Baikuan family's car. In the kitchen, Zhang Zixuan is cooking. Di Qi'er stands happily nearby, feeling a bit sorry that Aunt Chung can't join them for dinner. Jiang Yinglian wants her to help, but Di Qi'er tells her that Zixuan doesn't allow her near the kitchen. This makes Jiang Yinglian feel a bit helpless, but she suddenly remembers something. She has something important to ask Di Qi'er. So she turns to Di Qi'er and asks if she knows Baikuan. She saw them greeting each other today. Di Qi'er realizes that's the girl's name and explains they've only met once. However, Baikuan seemed close to Jiang Yinglian, so she wants to know if they're old friends. Just as Jiang Yinglian is about to tell her the truth, Zhang Zixuan interrupts, announcing that dinner is ready. However, Di Qi'er doesn't intend to give up and continues to ask about their relationship. Seeing the two arguing, Zixuan has to explain that Jiang Yinglian saved that girl's life a few years ago when they were just children. Zhang Zixuan continues to explain that they were playmates as children. Baikuan accidentally fell into the water while playing, but luckily Jiang Yinglian rescued her in time. Just as Di Qi'er is about to ask for more details, Jiang Yinglian forcefully stuffs food in her mouth, accusing her of being nosy. Di Qi'er wants to argue back, but is deeply attracted by the food in her mouth. Seeing the sticky liquid on the chopsticks, Jiang Yinglian feels a bit disgusted. She gets up to get herself a new pair of chopsticks. This annoys Di Qi'er greatly. If she really finds her disgusting, she shouldn't have added food and stuffed it into her mouth. However, they don't seem to want to continue the previous topic. This makes Di Qi'er curious about what happened before she and Jiang Yinglian met. In the blink of an eye, it's class time again. A blond boy is seen standing in front of Jiang Yinglian with his arms crossed. Jiang Yinglian is already at the door, greeting him friendly. The blond boy suddenly grabs Jiang Yinglian's neck and shakes him furiously, accusing him of never looking for him. A moment later, Jiang Yinglian steps aside and tells him the news about Zhu Yang getting into the affiliated school. Hearing this, the blond boy feels a bit sorry for Zhu Yang. If the accident hadn't happened back then, they would still be good friends. As the two are chatting enthusiastically, they don't notice that Baikuan has already spotted them. Baikuan immediately turns to say goodbye to her two friends. She plans to go chat with Jiang Yinglian. However, she suddenly notices a familiar figure appear beside the two. Baikuan looks carefully at that girl and realizes it's Di Qi'er. Di Qi'er is seen struggling to carry a stack of books, with Jiang Yinglian blocking her way. The two look at her back and plan to help her, but she refuses. The blonde Aining, looking at her back, can't help but sigh that she's cute. Jiang Yinglian tells him that girl is his tutor. He had told Aining before that a new person moved in, and this new person is her. Aining looks at Jiang Yinglian. He doesn't believe what he's saying. Jiang Yinglian looks at the complaining Aining, feeling a bit helpless. After Aining calms down, he asks if Baikuan knows about this. Jiang Yinglian shakes his head in denial. Hearing their discussion, Baikuan feels uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the office, Di Qi'er hands over the class assignments to the teacher. Then she gently closes the office door, preparing to return to the classroom to continue the lesson. Suddenly, a call comes from behind. Someone is calling her name. Di Qi'er turns around and realizes it's Baikuan, who has appeared behind her at some point. To Baichuan's surprise, the other person also calls out her name. Di Qi'er is also curious about how Baikuan knows her name. They both point out that Jiang Yinglian told them. Then Baikuan invites her to taste some desserts together. Hearing this, Di Qi'er's heart blooms with joy. This is the first time she's been invited by someone, so she tightly grabs Baichuan's hand, happily telling her she will definitely come. Baikuan gestures her not to tell anyone else. This will be a secret between Di Qi'er and herself. She doesn't want others to know. They then agree to meet at the school gate after class. For now, they need to go to class. After saying goodbye to Baikuan, Di Qi'er happily walks towards the classroom. She doesn't want to be late. Baikuan watches her back from afar hesitating to speak. After school, Jiang Inglian invites Di Cheer to go home together, but she refuses. Di Cheer tells him she'll be home before dinner and not to worry. Just as Di Cheer is about to leave, Jiang Inglian suddenly grabs her hand, asking if she's avoiding him. Di Cheer shakes her head and denies it, telling him it's because she's been invited out and it's her first time being invited by a girl. Jiang Inglian sighs and has no choice but to turn and leave alone. Seeing Di Cheer has walked far away, Jiang Inglian thinks she's too easily satisfied. However, he's also happy that she's made a new friend. At this moment, several girls walk by. All of this is observed by some nearby girls. They can't help but discuss the relationship between these two. The short-haired girl thinks they must be siblings, but the green-haired girl disagrees. She believes they look more like they're dating. They continue discussing Jiang Inglian all the way to the classroom. They don't notice that Bai Quan and her friend are right behind them, overhearing their conversation. The blonde girl stands up for Bai Quan. She sternly stops them from continuing the discussion. Then she turns to comfort Bai Quan, saying Jiang Inglian will only belong to her. Hearing her friend's comfort, Bai Quan herself thinks that Jiang Inglian and Di Cheer do indeed make a good match. So she turns to tell the blonde girl that she and Jiang Inglian are just ordinary friends. However, her two friends bluntly say they don't believe it's that simple. Hearing her friend's discussion, Bai Quan remains silent. To stop the two from further upsetting her, she offers to treat them to barbecue. Then she gets up and tells them she has an appointment with a friend and needs to leave first. In the restaurant, Di Cheer takes the menu wondering what to order. But seeing the prices of the dishes, her eyes widen. These prices could buy her several lunches in the cafeteria. Bai Quan, seeing Di Cheer's troubled expression, casually says she'll treat. Di Cheer looks at her helplessly, saying coming here is enough. She had planned to go grocery shopping, so she can only order something cheap. Bai Quan watches her, then calls the waiter to order. The two sit at the table, looking at each other. Bai Quan inadvertently smiles. Di Cheer smiles back, asking why she suddenly started smiling. Bai Quan lowers her head, blushing and thinking. Seeing Di Cheer and Jiang Inglian so close, she's quite surprised. She can't help but think that she's known Jiang Inglian longer. She knows his personality is slow to warm up, always giving a cold impression. He's never had many female friends around him. Di Cheer recalls her first impression of Jiang Inglian. He didn't talk much and was indeed quite cold. He even disliked her when she first moved in. She can't help but chuckle. Across from her, Bai Quan also recalls something. She knows that beneath the cold facade, Jiang Inglian's heart is softer than anyone's. Looking at Bai Quan, who also understands Inglian, Di Cheer smiles with narrowed eyes. She thinks this is really nice. Then she recalls that she also has a very good friend. Although they're temporarily separated because she's studying here now, they grew up together, accompanying each other. She looks at Bai Quan. Even if they meet more people now or in the future, they will always be the most special to each other. De Kier's a sporkle. They are irreplaceable in each other's hearts. Bai Quan must also be special to Jiang Inglian. Bai Quan shyly looks at Di Cheer. Will they become good friends? Di Cheer is very happy. She wants to become good friends with her. Bai Quan trusts Jiang Inglian very much. She thinks the people around him must all be great. Di Cheer ponders their conversation. It seems they always end up talking about Jiang Inglian. She then guesses that Bai Quan might like him. But looking at the naive person in front of her, it seems she doesn't know that she and Jiang Inglian live together. Di Cheer's hands twist together in distress. She's wondering whether she should tell her about this. At the same time, she's worried. Would telling her about this cause trouble for Jiang Inglian? She hesitates, afraid of causing misunderstandings. Then she makes up her mind and calls out to her. Di Cheer looks up at Bai Quan. She's currently living with Jiang Inglian. The other person's eyes widen in surprise. Di Cheer is now sweating profusely. She quickly explains that it's because there's no one at her home, so she was arranged to stay at their place temporarily. Bai Quan trembles slightly, thinking to herself, isn't this enough? But out loud, she says she understands. Di Cheer breathes a sigh of relief. She was afraid the other person might misunderstand her. She thought she had to tell her, feeling this wasn't something to keep secret. Bai Quan ponders what she's doing, feeling like a fool. The other person has already voluntarily informed her, and there's nothing between her and Jiang Inglian. Then, a sentence from Di Cheer catches her attention. Did Jiang Inglian tell her that that she was rescued from drowning? Di Cheer also lowers her head, recalling. She was startled when she first heard about it. Then she smiles and comforts the other, saying it's fortunate he's all right. She then explains that Jiang Inglian rarely speaks and often gives her a hard time. But seeing Baikuan lowering her head with a gloomy face, she feels like she might have said too much. Baikuan, also with her head down, speaks up. Jiang Inglian has also talked about her to Di Cheer. Di Cheer is confused at this point. What could he have said about her? The answer she gets is that Jiang Inglian told Baikuan to stay away from her. Die Kia es expression fritzes. Why is that? Baikuan raises her head and seriously tells her it's because he said stupidity is contagious. Di Cheer recalls Jiang Inglian sticking out his tongue to provoke her. This guy actually said such things about her in front of Baikuan. She clenches her fist, very angry. She'll definitely settle this score when she gets back. Zhang Zixuan stops his bike by the roadside. He turns his head to look diagonally behind him. Isn't that Baikuan and Xiao Qian? Why are they together? He watches Baikuan lowering her head in thought after Xiao Qier leaves. Zhang Zixuan senses something is off. As the two get up to go home, Di Cheer extends her hand to thank the other for inviting her today. She's also very happy to have made a friend like Baikuan and asks for her continued support in the future. The two shake hands and then say goodbye. Watching Di Cheer walking ahead, bouncing like a bird, she sighs that the other is like a scene from spring, joyful and lively, so different from herself. She's like a winter scene. Then she hears someone behind her calling out to Jiang Inglian. She turns to look. She sees Di Cheer talking with Jiang Inglian. Jiang Inglian invites the other to go to the supermarket together. Then he lets her sit on the back of his bike. Baikuan watches this scene. She feels something collapse inside her heart. The collapse is deafening. In the classroom, Di Cheer sits in her seat, waving at Baikuan. Jiang Inglian is puzzled that these two know each other. Then Baikuan speaks up, praising Di Cheer as cute. But Jiang Inglian laughs and tells her that getting too close will lead to infection. The idiot bell rings for class. Xiao Jiang tells Baikuan to quickly return to the classroom for lessons. Recalling these memories, tears involuntarily fall from Baichuan's eyes. Looking at the three intimate friends, Baikuan recalls deeper memories. At that time, she was the one standing in the middle. The past feels like yesterday. She looks at the three, tears streaming down. Now she feels they are so far away from her. Childhood memories flood before her eyes. She wants to stay by their side forever. But when she comes back to her senses, some things have already been settled. She bends over and cries hard. They're no longer waiting for her. The scene changes. A yellow-haired girl with buns looks at the incoming call from Baikuan. She takes the candy out of her mouth and speaks loudly. "What's up?" Baikuan immediately turns and hurries away. The purple-haired girl nearby worries about what's wrong with Baikuan. But the yellow-haired girl declares she doesn't know. It's precisely because she doesn't know that it's worrying. The two of them stop, panting and calling out to Baikuan sitting on the swing. At this moment, Baikuan also gets up and walks towards them. Then she lowers her head and buries herself in the yellow-haired girl's embrace. She can't help but shed tears in the other's arms, repeatedly asking what she should do. But the yellow-haired girl puts her mouth close to the other's ear, telling her that she will always stand by her side. Recalling his childhood dislike for pure milk, he received the distributed pure milk. But it seemed none of his classmates wanted to exchange their milk. Only Inglian and the other two enthusiastically exchanged with him. They became companions. On the other side, Ainian squints at Di Cheer in front of him, starting to introduce himself. Jiang Inglian reminds him not to get too close. The next second, Ainian locks his neck from behind. The other doesn't understand his envious feelings at all. He pulls and scolds the other for being heartless. Di Cheer wonders from behind what they're talking about, but Ainian responds that she's cute. He comes in front of Di Cheer, holding her hair, imagining how charming she would be with long hair. Suddenly, Jiang Inglian grabs Ainian's hand, warning if he's done flirting. Can they go to the supermarket? Ainian looks at Jiang Inglian's intimidating gaze, puzzled by his intense reaction. Di Cheer remains silent beside Jiang Inglian. Suddenly, she blurts out lemon. The two turn their heads in confusion. Di Cheer smiles and explains that she smells a lemon scent on Jiang Inglian. She finds this faint fragrance very pleasant. unpleasant. Anian bursts into laughter nearby. Dichir emphasizes that there really is a lemon scent on him. But Anian is amazed to see Jiang Inglian blushing in his lifetime. He pinches his chin, pondering the two in front of him. The situation isn't simple, he thinks. No wonder he was so nervous when he touched the little braid earlier. He muses that he will definitely support them. Dichir suggests Anian come over for dinner tonight. Hearing it's not Aunt Chung cooking, Anian quickly agrees to go. Dichir then remembers her new friend. She wants to invite her too, but almost mentions their previous dinner together. She thinks they haven't gathered together for a long time. Anian quickly responds that he'll call her. On the other side, Baikwan, still upset, doesn't answer their call. The yellow-haired girl sits on the floor sofa, looking at the messages on her phone. She decides to help Baikwan fulfill his wish. The next day at school, seeing Jiang Inglian sneezing, Dichir decides to get food for him. She suggests Jiang Inglian rest well. Thinking the cafeteria is too crowded at this time, they decide to try the same food. Holding a lemon juice, Dichir guesses he might like the lemon flavor. As she turns to leave, she hears two people behind her lamenting that the lemon juice they liked is sold out. Dichir takes out her drink, deciding to give it to them. Unexpectedly, this startles them. The two in front quickly leave. Dichir hears them discussing her, wondering why they're avoiding her. Then she overhears them, saying she's the girl always with Jiang Inglian. They insult her, calling her shameless, a country bumpkin, and saying her pigtails look rustic. Dichir guesses they're saying this deliberately for her to hear. In the classroom, Dichir and Jiang Inglian are eating their favorite food. Recalling the incident at the supermarket, she can't help but ask if her hairstyle really looks bad. Unexpectedly, he says it looks stupid. Jiang Inglian thinks she's concerned about Anian's words. Dichir claims it doesn't matter. Jiang Inglian looks at her seriously. They sit together eating. He says the hairstyle does look a bit stupid, but it's also very cute. Dichir laughs and blames him for always calling her stupid. She finds herself unable to refute this in her heart, but still feels a bit uneasy. On the sofa, Jiang Inglian, with a worsened cold, is resting. Dichir comes over to feel his forehead, reminding him to take medicine on time. Turning her head, she finds Aunt Chung and Zixuan staring at her. Dichir looks at them puzzled, but quickly explains that nothing is wrong. Zixuan and Dichir are both concerned about the sick Jiang Inglian. Anshin also instructs Jiang Inglian to contact her by phone if anything happens and offers to drive him to school. Zixuan, standing nearby, thinks of something and suggests that he could ride Inglian's bike and take her to school. Dichir hears that she can go to school with brother Zixuan, and her face beams with a joyful smile. But Jiang Inglian beside her looks very impatient. He grabs her hand to prevent her from leaving and accuses her of abandoning him when he's sick. Dichir has no choice but to stay and wait to go to school with Jiang Inglian. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Jiang Inglian is satisfied. On the way to school, Dichir looks at Jiang Inglian, whose condition is worsening, and worriedly tells him not to push himself too hard. Suddenly, she notices that everyone is staring at them as they walk. When entering the school building, she feels something strange. Something must have happened. In the classroom, Dichir finds that no one is talking to her. She sits alone at her desk, looking at her book. When she arrives at the changing room, Dichir hears someone calling her name. Finally, someone is willing to talk to her. Just as she's feeling happy, they tell her that everyone is spreading rumors that she's living with Jiang Inglian. Dichir stands there stunned, looking at them. But the two are curious if this is true. She admits that she's temporarily staying at his house. After patiently explaining, they continue to tell her. Everyone is gossiping about her, saying that because Aunt Chung is kind, she forced her way into Jiang Inglian's home. And not long ago, she even slapped Baikwan at a coffee shop. Finally understanding the situation, Dichir is angry. This is clearly slander. She would never do such things. Fortunately, her friends believe her. But her friends warn her that this rumor has probably spread throughout the grade. Looking at her two good friends whose hands were just trembling, Dichir doesn't want her issues to implicate her friends. So she asks them to keep their distance for now. Seeing Dichir's determination, her friends understand her thoughts. They look at Dichir with concern, then are urged to leave by her. She lowers her head in thought. Who is spreading these rumors about her? She must find out. At the sports meet, students are constantly complaining to the coach. He comforts the many students, reminding them to rest in the shade after running, not to sit down immediately, and not to drink cold water. Jiang Inglian is in the sunlight, irritably tugging at his collar, and panting heavily. The classmates beside him think he's crazy for running so fast while sick. Di-Cheer, ahead, looks back at Jiang Yinglian. He indeed didn't obediently take sick leave to rest. She notices his back is soaked through and worries he'll catch a cold. She then turns and runs upstairs to get him clothes. Luckily, she brought a change of clothes when leaving home. In the classroom, people are sitting and chatting leisurely. The purple-haired girl is glad she skipped PE class on such a hot day. The ponytailed girl opposite refuses to skip next time. This semester, they finally have the same class as Class A, and she wants to see more Jiang Yinglian. The girl standing by the window suddenly calls everyone over. She spotted a girl downstairs who looks like Di-Cheer. The girl beside her looks at the two messy pigtails and agrees with the guess. Everyone speculates that Di-Cheer might have forgotten something and returned to the school building. The girl at the window thinks she's quite cute, but has a very deep scheming nature. Baikuan looks at the book in her hand, listening to the discussion by the window. The yellow-haired girl lowers her head and speaks up. She has an idea. On the seats, Jiang Yinglian and a classmate are resting. The classmate beside him is moaning continuously, saying if he were Jiang Yinglian, he would have taken sick leave and skipped class. But Jiang Yinglian brings water to his lips, saying some exercise will make him feel better. The boy looks at him sympathetically, thinking he must be very uncomfortable holding out for so long without telling them. But Jiang Yinglian thinks he's talking about the fever. He only started having a fever when he woke up this morning. Hearing the boy mention Di-Cheer, he wonders curiously what's wrong with her. Outside the classroom, a girl is talking to a boy in front of her. They are both being polite and deferential to each other. Then the girl turns and waves goodbye as she leaves. Zixuan, holding his textbooks, looks at the time on his watch. Calculating that class is about to end, he plans to get up and look for Yinglian. Turning his head, he sees Di-Cheer running with clothes in her arms. A girl from upstairs calls out to Di-Cheer. Just as she's confused and looking for who's calling her, the next second, a bucket of water is poured on her head. The surrounding classmates notice the commotion and start whispering among themselves. As they're discussing whether to approach, Jiang Yinglian quickly puts his jacket over Di-Cheer's head. Then he grabs her hand and walks forward. He turns his head to glare at the perpetrators upstairs. The two girls quickly hide. That day, the only one who came to Di-Cheer's side through the crowded onlookers was Jiang Yinglian. Zhang Zixuan also looks up at this moment, his eyes widening in shock. The scene changes. Anshin opens the door, carrying food. Seeing the two brothers in the living room, she wonders where Xiao Qian is. Zixuan explains that she's in her room doing homework. Looking at these sensible children, Anshin is relieved that she doesn't have to worry about them at all. She then asks how Yinglian is feeling. He tells her not to worry, he's much better. Then Anshin goes upstairs. She wants to check on Xiao Qian. After opening the door, she sees her sitting at the desk studying. She excitedly calls out to Xiao Qian. She turns her head to look at Anshin, who has returned, equally delighted. Anshin wonders why her nose is red. Di-Cheer explains that she might have washed her face too vigorously. Zixuan calls out to Yinglian, who has a book covering his face, telling him not to blame himself alone. Yinglian removes the book and sits up. He asks if his brother has mind-reading abilities. Zixuan says he just knows him very well. But Jiang Yinglian closes his eyes in thought. He was too slow to notice. He had no idea before this incident happened. Zixuan comforts him, saying not to regret it now. If this is just the beginning, then they'll have to protect Xiao Qian from now on. Jiang Yinglian recalls that she doesn't have many acquaintances here and isn't an outgoing person in class. He wonders why such a thing suddenly happened. He must find out who's behind this. Zixuan advises Yinglian not to look so worried, as his mother would immediately notice. He then calls out to his mom upstairs that it's time to come down and make dinner. Jiang Yinglian remembers holding Di-Cheer's hand at that time. Her eyes were wet with tears, but she asked him not to tell Anshin about this. Jiang Yinglian's call comes from outside the door. She comes to the doorway and looks at Di-Cheer at the desk. Then he hands her the physics test paper. He can't solve the last big question, but Xiao Qian declares that tutoring costs 100 per hour. Watching Jiang Yinglian open the door and leave, she quickly explains that she was just joking. Anshin pokes her head out from behind the wall. She wants Zixuan to help her look at two pieces of clothing. There's a noise from the living room. Zixuan sees Yinglian moving a table in the living room. He wonders what he's moving the table for. Jiang Yinglian, without looking back, lifts the table, saying he's going to find Di-Cheer for tutoring. Watching Yinglian insist on going upstairs, Zhang Zixuan thinks it's fine. Di-Cheer looks at Jiang Yinglian in front of her, who has his hands on his head. She asks if his fever has gone down. Then she hands him her notes and answers, asking if there's anything he doesn't understand. Jiang Yinglian sits at the desk, wondering why she doesn't turn on the main light. Di thinks this light is quite comfortable for doing homework. She then gets up and turns on the light. The whole room instantly brightens up. Jiang Yinglian looks at her red face and red nose, lowering his head in silence. She suggests if he wants to see something. The next second, she takes out her middle school student ID. Looking at the young Jiang Yinglian in the photo, Di bursts into laughter. Recalling that time, Jiang Yinglian's hair had grown long enough to cover his eyes. And Yin warns her that there will be an appearance check later. He assures her that he can fix her bangs, patting his chest confidently. He also guarantees that he's always been in charge of Haojun from the next class. While Yin is trimming her bangs, a classmate nearby comes to borrow a comb. As he turns his head to hand over the comb, Yin accidentally cuts Jiang Yinglian's bangs badly. Looking at the now uneven bangs, Yin breaks into a cold sweat and looks at Jiang Yinglian awkwardly. He quickly comforts him, saying hair grows back fast. Jiang Yinglian is so handsome, people only need to look at his face anyway. At this moment, the homeroom teacher enters the classroom with books. He announces that they'll be taking student ID photos the day after tomorrow. Everyone should remember to wear their summer school uniforms. Jiang Yinglian grabs his collar with an expressionless face. After saying this, seeing Xiao Qian laughing to tears in front of him, he realizes it was Yin's handiwork. It's such a stark contrast to how he looks now. Jiang Yinglian sits cross-legged, resting his face on his hand, looking at Xiao Qian. He thinks she looks much better when she smiles, but Di insists she's always smiling. Jiang Yinglian quips that she'd better not smile, as her forced smile looks awkward. Di taps his head with a pen, telling him to hurry up and write the test paper. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian asks her to show her student ID card too, but Xiao Qi'er refuses his request. He insists it's only fair, saying she needs to compensate him. Then, reluctantly and strangely, she takes out her student ID, but she still won't let go of it. She's afraid he'll mock her. Jiang Yinglian assures her not to worry. He will definitely mock her. He then snatches the photo from her hand. Di panics, looking at him holding her photo, shouting at him not to look. He reaches out to hook her hand, but Jiang Yinglian raises his hand, not letting her reach it. She anxiously looks at his lowered hand, wondering if he's already seen it. Di stares at Jiang Yinglian in front of her. Realizing they're too close, his face suddenly turns red. She turns her face away, not daring to make eye contact anymore. Suddenly, Di tells Jiang Yinglian to look up. Then she lunges for the photo in his hand, but he easily dodges. Jiang Yinglian immediately turns around and starts examining the photo, teasing her. Di with a gloomy face, shouts that this is why she didn't want to show him. Jiang Yinglian looks at the photo in his hand, wondering who the girl in it is. Then he decides to keep the photo for himself. The sound of a door closing is heard behind him. Jiang Yinglian holds his head where it was hit. He doesn't care about this rude idiot. Looking down at the photo in his hand, he thinks it's quite pretty. At school, the teacher holds textbooks and looks at the students in front of her. She calls for the students from Class A to come over. Seeing Di and Jiang Yinglian in the stairwell, she wants them to go to the office to help her get some workbooks. Then she looks at the two helplessly, saying she's new and hasn't memorized the students' names yet. But she recognizes this boy at a glance. His striking appearance is impressive. Then she says goodbye to the two and leaves. Di praises the teacher as a great beauty. Jiang Yinglian tells her to go to class first. He'll go help get the workbooks. Seeing Jiang Yinglian's enthusiasm, she mocks him for only listening to beautiful women. Jiang Yinglian tugs at her hair, saying he just doesn't want her to do physical labor. Watching him turn and leave, Di offers to help, but he directly refuses. He reassures her that he'll be back soon. Di slows her pace, waiting. The surrounding classmates see her walking alone and whisper among themselves. Di is still wondering why he hasn't come back yet. Arriving at the classroom door, she hears classmates inside discussing her. Di stops at the doorway, thinking for a moment. Then she opens the door and shouts that things aren't like that. She explains to her classmates that she has never hurt anyone, and these are all rumors. A boy nearby had already warned others not to gossip. He didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. Jiang Yinglian's concerned voice comes from behind. He asks why she's standing there in a daze instead of going in. The classmates inside look at the two and comment that both protagonists have arrived. A girl in the class reminds Jiang Yinglian about the rumors outside. He turns his head and says he knows about these things. Didn't Di just clarify this matter? He looks at everyone and speaks. Although they haven't known each other for long, everyone should have interacted with her. He hopes everyone has a good understanding and doesn't listen to random fabrications from outside. There's no need to learn about a person from others' mouths. Everyone looks at Jiang Inglian approvingly. At this moment, she expresses her opinion, thinking that Di Qi'er is a very nice person. As for her bullying others, she doesn't have the guts to do that. A male classmate nearby chuckles softly. He thinks their auras are very compatible. At the same time, he waves at Di Qi'er, saying he believes in her character. He's known Jiang Inglian for a long time, and they'll trust whoever Jiang Inglian trusts. Di Qi'er then smiles shyly, quickly thanking him. Seeing how cute she is, others also choose to believe her. Everyone still has one doubt, which is whether the two of them really live together. But Jiang Inglian frankly admits it the next second. The others are collectively shocked. This is too explosive. They immediately grab Jiang Inglian. Di Qi'er covers her ears tightly as instructed. Then the boys in the class start questioning. Jiang Inglian sits on the chair with a very pained expression. He thinks these people have really gone crazy. Di Qi'er is still sitting nearby. A female classmate behind her pats her shoulder, sincerely apologizing for not asking about this matter before. Xiao Qi'er smiles in response. They're fine with it now. The female classmate in front strokes her chin, guessing who could be so mean-spirited to spread rumors behind their backs and do such excessive things. Looking at the chattering girls opposite, Di Qi'er asks curiously if Jiang Inglian's popularity is really that high. Then, she's startled by the high-pitched screams from the girls. It's really beyond imagination. To sum it up, Di Qi'er is the first person to cross Bai Quan and get close to Jiang Inglian. Looking at the classmates discussing playing together, she realizes that she's actually living with such an impressive person. Recalling her impression of Jiang Inglian, the him in her classmates' eyes seems quite different from the him in her eyes. The Jiang Inglian in her eyes cares about family and friends, isn't aloof at all, and often gets shy when he can't handle sudden compliments. Looking at Jiang Inglian in front of her, Di Qi'er feels that he does seem to have something different from others. He's an existence that can't be ignored. Di Qi'er looks at her watch. It's their class's turn for duty this week. She needs to finish her duties before morning reading. Her responsible area is the passage by the sports field. This area is easy to clean. At this time, the sound of boys playing on the field attracts her attention. Di Qi'er can't help but stop to watch, and she sees Jiang Inglian among the crowd. He looks a bit different. He smiles a lot when playing, but he's not like this when chatting with her normally. Di Qi'er watches Jiang Inglian from afar and feels happy for him. Just as she starts to clean seriously, she suddenly hears cat meows from a distance. This piques Di Qi'er's interest. She stops cleaning and follows the sound. She sees Bai Quan leisurely squatting nearby with a white cat at his feet. Di Qi'er finds the cat very cute. Bai Quan tells Di Qi'er that this might be a stray cat. They both look at the kitten, liking it very much. In Di Qi'er's eyes, this cat is as beautiful as Bai Quan. Hearing her evaluate him like this, Bai Quan looks at Di Qi'er. He tells her that he's heard those rumors and has been helping to clarify the facts for Di Qi'er. Dai Qia Laos. She's never taken these rumors seriously. Besides, she's already clarified the rumors herself. The school's preparatory bell interrupts their conversation. Di Qi'er has to go return the broom first. Bai Quan stays where he is, watching her leave. Di Qi'er suddenly turns back, expressing her gratitude to him. She's very grateful that Bai Quan helped clarify those rumors for her. Bai Quan looks at him, feeling a mix of emotions. The person stuck in the quagmire is thanking the bystander who's on dry land. He can't help but curse the other person silently, thinking they're such a foolish person. Just as Bai Quan is about to get up and leave, a few delinquent youths walk over. They plan to smoke here. A blue-haired boy looks at Bai Quan, his peripheral vision sweeping behind him. He also notices the white cat, sitting there all alone and helpless. Early the next morning, Bai Quan puts down a box of cat food, as usual. However, he finds that no matter how much he calls, the cat doesn't respond at all. After school, Di Qi'er and Jiang Inglian are about to go home together when they hear Yin calling from behind. It turns out that Yin has also heard about Di Qi'er being wrongly accused. He feels very angry about Di Qi'er's situation. But looking at Di Qi'er's retreating figure, Yin feels that she doesn't seem to be affected. Jiang Inglian sighs and tells him that Di Qi'er won't show it. She's very strong-willed. After hearing this, Yin suddenly becomes dejected. He accuses Jiang Yinglian of being domineering, saying that no matter who he likes, they all revolve around Jiang Yinglian. Last time Bai Quan went to Jiang Yinglian's house, he didn't call him. He had seen Bai Quan's family car parked at Jiang Yinglian's doorstep. Jiang Yinglian then remembers that he did indeed see a white car. At the time, he just thought it was a bit suspicious. So he turns to Yin, confirming the identity of the car again. The other person gives an affirmative response. Recalling the previous incident with Bai Quan, Jiang Yinglian is suddenly shocked. Meanwhile, on the other side, a male student gives Di Cheer a gift box. It's a gift that everyone chose together for her. It's because of the previous rumor incident. They want to apologize to Di Cheer. Then they hand the gift box to Di Cheer, hoping she can forgive them. Di Cheer smiles shyly. Seeing everyone's sincerity, she has no choice but to accept the gift. Then she sits back in her seat and starts searching for her textbook in the desk drawer. Suddenly, she feels something fluffy. Di Cheer is very curious about what it is, so she bends down to check, but is startled by what she sees inside and screams. Jiang Yinglian and Yin, who are outside the door, hear the scream and immediately poke their heads in to look at Di Cheer, asking her what happened. They see the white cat lying on the desk, covered in wounds, looking very pitiful. Soon after, the teacher pushes open the classroom door and walks in. Seeing the students discussing in a frenzy, he asks everyone to return to their seats. Looking at the tidy classroom, he notices that 2 students are missing. It seems they've skipped class. Just as he's puzzling over this, a student tells him that something big has happened in the classroom. Di Cheer and Jiang Yinglian arrive at the infirmary. After examination, the doctor tells them that the cat's superficial wounds are not serious. But looking at the cat lying there, Di Cheer knows it must have been thrown hard. So she goes to the bathroom, using the sound of the faucet to cover her crying. After composing herself and coming out, Jiang Yinglian tells her that the cat needs to stay here for further treatment. Di Cheer leans on his shoulder, saying directly that she doesn't want to go back to school today. Jiang Yinglian pulls her into an embrace, comforting her that everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Di Cheer's guardian also receives a phone call. Her pupils dilate as she learns about the situation. On the other side, Zhang Zixuan also receives a message from Jiang Yinglian, curious about why they're not in class. At this moment, Di Cheer is leaning on Jiang Yinglian's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, it's already night. Jiang Yinglian receives a call from the hospital, telling him that the cat has completed its treatment. So she gets up to look for Di Cheer, planning to accompany her to the hospital to pick up the cat. But no matter how much she knocks, there's no response. Jiang Yinglian worries that something might have happened to her, so she pushes the door open and enters. However, she finds that Di Cheer has already disappeared. At this moment, Di Cheer calls, telling her that she's already in the West City, wanting to go out for some fresh air, and asks if she can bring her something to eat. Jiang Yinglian tells her to wait where she is, saying she'll come find Di Cheer herself. Di Cheer doesn't understand why he insists on coming to find her. Jiang Yinglian scolds her for going out without her wallet. This makes Di Cheer very annoyed. She denies being that stupid. But when it's time to pay, she realizes she really didn't bring her wallet. Now she can't leave. The server notices Di Cheer's troubled expression and suggests she pay by scanning a QR code. Di Cheer breaks out in a cold sweat. She hasn't linked her bank card, so she can't pay that way either. There's a long queue behind her, with people constantly urging her to pay quickly. To avoid causing trouble for those behind her, Di Cheer can only push the items back to the server, intending to give up on the purchase. However, at this moment, a boy wearing a hat suddenly appears behind Di Cheer and pays for her. Di Cheer looks at his profile, wondering who this person is. Why is he helping her? After the young man's help, they finally walk out of the supermarket. The crowd outside is bustling. The young man adjusts his hat and looks at Di Cheer, asking if she's waiting for someone. Di Cheer tells him she is indeed waiting for a friend. She thanks him for what just happened. Then she happily looks at the young man, wanting him to leave his contact information so she can pay him back later. The young man smiles and declines Di Cheer's goodwill, saying it was just a small gesture and there's no need to make a big deal out of it. However, Di Cheer doesn't want to take advantage of him and insists on getting his contact information. The young man feels a bit helpless, thinking she's trying to hit on him. As they continue to argue, Jiang Yinglian arrives on his bicycle. He immediately recognizes the young man as his old friend Zhui Yang. Zhui Yang greets him with a smile when he sees him. It's been too long since they last met. Di Qi'er looks at the two of them in confusion, wondering when they got to know each other. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yinglian tells Zhui Yang that he's here to take Di Qi'er home. Zhui Yang is shocked upon hearing this. He looks at Di Qi'er curiously, thinking she's Jiang Yinglian's girlfriend. Di Qi'er immediately explains that they just live together. They haven't done anything inappropriate. Zhui Yang can't help but laugh, finding the girl in front of him quite interesting. So he asks for her name. Di Qi'er knows she can't refuse, so she tells him her name. At this point, Jiang Yinglian interrupts them, inviting Zhui Yang to meet up with them when he has time. Zhui Yang looks at Jiang Yinglian. He feels that his good friend has changed a lot, while he himself has remained stagnant. Because he never forces anything, Jiang Yinglian wants to advise him, but he doesn't want to continue the conversation. He turns to leave. As for the money he paid for Di Qi'er, if they have a chance to meet in the future, he hopes Di Qi'er can treat him to a milk tea. After saying goodbye to the two, Zhui Yang leans against the wall alone, lighting a cigarette with a heavy heart. He knows he's beyond help, and there's no chance to turn things around. Then he throws the cigarette but into the trash can and starts walking home. After returning home, his father smells the cigarette on him from afar and asks if something happened. After receiving a negative response, his father invites him to sit down and talk. He wants to discuss school matters. However, Zhui Yang declines. He's not interested in his father's school stories. Just as he's about to leave, he suddenly hears his father tell him that Di Qi'er is being bullied by classmates. Someone reported that Bai Quan is the mastermind behind it. Zhui Yang is shocked after hearing this. He never imagined such a thing could happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yinglian is riding a bicycle, taking Di Qi'er forward. Di Qi'er tells Jiang Yinglian that the atmosphere between him and Zhui Yang earlier scared her. Moreover, Jiang Yinglian's silence along the way makes her more certain that they must be hiding something from her. In no time, they arrive at the ice cream shop. Jiang Yinglian looks at Di Qi'er, thinking she's still too optimistic. However, Di Qi'er has a different view. She believes that answers can't be obtained through anxiety. Jiang Yinglian's face darkens. He doesn't want Di Qi'er to hide her emotions in front of him. Di Qi'er doesn't understand his intention, so she changes the subject, telling him that the coffee shop next door isn't bad either. Jiang Yinglian feels confused. He doesn't remember Di Qi'er ever going there. Faced with his questioning, Di Qi'er almost mentions Bai Quan's matter. She then pretends to bump into something, trying to brush it off. Seeing her action, Jiang Yinglian feels a bit speechless and directly asks if she knows who's behind the rumors. Di Qi'er suddenly raises her head. She also wants to know who's framing her. Seeing her mouth full of food, Jiang Yinglian immediately pulls out a tissue and covers her mouth. Then he quickly withdraws his hand, his eyes full of disgust, telling her to clean herself up. After cleaning up the crumbs around her mouth, Di Qi'er asks Jiang Yinglian again who's slandering her. At the same time, Bai Quan arrives at the shop entrance. He pushes open the coffee shop door and walks in. The waiter, seeing his appearance, can't help but secretly praise him, then starts to arrange a free seat. But Bai Quan declines, saying his friend has already reserved a seat. As they're talking, Bai Quan notices someone greeting him from behind. He immediately walks over and sits opposite the person, joking that he can't believe they invited him out. Sitting across from him is Zhang Zixuan, his childhood playmate. A freshly ordered red tea is placed on the table. Bai Quan picks up the red tea, wondering what the other person wants. Zhang Zixuan looks at him seriously, saying he doesn't like beating around the bush. The next question he asks stuns Bai Quan. He's surprised that brother Zixuan knows he knows Di Qi'er. He saw them at the shop after school a while ago. Bai Quan also admits that he knows Xiao Qi'er. He's quite interested in her. Zhang Zixuan can't help but smile, continuing to probe. How would you explain that day? The day Di Qi'er was splashed with water. He saw it was Nana who did it. She left the windowsill in a panic at that time. Bai Quan remains calm, saying he has no connection with that person. But aren't Bai Quan and him good friends? He remembers they were often together since middle school. Bai Quan breaks into a cold sweat looking at Zhang Zixuan. Why is he saying such confusing things? These matters have nothing to do with him. But Zhang Zixuan tells him to stop. Yinglian and Qi'er have already taken the injured cat to the hospital. Bai Quan clutches his chest in shock. What does he mean by injured cat? He didn't do that. Then he immediately covers his mouth. But Zhang Zixuan catches the important information. So, everything else was done by you guys, right? Zixuan senses that there are others involved in the prank, feeling that the matter has become more serious. He lowers his head in thought. He should have met with Bai Quan earlier. Perhaps things wouldn't have developed to this point. He doesn't want to interfere in their issues, but he doesn't want Di Cheer to be hurt anymore. The appearance of the white dress has made this matter too tricky. Looking at the red tea on the table, Zhang Zishuan knows they haven't really moved on from the past. But let's end it here. In his memory, the woman in high heels asks him to greet his grandmother. The elderly person in front kindly asks for her name. The answer is Zhui Yang. The elder likes this child very much. He speaks up, wanting to keep Zhui Yang. The woman beside him is also very happy to hear this. They can be with Dad now. The elder lowers his head at this moment, coldly responding that only Yang can stay. A group of elementary school students stand in front of the bus. They happily share their joy with their companions. Anian stands to the side with something on his mind. The elementary school graduation trip is going to be a beach camping trip. Bai Quan in front notices his dejection and quickly speaks up to comfort him, telling him to cheer up. They still need to encourage Yang together. At this moment, the teacher's call comes. It's time for them to gather and board the bus. He tells the children to get on the bus and not move around, as he still needs to count the number of people. The children lining up think Teacher Yi seems more like a mother than usual. Bai Quan and Anian, sitting in their seats, look up puzzled. They get up and go to Yang's side, asking if he's carsick. Didn't they agree to sit in the back row together? Anian gently explains to them that he stayed up too late reading comics and is still very sleepy. They can play games in a while. He can sleep here for a bit. Teacher Yi comes from behind to organize the aisle. He tells the two to move in quickly, as there are still many people who haven't boarded. Bai Quan can only wave goodbye, telling Yang to rest well before heading to the back of the bus. The children in the back seats happily play games together. The bus drives slowly on the road. After arriving at the rest stop, Teacher Yi instructs the students not to run around everywhere. They should finish their business quickly and come back. On the other side, Jiang Yinglian is filling hot water. Unexpectedly, she overhears two teachers gossiping. She lowers her head and listens to them discussing Yang's situation. It turns out his mother is not recognized. Jiang Yinglian turns her head and silently listens for more information. She hears that Yang's mother was the third party at the time, causing a scene at the Zhou family. The grandmother didn't want to make a big deal out of it and gave money for the mother to leave. Now his father is already Mr. Zhou, the head of the high school department. Just as the two are getting more and more excited in their conversation, Jiang Yinglian raises her hand and splashes water towards the complaining teacher. The teacher shouts in surprise and angrily asks which class she's from. Jiang Yinglian turns her head, not panicking at all. She says they can call her class 4's Wu Yanzu. Then, with a serious expression, she questions them, saying it's not good to gossip about others behind their backs, especially with students around. The two, caught red-handed, hurriedly explain that they were just trying to understand the students' situations. Jiang Yinglian responds seriously, asking if teachers don't teach them to be upright and honest. The two quickly declare that they just feel sorry for the child and have no ill intentions. Jiang Yinglian, holding her water cup, speaks righteously. She says she can hear teachers speaking ill of her good friend, then turns to leave. Turning her head to glance at the two, she says she'll give 10 points for next week's classroom evaluation. The two, still in their internship period, feel like the sky is falling. Bai Quan and Anian notice Jiang Yinglian returning, wondering why it took her so long to get hot water. The three of them had agreed to eat egg rolls together when Yang wakes up. Then they board the bus to continue their journey to the destination. On the beach, everyone happily grills food together. It's their first time having a barbecue by the sea. Teacher Yi keeps reminding them to eat the food only after it's fully cooked. Yang sits alone on the beach behind, watching his classmates having fun together, silently hugging his knees. Jiang Yinglian and the other two come to him, asking what he's doing here. The three try to make suggestions to Yang, but he politely declines, explaining that he feels a bit carsick and wants to rest. Anian tells him to go inside and rest. Bai Quan also shows concern. He waves goodbye to everyone and walks towards the house for lunch. The three watch Yang's lonely figure. They know he just wants to be alone. Bai Quan ponders how to cheer him up. Jiang Yinglian suggests letting him be alone for a while. Upon hearing this, the two immediately criticize her for being cold-hearted. Keeping his troubles to himself will only make him feel worse. The two quickly think about things that could make Yang happy. Soon, they reach a consensus and excitedly decide on a plan of action. Children play happily on the beach. Yang lies on the bed in the house, lost in thought. At night, on the rocks by the sea, Bai Quan sits next to Yang, looking at the waves. Yinglian and the others will be here soon. Yang is confused, wondering why they brought him out here. here. Bai Quan stares at him and then lowers his head. Everyone is worried because he's been so listless lately. They look at the quiet sea. No matter what happens, they hope he can be happy. Yang thinks for a moment, then lowers his head and speaks. At the time, he thought it would be easier if his mom was with his dad. But his mom didn't even say goodbye before leaving him here. Perhaps to her, he was something that could be easily abandoned. Bai Quan looks at him with sympathy. No one will leave him. He's usually as bright as a little sun, and everyone likes Yang. He's important to all of them. Jiang Yinglian and Anian rush over carrying fireworks. They worry about getting punished if discovered. Anian feels that Bai Quan treats Yang differently from them. Jiang Yinglian thinks it's not strange, given how much he likes Yang. Jiang Yinglian looks at the two on the distant rocks and the sea. She feels like the waves are getting bigger. Yang, with his back to Bai Quan, watches the waves. His mom said she loved him before she left. He wonders what meaning like and love have for him. These words feel completely unreal. Bai Quan hurriedly explains that he's not lying. He never lies in front of him. Everyone really likes him. Bai Quan stares at Yang with wide eyes. He just said he doesn't need it. Then he throws a shell at Yang's silhouette. He's such an unreasonable guy. Everyone's been trying to find topics to approach him. They think of Yang for everything. Even tonight, they wanted to set off fireworks to surprise him. He rushes to Yang's side, explaining. Everyone hopes he can be okay. He really wants him to cheer up and not ignore everyone. Bai Quan comes in front of Yang, continuing to persuade him. Even if he keeps being depressed, his mom won't come back. After saying this, Bai Quan realizes he got carried away. He lowers his head, knowing he said too much. Then he reaches out to grab Yang's hand to explain. But Yang raises his hand and shakes off Bai Quan's grasp. Bai Quan is thrown off balance, stumbling a bit. The waves behind are getting bigger. The next second, he accidentally falls into the sea. Seeing this from afar, Jiang Yinglian quickly gets up, jumps over the railing, and rushes towards the sea. She turns her head, telling Aning to go back quickly and call the teacher. In the water, Bai Quan sinks to the bottom, struggling to surface. He looks around, but can't find Yang. Bai Quan keeps sinking in the sea. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabs him. On the surface, Yang is still desperately calling out, unable to find Bai Quan. He's very anxious. Then he sees Jiang Yinglian dragging Bai Quan out of the sea. He tells Yang to hurry over and help carry him ashore. After reaching the shore, Jiang Yinglian collapses on the beach, exhausted. Yang anxiously asks about the situation nearby. Seeing Bai Quan unresponsive in front of her, Jiang Yinglian decides to perform first aid. She tells Yang to lay Bai Quan face down on his knees, with his head lower than his chest. Yang looks at the still unconscious Bai Quan, tears falling uncontrollably. The panic he felt when his mother died resurfaces. The two little kids were too young and were extremely scared at the time. After finding them, everyone rushes over in a panic. The teacher's scolding voice is continuous. At this moment, Bai Quan finally wakes up. Tears flow from the corners of his eyes. He looks with blurry vision at Jiang Yinglian, who is holding him. The teacher behind them continues to reprimand them. After daybreak, the school calls their parents. But Bai Quan still hasn't shown up. The adults harshly criticize them. Yang remains silent except for apologizing. He keeps his head down, his face full of guilt and determination. Looking at Jiang Yinglian in front of him, he quietly says thank you and doesn't say another word to them. The elementary school graduation trip ends like this. That was also the last time they saw Yang. Thoughts return to the present. Jiang Yinglian raises her hand to put the yogurt in the fridge. Daikier suggests drinking it now. She puts down her bag and asks if they ever tried to find Zhua Yang afterwards. Jiang Yinglian recalls. They even tried to wait at his doorstep, but he still wouldn't come out. Near the end of summer vacation, they heard he had transferred to a school in another city. Jiang Yinglian closes the fridge door. She and Aning were thinking of going to find him. Handing the yogurt to Daikier, she says she didn't expect to run into Yang first. Little Cheer inserts the straw into the yogurt. She thinks Yang is so heartless. Jiang Yinglian nods in agreement, head lowered. He left suddenly without saying anything, gone for 3 years. Daikier looks down at the yogurt in her hand, pondering how cruel he was to himself. Settled in a new environment by his mom, and accidentally pushing his good friend into the sea. It was a time when he needed comfort and forgiveness. But out of fear, he took all the responsibility and hid away. The more they cared, the more you would blame yourselves. Daikier looks up at Jiang Yinglian. His situation was more difficult than they imagined. She guesses it must have taken a lot of courage for him to return to this place. place. But Daikir looks at her seriously, feeling that he truly cherishes them. The next second, she moves close to Jiang Yinglian, just like before. Let's make up quickly. Jiang Yinglian reaches out to ruffle her hair. The sudden approach startles her. She always cares more about others' affairs than her own. Daikir and Jiang Yinglian argue emotionally. This isn't the time to think about others. She'll handle her own matters. Daikir is happy that she's listening to what she's saying. She smiles with a red face, cheering her on. This way, when Baikwan and Anian know she's here, they'll surely be very happy too. Then she remembers something else she wants to ask. Jiang Yinglian sees her mischievous smile and senses something's off. The next second, Daikir drops a bombshell. Does he like Baikwan? The other person is so shocked she spits out her yogurt. She wonders why Daikir is asking such a strange question. It's absolutely impossible. She explains that she and Baikwan are childhood friends who grew up together. And that's not her type anyway. Thinking that someone as excellent as Baikwan doesn't catch Jiang Yinglian's eye, Daikir feels her standards are too high. Then she wonders what kind of girl she likes. Jiang Yinglian stares at her and starts describing her ideal type. After the last sentence, Daikir is a bit confused. Isn't she describing herself? Jiang Yinglian immediately denies all those requirements. Daikir clutches her stricken heart. She glares at this annoying person in front of her. She would never be with him. Jiang Yinglian scornfully mocks that she doesn't know which unfortunate person would like her. Suddenly, Jiang Yinglian leans close to Daikir. She asks what she wants her to do. In the office, two women look at the glass door. The director is still working overtime. Could it be that the leaders weren't satisfied with today's meeting? The other thinks it's because of that phone call. In the classroom, Jiang Yinglian wonders if there was physics homework last night. A classmate explains that they messaged her about it yesterday. Then, Jiang Yinglian turns to look at Daikir. Did she do the physics homework? She replies that it was Jiang Yinglian who reminded her to do it. A helpful classmate nearby offers to lend her homework to copy, but is rejected because her handwriting is harder to read than the problems themselves. Jiang Yinglian turns back to look at Daikir's light chuckle. That smile is more troublesome than all the difficult problems and troubles. Anian catches Jiang Yinglian, who hasn't fallen yet, wanting her to accompany him to the school store during break to buy snacks. Anian looks at Jiang Yinglian beside him, wanting to know where they'll go play together during the October holiday. Jiang Yinglian ponders for a moment before answering, the library. She thinks about how her bet with Daikir has just begun and can't help but sigh. Anian angrily tells her to bring Daikir along. It's a good chance to connect and get closer. They agree to contact each other then. A man brushes past Jiang Yinglian. He turns his head and calls her name. The two look at the unfamiliar man before them. He explains that they all know him. After all, a high school boy living with a female classmate is quite rare. Anian glares at them from behind. What's with that sarcastic tone? Jiang Yinglian holds Anian back, wondering what the man wants. The man raises his hand, telling them not to be nervous. He's just greeting the girl who lives with him. He heard yesterday's incident was quite big. They didn't expect it at the time. Jiang Yinglian glares at them with a stern face. So they were the ones who let the cat in. The man admits it, but before he can finish speaking, Jiang Yinglian punches him in the face. Two women upstairs notice the commotion. One pulls the other to look downstairs. Anshin walks towards the teaching building carrying a briefcase. The two wonder if the school has such a beautiful teacher. They feel like they've seen her somewhere before. Someone runs into the classroom shouting that something big has happened. Everyone looks at him puzzled. Unexpectedly, he says Jiang Yinglian got into a fight. Anian's voice comes from the teaching building. He tells the other person to hold back a bit, asking if they want to knock someone out. Jiang Yinglian sits opposite, looking at her phone. She says if she really wanted to knock someone out, she'd aim for the chin. Daikir holds the phone. She anxiously asks where Jiang Yinglian is. The answer is the equipment room on the first floor. She tells them to stop messing around and that they're heading back to the classroom. The next second, the door opens. Daikir appears at the doorway, holding the phone. Anian senses the atmosphere isn't good and quickly slips away. Then Daikir turns to glare at Jiang Yinglian. What fight? Her face is all bruised. She explains Jiang Yinglian struck first, but the other side might play the victim card. Jiang Yinglian recalls what happened earlier and the cat lying in the hospital. She can't help but get angry. She explains that by the time she realized it, her fist had already swung out. Daikir lowers her head, feeling guilty that she doesn't want the other person to get hurt because of her. She worries the wound is serious and suggests going to the infirmary to treat it. Jiang Yinglian looks at Daikir with tears in her eyes. She doesn't want her to have that expression. Then she pinches her face, saying she doesn't hurt anywhere now. Don't worry, it's fine. Besides, seeing her chubby face makes all the anger disappear. The next second, Daikir bites her arm, angrily calling her a big idiot. In the office, Aunt Shin sits on the sofa, speaking up for Daikir. Principal Zhua sits opposite, head lowered in shame. He asks for some time, assuring that the school won't ignore such matters. But what he didn't expect was that after the Yang incident, they would meet again in this way. Aunt Chun is very angry. This is a school. Children not only need to study here, but the school should also protect their physical and mental health. In her heart, she is Daikir's guardian and must protect her. When such serious incidents happen on campus, both parents and the school should reflect. The students who did bad things behind the scenes should face consequences for their actions. Aunt Shin angrily points out to the principal that the school must give her an explanation quickly. Just then, a student hurriedly pushes open the door and shouts that something has happened in the first-year high school again. There's a fight in the corridor. Seeing a parent in the office, the student apologizes embarrassedly for interrupting the principal's conversation with the parent. Aunt Shin responds that it's okay. The principal thinks to himself that this batch of students is really troublesome. The student asks who's fighting. The student scratches his head and tells the principal it's still those problematic students. But unlike before, someone from Class A is involved in the fight. His name is Jiang Inglian. Hearing this name, Aunt Shin recalls her child who learned Sanda since childhood. She anxiously asks the student if Jiang Inglian got physical and how those kids are doing. The student replies that those classmates are all in the infirmary. If needed, they'll be transferred to a big hospital. After reporting the situation of those involved in the fight, the student is about to leave. The principal instructs him to bring those people to the office when they come out of the infirmary. He wants to have a good talk with them. After the student leaves, the office falls into awkwardness. Aunt Shin believes Jiang Inglian did something wrong. Although they should treat everyone equally, she knows her child well. Inglian is definitely not someone who would cause trouble. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The principal also believes in Jiang Inglian's character. She regretfully talks about her own child, who didn't play with Inglian for all 3 years of middle school. Hearing this, Aunt Shun is very concerned about Yi Yang's situation. The principal looks out the window. He mentions that his child has returned to school, guessing that the other party is determined to face past events. Yi Yang is a very smart child but never lets anyone into his heart. The principal self-mockingly points out that although he gets along well with Yi Yang as the school's guidance counselor, he can't handle his own child's affairs well. For Yi Yang, he might not be an excellent father. The principal falls into memories. The first person to rush up and hug Jiang Inglian back then was Aunt Shun. She hugged Jiang Inglian and kept talking nonstop. Aunt Shun also recalls this incident. She lowers her head and narrates that for her, Jiang Inglian is her child. She has never seen Jiang Inglian as an outsider, although Jiang Inglian has never called her mother from childhood to adulthood. The principal then brings up Daikir's matter. Some students have reported the instigators. The scene changes. At the classroom door, a student shouts Bai Quan's name. Jiang Inglian is looking for her. Bai Quan looks at Jiang Inglian in front of her, worried about why she's injured. But Jiang Inglian doesn't answer. She wants to talk further with Bai Quan. At this moment, behind the blonde girl, people in the classroom start to envy. Everyone wants to talk to Jiang Inglian too. People discuss that Bai Quan is Jiang Inglian's childhood friend, and they no longer have a chance. Daikir is also very cute and lives with Jiang Inglian. They really want to switch identities with her. The blonde girl finally can't bear it. She turns around and shouts that this is Jiang Inglian's business. Why are others gossiping? Unexpectedly, everyone turns to mock her instead. She only revolves around Bai Quan every day, really thinking she's something. The people mocking her gradually walk away. The blonde girl feels it's much quieter now. The scene changes. Bai Quan asks Jiang Inglian if it's about Daikir's matter. She's very surprised. Before she could say anything, the other party already knows. She can't help but feel puzzled. Bai Quan explains that Zhang Zixuan has looked for her. Then she mocks herself. She discovers that when Jiang Inglian calls her name, she can't control her trembling. Bai Quan is very scared. She doesn't know what to do. Sensing Bai Quan's confusion, Jiang Inglian looks up at her, encouraging her to be honest. Daikir is clearly a stranger who suddenly entered our lives. Bai Quan looks at the person in front of her, wondering why Daikir can make Jiang Inglian show such an expression towards her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Inglian directly asks about Daikir's matter, if it's really related to Bai Quan. Bai Quan calmly explains. That day she saw Jiang Inglian, Anian, and Daikir walking side by side together. She recalls her childhood. She thought the four of them would grow up together. As they walked, Young disappeared. Baekwon thought the remaining three would never be apart again. She cherished every moment like grasping at a lifeline. But Daikir appeared. Without any warning, she easily stood beside her friend. For Baekwon, friends are irreplaceable treasures. Too important. But the more she wanted to cherish them, the more it became shackles binding her. Baekwon admits it was she who told people around her that it would be better if Daikir wasn't there. From that sentence on, it was all because of her. Rumors targeting Daikir were everywhere in school. Without Baekwon's knowledge, people bullied Daikir. This wasn't what she wanted. It had already gone far beyond her imagination. Baekwon, in tears, holds Jiang Inglian's hand, begging for forgiveness. She pleads not to be looked at with disappointed eyes. Such a gaze is as terrifying as a death sentence. But Jiang Inglian pulls her hand away. She says she has no right to accept apologies on Daikir's behalf. Xiao Qi'er is the one most hurt. Only he has the right to forgive. Just like Yang, he would only accept Baekwon's apology. Looking at the cold Jiang Inglian, Baekwon questions if Daikir is so important to her, wondering if she has really fallen for him. Jiang Inglian doesn't respond. She mentions that Zhui Yang called last night. The school already knows about Baekwon's matter. Jiang Inglian advises Baekwon to confess early. The school will consider appropriate disciplinary action. Suddenly, a voice saying sorry comes from behind them. Daikir steps forward. Is what was just said true? He leans in to ask Baekwon. Seeing Daikir suddenly appear, Baekwon is stunned. He then questions, was Baekwon's approach just because Jiang Inglian wanted to be friends also fake? Looking at the girl in front of her, Baekwon can't respond. She then turns and runs away. Jiang Inglian is about to chase after Baekwon. Daikir grabs her sleeve. Even if she could catch up to Baekwon now, she definitely wouldn't say anything. Baekwon doesn't want to see Jiang Inglian right now. She touches her neck and apologizes to Daikir. Previously, because she wasn't very sure, she didn't tell him about Baekwon's matter. They also exchanged the drop phone. Xiao Qi'er expresses understanding. Before Baekwon admitted it, it was hard for anyone to believe that the gentle Baekwon would do such a thing. Then he's about to turn back to the classroom. Jiang Inglian looks at Daikir with concern. Why not go back together? Is Xiao Qi'er thinking of pondering alone again? She encourages him to say everything he wants to say. At this moment, Daikir is very emotional. He loudly denounces, why would strangers treat him like this? Don't these immature brats have a conscience? It's really infuriating. He thinks about how Baekwon wants to have Jiang Inglian, but doesn't dare to fight for it, worrying like a lost lamb. Daikir suddenly realizes that Baekwon is like an awkward child. While he was suffering from the harm at school, Baekwon's heart was also enduring torment. At this moment, Baekwon, crying, tells the blonde girl that she wants to admit her mistake voluntarily. Looking at the blonde girl, who doesn't know whether to cry or laugh, she gently comforts her. Baekwon, with tears, says she already knows she was wrong. But facing Daikir, she needs more courage. Fang Shiyu steps forward and points out that things have already developed to this point. Baekwon still hasn't sorted out priorities. Now everyone is facing school discipline. It's not a casual game of king. This matter has caused a huge reaction. Maybe Baekwon will not only face suspension, but in a more serious case, could be expelled from school. The blonde girl asks what this means. Fang Shiyu, hands on hips, looks at the two in front of her. She bluntly says she wants to quit. She's seen enough of this farce. During middle school, there were always voices discussing Baekwon behind her back. Some boys thought Baekwon's test papers were very ordinary. They believed teachers deliberately gave her high scores just to curry favor with her. Girls gathered around whispering. Yesterday, someone from the next class confessed to Baekwon. Not only is Baekwon good-looking, but her family background is excellent. It feels like the whole world revolves around her. Everyone complains about how big the gap between people is. The girls then think about how Baekwon doesn't have many friends. The scene changes. The blonde girl is questioning Fang Shiyu. The three of them have been behind the incident from the beginning, but now they want to walk away unscathed. Hearing the accusation, Fang Shiyu sighs. She folds her arms and asks what she has done to Daikir. Did she smear him or lay hands on him? The blonde girl is too angry to speak. Fang Shiyu continues, saying she's just a bystander. Only Baekwon is at the center of the incident. What she just said was only to scare everyone. But it doesn't work on Baekwon. Not only will the school not easily punish her, but her family will also clean up the mess. They won't let it go unattended. This way, the incident caused by Baekwon will also be ended by her. It's a good outcome for everyone. The blonde girl accuses Fang Shiyu of being disloyal. but she looks at her coldly. She talks about how number one high school is a school she worked very hard to get into. If Baekwon really saw everyone as friends, she should face the punishment alone, instead of letting everyone be expelled along with her. Fong Shiyu advises the blonde girl to wake up. Baekwon is different from them. If she really faces disciplinary action, none of them can bear such punishment. Unexpectedly, the blonde girl slaps away Fong Shiyu's hand. She'll bear her own responsibilities. She won't transfer her faults to others. The blonde girl turns to look at Baekwon. Don't listen to what others say. If Fong Shiyu wants to leave, let her go. The worst thing was done by herself, so she should bear the responsibility. As long as Baekwon follows behind her, it's fine. Baekwon lowers her head. Silence is complicity. This matter can't be separated from her. She tacitly allowed the incident to happen. This matter is definitely related to her. Fong Shiyu is not wrong. Baekwon touches her eyes and apologizes to the blonde girl. Sorry for involving everyone. She will go to the school herself to explain. The blonde girl interrupts Baekwon in time. She won't let Baekwon bear the mistake alone. Baekwon worries about implicating her friends. She tells the blonde girl that she will talk to her family. The blonde girl's family doesn't need to rush to repay the money. The blonde girl looks at the person in front of her in disbelief. She angrily accuses the other of looking down on her. She's not like others who think Baekwon's family is rich or because of family matters. Then she turns away angrily. Fong Shiyu looks at Baekwon. She knew long ago that this matter would have only two outcomes. Either Daikir would be forced to drop out, or Baekwon would lose to Daikir. Just like now. Then she turns to leave. In the memory, the blonde girl comforts Baekwon. She's not alone. She has always been with Baekwon. Besides, Yin and Jiang Yinglian will always be with Baekwon. Others simply don't understand how good Baekwon is. They don't understand how great a friend Baekwon can be. Fong Shiyu has known the blonde girl for so long, but this is the first time she's seen her argue with Baekwon. The other person asks puzzledly, seeing them argue, is Fong Shiyu happy? Fong Shiyu sighs. She's just very confused. Baekwon actually said such things to her friend, but Fong Shiyu won't tell anyone about what happened. The blonde girl is very strange. Baekwon is clearly not that kind of person. In the memory, the blonde girl pulls the injured Baekwon. You're the new student reporting today, right? The infirmary is just ahead. She says she'll take her there. The blonde girl introduces herself as Nana. From then on, Baekwon and Nana became desk mates. One day, Baekwon overheard classmates discussing Nana's family situation. Her family's business was unable to turn around funds and owed a large debt. And Nana, surprisingly, had become friends with the richest kid in the class. At lunch, Baekwon sees Nana's abundant lunch and compliments how cute her lunch is. Nana explains that except for the fried egg, everything else is leftover from last night. Baekwon is puzzled, thinking the food might be cold. Nana smiles and says it's fine as long as it fills her stomach. When leaving, Baekwon offers to bring lunch for Nana. She waves her hand, refusing. When she returns, Baekwon, panting, stuffs milk into Nana's hand. She happily says these are the last two boxes. Nana drinks the beverage, worrying that if Baekwon keeps staying with her, she'll be gossiped about by classmates. Everyone has already started talking about them, but Baekwon doesn't know. She doesn't care what others say. The Nana she knows, although they were strangers, would still lend a helping hand. Baekwon is glad to be her friend. Nana suddenly realizes Baekwon is not that kind of person at all. Fong Shiyu tilts her head and says, timid, willful, and indecisive people are not suitable to be villains. Baekwon's harsh words must not have come from her heart. She just wanted to stimulate Nana to leave. Baekwon has achieved her goal. Nana finally realizes how slow she has been. She immediately turns and runs back to where she came from. Fong Shiyu watches Nana run away, curious about where she's going. She firmly responds that she's going to find Baekwon. Fong Shiyu anxiously points out that Baekwon is different from everyone else. Even if she goes back, things won't change. Nana turns back to look at Fong Shiyu. She can't abandon a friend who has helped her. Baekwon is her friend. Fong Shiyu holds her head. It's hopeless. Indeed, she doesn't fit in with fools. The broadcast announces for named students to go to the academic affairs office. Daikir, about to push the door open, looks at the male classmate beside her. He asks why she's here. Before Daikir can answer, Jiang Yinglian unhappily asks why he's here. The male classmate explains it's because of fighting. He silently complains, wondering if there's no one from Class A who was called. The male classmate hesitantly touches his neck and apologizes to Daikir. About the cat incident, he's been very regretful since the prank. He's truly sorry for doing such a thing. Seeing Daikir's stunned expression, the male classmate asks Xiaoqi to hit him or scold him. He won't fight back. Unexpectedly, Daikir is very confused. She asks why he would do that. If they use mutual harm to balance things out, she will never forgive herself. Rather than discussing hitting and scolding here, it's better to think about how to solve the problem. Doing this won't change anything. Let's talk about it later. Daikir decides to go find the teacher first. The male classmate says he'll go too. He quietly asks Jiang Yinglian what mistake Daikir made and why she's here. Jiang Yinglian raises her leg to kick the male classmate, urging him to hurry inside. And he shouldn't casually call Daikir by name. Jiang Yinglian looks at everyone in the office, thinking Daikir is here to lead everyone out. At this moment, someone taps her shoulder. Jiang Yinglian turns to find it's Aunt Shun. Just as she's about to call out her name, Aunt Shun quickly gestures for her to be quiet. Jiang Yinglian wonders why she's at school. Aunt Shun questions why she's fighting at school. Are they the ones bullying Daikir? Seeing Jiang Yinglian's confirmation, Aunt Shun gives her a thumbs up. In the office, the teacher angrily crosses his arms, looking at the students before him. He shouts angrily, not only fighting at school, not studying properly, causing trouble all day. The students feel embarrassed inside. In the office, there's also a girl begging the teacher to give some face. In the office, the teacher is still angrily scolding the students. Baikwan and Nana, walking out of the office, see Daikir passing by. The scene changes. The principal turns to look at the people before him. Today, they need to investigate Daikir's matter. Fortunately, all parties involved are now present. This isn't a small matter. Is it really worth settling privately? Outside the office, Jiang Yinglian and Aunt Shun are also silently listening to the office conversation. Daikir is very determined. She wants to settle this privately. Not long ago, Daikir was curious. If she decided to settle privately, would Jiang Yinglian think she's stupid? The other replied, if she had anything to say, she would have said it already. Daikir decides to take a gamble. The principal points out to everyone in the office that whether to reduce the punishment still needs to be discussed by the school. Everyone shouldn't hold on a false hope. Nana raises her hand. She admits that the rumors and water splashing were all her doing. It has absolutely nothing to do with Baikwan. Lon classmate also says he fought and intimidated Daikir. The principal lowers his head. It's too late now. You should have thought about the consequences when you did these things. There's no need to speak for each other. Those who deserve punishment won't escape it. Then the principal sits at the desk. Since Daikir has made up her mind, she should follow her own thoughts. Outside the door, Aunt Shun crosses her arms and questions if this matter is ending just like this. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to rush into the office. Although Daikir is kind-hearted, she herself is not to be trifled with. Jiang Yinglian grabs Aunt Shun's shoulder, worried she might tear down the school, urging her to calm down quickly. Aunt Shun turns back and questions Jiang Yinglian. Can she tolerate this? Although Jiang Yinglian can't accept it either, she recalls that Daikir doesn't want her to interfere in this matter. Jiang Yinglian smiles and sighs, saying that perhaps they've never really understood Daikir. At this moment, the male classmate asks Daikir about the kitten. He decides to adopt it. Daikir refuses. If the male classmate only wants to alleviate some guilt, but isn't prepared for adoption, he should give up on adopting. Nana apologizes to Daikir. She admits she was wrong before and is willing to accept any conditions. Daikir refuses Nana. She turns and invites Baikwan, saying she wants to talk to him alone. The scene changes. The two come under a tree. Baikwan tells Daikir to speak freely. Now it's just the two of them. As Nana said, whatever conditions Daikir sets, Baikwan will fulfill them. Daikir turns and grabs Baikwan's collar. She's furious. She doesn't need compensation or apologies. Whether it's hating him or wanting him to disappear, Daikir wants to hear his true feelings. Baikwan pushes away Daikir's hand. Indeed, he really dislikes her. Baikwan accuses her of suddenly appearing in his life, seemingly always without worries. After experiencing so much, she can still thank him. The more he sees Daikir, the more Baikwan can see that his own heart is full of cowardice. Just like standing in front of Principal Zhuo earlier, he was too nervous to speak, but Daikir was so brave. Baikwan keeps apologizing. He's too envious of her. Bai Quan begs Daikier to scold him harshly or to criticize him. Then he accuses Daikier of still being able to smile at his ugly self. Xiaoqi smiles and hugs Bai Quan. She softly talks about making a bet. Daikier believes in the goodness at the bottom of his heart. For her, Bai Quan also suddenly barged into her life. In this bet, he was her only chip. This bet has already succeeded. Daikier has broken even. In the distance, Zhang Yinglian and Aunt Shun are whispering. Zhang Yinglian accuses her of eavesdropping on others and dragging her along. Aunt Shun explains that she was worried something might happen. She sighs that her children always like to act tough, especially Zhang Yinglian and Daikier. Aunt Shun stretches and prepares to leave. Zhang Yinglian is curious why she doesn't let Daikier know she came. Aunt Shun instructs Yinglian to come home early with Daikier after school. She'll have dinner ready waiting for them. Zhang Yinglian thinks to herself that in this world, perhaps forgiveness has a deeper impact on the heart than punishment. In the distance, Bai Quan is helping Xiaoqi remove a fallen leaf from her head. Xiaoqi jokingly says she's transformed into a little raccoon. On the school's notice board, the disciplinary actions are quickly published. From suspension to writing self-criticisms, everything is as Principal Zhuo said. No one who deserves it can escape. After this incident, that girl called Fang Shiyu was never seen walking together with Bai Quan and the others again. However, once Daikier encountered the girl in the corridor. As she passed by, she told her to eat well. Although there was no eye contact and no emotional fluctuation could be heard, watching the girl's departing figure, this remark left Daikier puzzled. On the weekend, she, Bai Quan, and Su Huan went to the pet hospital to pick up the discharged kitten. At first, the two were still worried, but when they saw Su Huan carefully holding the kitten on his shoulder, their worries were halved. Outside the pet hospital, Su Huan wonders why Daikier doesn't let Bai Quan give her a ride home. But she explains that she and Zhang Yinglian agreed to meet her here. She recalls the other's expression during the fight that day and can't help but joke that Daikier has raised a beast by her side. Remembering how angry the other was for her, Su Huan feels he really cares about Daikier's matters. Zhang Yinglian stops her bicycle, glaring at Su Huan, saying who wants to deal with him. She warns him to stay away from Daikier, then turns and calls out that it's time to go. Daikier and Su Huan awkwardly wave goodbye. Looking at the cute white kitten in the bag, they should head home too. However, what's worth celebrating is that Zhang Yinglian and the other three have finally reconciled. Although they don't know what happened on the day of the reunion. Since then, Zhang Yinglian has been in a good mood. Daikier is genuinely happy to see her cheerful. She's also sincerely happy for her. The second thing worth celebrating is that she and Zhang Yinglian have reached an agreement to get along better in the future. They've agreed that whoever encounters a problem shouldn't bear it alone. Daikier clenches her fist and angrily looks at Zhang Yinglian on the sofa. It's her turn to clean the kitchen today, but the other reluctantly agrees to clean it in a while. Zhang Zixuan looks at Zhang Yinglian lying nearby and reminds her that Daikier is looking for her everywhere. Zhang Yinglian tells Zixuan to let it go. It's Saturday after all. Since they're living together, they don't treat each other as outsiders anymore. This applies to Aunt Shun as well. Although she hasn't said it explicitly, from Zhang Yinglian and Zhang Zixuan's eyes, she feels they seem to have noticed what she hasn't said. Remembering what Aunt Shun said when she first moved in, she can't help but feel guilty. So she's determined not to make Aunt Shun worry about her anymore. Seeing Aunt Chen's failed attempt at cooking, they decide to go upstairs to change clothes and eat out. Back to Daikier's situation. The previous events have put some pressure on her. Not eating well, she suffered from her old stomach problem. While taking medicine, she was caught by Zhang Yinglian. She worries why Daikier didn't tell them about this. But Daikier claims she'll be fine if she takes the medicine on time. Zhang Yinglian helplessly ruffles her hair, telling her to call if she needs anything. Seeing Zhang Yinglian's anxious concern, she finds her so cute. Then she suddenly remembers something. She forgot to tell them that the issue has been resolved. Zhang Yinglian is confused about who they are. Hearing the explanation that it's her mom and good friend, Zhang Yinglian realizes they've been in contact all along. Daikier suddenly suggests taking a selfie with her. She wants to send the photo to her friend, who still doesn't know what Zhang Yinglian looks like. With that, she takes out her phone and starts taking selfies. Looking at the photos in the album, Daikier compliments her photogenic nature, but Zhang Yinglian criticizes her shaky hand while taking photos. The next second, she grabs the phone, pulls Daikier close, and takes a nice photo together. Daikier then recalls meeting Zhuo Yiyang after school once. They exchange greetings for a while. The next moment, she asked if he likes matcha. After getting an affirmative answer, she wondered if he prefers ice blended or milk cap. Zhuo Yang guesses if she wants to treat him. The next second, a matcha ice blended appears in his hand. Daikier smiles and thanks him for the yogurt last time, saying this is a return gift. Then she waves goodbye and leaves. Zhuo Yang is stunned for a moment before smiling. Everything seems to be slowly changing in the direction they hoped for. Principal Zhuo sees his son return and tells him to go to his room to do homework first. But Zhuo Yang calls out to his father, saying he has a request to tell him. On the other side, the pink-haired girl looks at the photo of Daikier and Jiang Yinglian on her phone. She wants to transfer schools. Because her mother works abroad, the main character Daikier has to stay at her mother's good friend Aunt Cheng's house. Although she's not good at cooking, she prepares breakfast for her and thoughtfully asks whether she prefers cereal or plain milk. Daikier chooses plain milk. Zhang Zixuan nearby suddenly teases her, saying her energetic look is nice. She smiles and says good morning. As a senior high school student, he needs to go to school earlier. Aunt Chen needs to hang clothes, so she asked her to call her son down for breakfast. At this moment, Daikier's face is suddenly pinched by a hand. This person is the bad-tempered big devil who always likes to oppose her. Jiang Yinglian covers her pinched cheek, complaining that the other's hand is too heavy. She was even planning to call someone to wake up. Jiang Yinglian, however, unhappily asks if there's any need to call. Every time she wakes up, she gets disturbed. Daikier is very dissatisfied with this and questions what she means. Aunt Chun, passing by, can only helplessly ask why they're arguing again. She also said that arguing is okay, but they must make up afterward. That's proof of a good relationship. Both of them strongly objected to this, shouting in unison, "Who has a good relationship with this guy?" Aunt Chin cupped her face and sighed. It's just like this now. They're even in sync when arguing. After the truce, Jiang Yinglian sat down at the table to eat breakfast. Dicky tilted his head, looking at the other person. Although he didn't want to admit it internally, this boy who always seemed to be against him was indeed the one who had always stood by his side in various past events. Coming back to his senses, Dicky called out to Jiang Yinglian, then said, "Brother Zixuan has grown taller recently." The other person, who had just gulped down his drink, was completely out of comebacks. He looked at this trick, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He glanced over pointedly. This move still worked well on Jiang Yinglian. After they both finished eating, they said goodbye to Aunt Chun and went to school together. As soon as Jiang Yinglian arrived at school and walked down the hallway, the surrounding girls started fawning over him. Walking beside him, Dicky also heard about the transfer student. Just as he was about to invite his companion to join the commotion, he was immediately rejected. He wouldn't give up, looking at Jiang Yinglian and constantly whining. "We're almost at the teacher's office. Let's just peek through the window." The other person suddenly warned him to watch where he was going, but it was too late. Dicky had already bumped into someone. He quickly apologized, explaining that he was running too fast. Unexpectedly, as soon as the boy saw Dicky, he called out his name. He took a closer look. Only then did he realize that the person he bumped into was actually Zhuo Yang. He had transferred schools without telling his friends. While being questioned by his good friend who had his arm around his neck, he was actually quite happy because the four of them could be together again. He turned his head to look at Bai Quan. The two exchanged smiles, then turned to look at Dicky. He stated directly that with him added, it would be 5 people. Jiang Yinglian and Zhuo Yang, along with the other two, were childhood friends. Although some accidents had separated them for a long time, when Jiang Yinglian lost his most important family member as a child, it was this group of people who stayed by his side. This friendship was a treasure for all 4 of them. Dicky thought to himself that Jiang Yinglian, who had been through so much with him, was also a very important friend. Realizing this, he couldn't help but smile. The other person was very confused by this. He refused to share his thoughts. At this moment, they overheard classmates chatting. This morning in the office, they saw another female transfer student. Her hair was long and curly, very cute. The classmates said she was cute indeed, but her personality was a bit odd. Her name seemed to be Xiao something. When he heard the surname Xiao, his expression became strange. Jiang Yinglian noticed his companion's expression. He put his hand on the other's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" At that moment, a girl quickly rushed over. She pushed him away and righteously warned, "Keep at least a meter distance when talking to Dicky. Don't think you're special just because you live together." Afterward, Zhuo Yang looked at Jiang Yinglian, rubbing his shoulder and asking, "Are you alright?" That little girl's slap looked pretty strong. His friend, with lowered eyes, said, "It's fine." Yu Xinian ran up and put his arm around Jiang Yinglian's neck, looking very excited. After that girl pushed people away, she directly ran off with Dicky. It was practically an abduction. At the scene, Jiang Yinglian ignored him, only lightly commenting, "You seem quite enthusiastic about it." Shui Yang evaluated Xiao Ran, thinking she was like a knight defending her master. Yu Xinian couldn't help but be curious, asking what Little Cheese Knight was called. "Is it called the Penguin Knight?" Jiang Yinglian, rubbing his shoulder, heard this and found it amusing. Then Dicky must be the Penguin Princess. The two being discussed were also chatting casually. "Why did you suddenly transfer here? How are your uncle and aunt doing recently? Where are you living now?" Xiao Ran patiently answered one by one. "Coming here was a sudden decision. Dad and Mom are doing well. I'm currently living at my cousin's place." The two haven't seen each other in a long time and miss each other very much. They hug each other with smiles, promising to play together like before and not fall behind in their studies. The scene changes to a classroom during a lesson. Yu Xinian raises his hand to report that Xiao Ran is eating instant noodles. The teacher angrily exclaims it's unacceptable and confiscates all the food. Seeing her snacks taken away, Xiao Ran's expression suddenly changes. She lifts up her desk, demanding the teacher return her spicy strips. As a result, she's sent out to stand in the hallway as punishment. Xiao Ran stands outside the classroom, still thinking about her unfinished instant noodles. She secretly holds a grudge against the teacher and Yu Xinian. At this moment, she inadvertently glances at a fruit tree in front. Inside the classroom, the teacher is lecturing and Yu Xinian is listening attentively. Suddenly, he hears a noise from outside. He turns his head and sees Xiao Ran leaning on the railing, reaching for the fruit tree. Frightened, he turns back to report to the teacher that someone is trying to grab fruit from the tree. Xiao Ran is scolded again. She grabs Yu Xinian's tie and warns him not to tattle again, or she won't be so nice. He criticizes her bold posture, saying, "Don't make such poses while wearing a skirt, please." Hearing this, Xiao Ran directly lifts her skirt, saying, "It's fine, I'm wearing long sports pants underneath." Yu Xinian can't bear to look anymore, feeling that she has ruined his image of a beautiful girl. Later, when meeting with his friend, Yu Xinian frankly says that sitting next to the new classmate has left him mentally and physically exhausted after a day. Just then, she walks by arm in arm with Di Chier. As they approach to greet them, he keeps staring at Jiang Yinglian, feeling annoyed inside. As they pass by, he secretly tries to trip him. Seeing the two about to argue, Di Chier quickly steps between them to mediate. She turns to her friend, telling her not to act like this and to apologize quickly. However, she says her foot moved on its own. Jiang Yinglian lowers his head and leaves with his friend. Xiao Ran also leaves with Di Chier. The two look back at each other, their eyes full of hostility. It's class time again at school. Xiao Ran uses the excuse of going to the bathroom to skip class. She goes to Di Chier's classroom and finds it empty. After sneaking in, she looks at the seating chart. She discovers that Jiang Yinglian's seat is very close to her friend's, which greatly annoys her. She walks to his seat and kicks it, causing books to fall out of the drawer. In an open book, Xiao Ran finds a photo. When she picks it up to look, her expression becomes very surprised. Meanwhile, on the playground, Jiang Yinglian, who just finished running, is suddenly grabbed around the neck by Zhui Yang. He looks up and scans around, noticing Di Chier is missing. After asking, he learns that she returned to the school building with Bai Quan. Zhui Yang doesn't understand why Xiao Ran is targeting his friend. He doesn't know either. Seeing his friend always mentioning Di Chier, Jiang Yinglian looks embarrassed and says that part of the reason for his transfer was for his friend. Another reason is that he's been thinking about Di Chier a lot lately. At the same time, Xiao Ran in the classroom is internally shocked. Why does the Jiang guy have a photo of her friend? Unaware that his secret has been discovered, Jiang Yinglian is still asking Zhui Yang when he started thinking about Di Chier all the time. He shyly confesses, "I remembered her from the first time we met. Short hair, watery eyes, and a serious face, saying she wanted to pay me back for the yogurt. She was especially cute." He also says he feels her smile is as warm as sunshine. After saying this, he turns to ask his friend if living together with her has led to any thoughts between them. Realizing that Zhui Yang wants to pursue Di Chier, his friend suddenly becomes serious. He He bluntly says they're not suitable because he won't approve. Zhuo Yang laughs and calls him a brat, asking why he needs his approval to like someone. Suspecting that Jiang Yinglian also likes Di Qi'er, he probes his friend, asking what Di Qi'er means to him. As they talk, the subject of their conversation walks over, smiling and greeting them. The scene changes. Xiao Ran finally hears the class dismissal bell ring. Holding the photo, she thinks coming here was the right choice. It's just as she thought. The Jiang guy likes her friend. On the other side, Jiang Yinglian meets up with Di Qi'er to go home together. He's still thinking about his friend's words. To him, Di Qi'er's presence isn't very noticeable in a crowd. But once their eyes meet, he can't look away. Her small, thin frame, her love of laughter, chirping like a bird, attracts people's attention. Does he like Di Qi'er? How could that be possible? The scene changes. Jiang Yinglian is buying a drink when Xiao Ran appears nearby. This girl has her foot on a trash can, pointing at him with a domineering look. Give me a 28-year-old lemon drink. Although Jiang Yinglian is very annoyed, he still buys the drink for her. Xiao Ran takes it and chugs it down. After finishing, she can't help but exclaim how refreshing lemon drinks are in summer. Jiang Yinglian speaks up, telling her to say what she wants. Xiao Ran looks confused. He's guessed her purpose. Then, looking very seriously at Jiang Yinglian, she wants to know what his relationship with Little Penguin is. Hearing this, Jiang Yinglian suddenly blushes. Xiao Ran becomes even more curious. Why is he blushing? What exactly happened between them? To prevent her from overthinking, Jiang Yinglian quickly turns his face away and awkwardly explains that nothing happened. Then he recalls last night's events. He was playing a game with Yusinian and Zhuo Yang. They were playing very seriously when Yusinian noticed Jiang Yinglian wasn't talking. He thought the earphones were broken. Zhuo Yang explained that it must be too noisy, and he probably muted it at the start. Soon, they won the game. Yusinian shouted excitedly. Jiang Yinglian couldn't stand it. He begged him to spare him, saying his voice was too loud. Then he prepared to take a shower. Yusinian felt deflated and could only lie on his bed. Just then, he felt something was off about Jiang Yinglian that night, but wondered if it was just his imagination. The scene shifts to Jiang Yinglian. He comes out after showering and unexpectedly encounters Di Qi'er. He rubs his eyes. Looking at her, he asks why she's showering so late. She seriously replies that she was playing games with Yusinian and others, so she lost track of time. She then prepares to return to her room with a helpless expression. Seeing her expression, Di Qi'er becomes curious. Why did his face suddenly change? Jiang Yinglian sighs. He tells her not to be so unguarded. After all, they live together and he's a boy. Di Qi'er doesn't understand what he means and asks him to explain clearly. Jiang Yinglian is exasperated. He reminds her about her pajamas. The girl suddenly realizes. She quickly covers her chest with both hands, looking very embarrassed. She even thinks he saw something and keeps asking. Jiang Yinglian can only brush it off casually, then calls her an idiot. Angry, Di Qi'er chases him back to his room, not forgetting to give him a beating. Back in his room, Jiang Yinglian feels very innocent. It's not like he wanted to look on purpose. Back in her room, Di Qi'er hides under the covers, calling him a pervert. She feels it's inconvenient living with boys. After the flashback, Xiao Ran thinks the boy in front of her is acting strange. So she keeps following him, wanting to get to the bottom of it. He blushes at the slightest comment. What exactly did Jiang do to Di Qi'er? She grabs his clothes, refusing to let go. Jiang Yinglian gets angry. Stop asking these things. It's nonsense. Seeing herself being accused, Xiao Ran also gets furious. She takes out Di Qi'er's photo, asking Jiang Yinglian to explain. Normal people don't keep girls' photos in their books. Questioned by this girl, he suddenly has no words. Seeing no rebuttal, Xiao Ran takes it as an admission, so she loudly calls him a pervert. As she leaves, she doesn't forget to warn him. She tells him not to have any designs on Di Qi'er, or she won't forgive him. Jiang Yinglian gets angry too. He blocks Xiao Ran's path, then says seriously, "You dare to go through my things?" Hearing this, she suddenly feels guilty, so she awkwardly explains. She kicked over Jiang Yinglian's desk, then lost. Coming down, she found the photo on top. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Yinglian asks her to return the photo, but Xiao Ran refuses. It's Di Qi'er's photo. Jiang Yinglian doesn't want to waste words. It's impossible to reason with this girl. He still demands she return the photo. Seeing the boy's serious face, she feels the atmosphere is off. If she continues like this, she might get beaten up. So she comes up to him and surprisingly asks Jiang Yinglian to provide snacks for the entire semester, or else she'll report him. Left with no choice, he agrees to her demand. Then she returns the photo and leaves with big strides. Xiao Ren grumbles all the way. Passing classmates look at her, not understanding what happened. Jiang Yinglian looks at Di Chier's photo. He feels very guilty. He was careless. Last night, he was too busy playing games and didn't check his books. When he looks up, he sees Di Chier walking with Zhui Yang. Seeing them come to school side by side, he suddenly feels jealous. Di Chier also sees Jiang Yinglian at this time. She stops and stares blankly. Zhui Yang sees her distracted look and thinks something happened. So he takes out a bottle of lemon drink, wanting to cheer her up. Then he looks thoughtful. He seems to have seen Jiang Yinglian somewhere. This startles Di Chier, and she chokes on her drink. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian suddenly appears in front of them. Di Chier becomes very scared and wants to quickly escape. She then quickly leaves the scene. While running, she keeps thinking about what happened that night. She feels very embarrassed and can't even look at him directly. Jiang Yinglian and Zhui Yang think they had a fight. At this time, Jiang Yinglian speaks up. He wants to know why Di Chier came to school with Zhui Yang. Hearing his question, Zhui Yang can only cough helplessly. He thought his friend was angry, but Jiang Yinglian doesn't want to admit he's angry, though his facial expression betrays him. To avoid misunderstanding, Zhui Yang quickly explains. He just met Di Chier downstairs, so they came to school together. But strangely, why did she run away when she saw Jiang Yinglian? The other person feels both angry and helpless. Di Chier is upset because of last night's incident. He instantly feels girls are too troublesome. During the break, Jiang Yinglian calls out Di Chier's name. In a blink, they're in the corridor outside the classroom. She walks side by side with Zhui Yang. He seriously introduces a game to her. As they walk, he sees Di Chier, so he greets her, but she deliberately avoids him. Now he's at a loss. Then, no matter how he tries to find Di Chier, she intentionally ignores him. He feels very sad, so he confides in Zhui Yang. The other thinks he must have done something bad, so he decides to help pass on a message. However, Jiang Yinglian refuses. He has his own ideas. During class time, Di Chier has already packed her bag. To avoid meeting Jiang Yinglian, she plans to escape immediately when class ends. Soon, class is over. She shoulders her bag, ready to leave. Just as she's about to escape, Jiang Yinglian grabs her. She's instantly at a loss. Xiao Ren witnesses this scene. She starts accusing him. Seeing her friend arrive, Di Chier wants to quickly escape, but she's pulled back by him. Jiang Yinglian sees her unhappy face. Why is she avoiding him? Di Chier tells the truth. It's because of last night's incident. To prevent this girl from overthinking, Jiang Yinglian has to explain that he didn't see anything, but she doesn't believe him at all. Left with no choice, he can only harshly mock her. Di Chier suddenly becomes anxious. She covers Jiang Yinglian's mouth, stating she won't be angry anymore. The matter ends here. In the evening, Jiang Yinglian calls Bai Quan. He wants to find out the truth about Zhui Yang and Di Chier going to school together. The other casually brushes it off. So they agree to play together during the National Day holiday. The National Day holiday is approaching. Yen Sherwin suggests everyone gather together. Xia Han hasn't been to Jiang Yinglian's house and wants to take this opportunity to visit. Di Chier is also very happy, but she can't make the decision. They need to get Jiang Yinglian's consent. Several people watch him from the window while discussing how to persuade him. Jiang Yinglian suddenly turns his head and sees Di Chier. She smiles and greets him, so he uses lip reading to inquire. Seeing their behavior, the other classmates misunderstand, thinking Jiang Yinglian has agreed. They become instantly happy. To verify, Di Chier comes to Jiang Yinglian and tells him about the classmates wanting to come over. Jiang Yinglian shakes his head, then looks at the classmates by the window. Those classmates, seeing his gaze, deliberately pretend to act. Jiang Yinglian suggests to Di Chier they can have a gathering, but outside. Otherwise, they'd have to clean up. Di Chier tells him not to worry about that. She'll help. But before Jiang Yinglian can agree, she takes it as his tacit consent. Jiang Yinglian suddenly remembers Yu Xinyan's words, so he chooses to consider it. After saying this, he turns and leaves. Di Qi'er stands there, feeling confused. The scene changes. Jiang Yinglian brings Di Qi'er home. His stepmother has booked a hotel and wants Jiang Yinglian to come and give his opinion. But because classmates are coming to play at home, he gestures to his stepmother that they should go by themselves. Since Jiang Yinglian has agreed to the request, several classmates are very happy. They discuss together what to prepare. On the other side, Cheng Jingru feels sorry that Di Qi'er can't go play together. But she's also happy that Di Qi'er can make new friends. So she leaves the house to Jiang Yinglian and Di Qi'er. Di Qi'er has to face this boy alone, suddenly feeling very awkward. Her mind starts to wander. Before leaving, Cheng Jingru instructs Jiang Yinglian again, telling them to take care of each other. Soon, the classmates all come to Jiang Yinglian's house to play. They carry bags big and small. Seeing everyone's bags packed full, Di Qi'er feels very curious. What exactly are they preparing to do? At this moment, Huang Tianming suddenly sneaks away. Jiang Yinglian feels very strange. He's not from the same class. Why did he come too? Dai Qie quickly explains. Then, the commotion made by the classmates catches Jiang Yinglian's attention. When he turns his head to look over there, it turns out the furniture at home is too luxurious. So the classmates are both enjoying and envying it. Seeing everyone making a fuss, Jiang Yinglian angrily scolds them. Huang Tianming quickly puts his arm around his shoulder, promising that they will try to be quieter. He's also very touched. For everyone's sake, Jiang Yinglian even gave up the chance to travel abroad. Di Qi'er suddenly speaks up. She reminds her classmates that there's a mock exam after the holiday. Everyone is stunned after hearing this. When she wants to continue speaking, a classmate stops her. It's finally a holiday, so they shouldn't mention homework anymore. Yan Sherwin is sunbathing alone in the yard. He suddenly shouts Jiang Yinglian's name. People are attracted by his voice. Then he pulls back the curtain and asks everyone to come and see. It's Jiang Yinglian's height records from when he was young. The classmates all crowd around, discussing excitedly. Hearing these idle comments, Jiang Yinglian instantly gets angry. He wants to drive the classmates away. Seeing him so angry, everyone quickly apologizes. Xiaoran suddenly calls Di Qi'er. He looks confused. When they entered earlier, he smelled a sweet aroma. Di Qi'er seems to remember something. Then she takes out muffins to share with everyone, introducing them as made by Zhang Zixuan. When Xiao Ran sees them, he's almost drooling. He immediately takes one and starts eating. Because it's so delicious, he excitedly pounds the table with his hand. Di Qi'er and others see this and are momentarily stunned. At this time, Huang Tianming also wants to try one, but he's stopped by Xiao Ran, who even locks his throat with his hand. He wants to enjoy those muffins alone. Di Qi'er comes to Jiang Yinglian's side. She feels very sorry because she brought everyone over to play, not expecting them to be so crazy. Jiang Yinglian teases her on purpose, even putting an iced drink on her face. Just as the two are chatting happily, the classmates suddenly start horsing around. Jiang Yinglian looks helpless. Seeing this, Di Qi'er quickly tries to calm him down, suggesting to take the drinks out first. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian asks her to take out the beef from the fridge. But an accident happens. Di Qi'er trips. She falls towards Jiang Yinglian. They both fall down instantly. Because the commotion is so loud, it catches Xiao Ran's attention. He curiously looks at Xiaohan, saying there seemed to be some noise in the room. But due to the noise from the classmates, she didn't hear anything. So he decides to go check for himself. After Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian fall, they find themselves in an awkward situation. She's lying on top of Jiang Yinglian very close. Her face turns red with embarrassment. Jiang Yinglian, seeing Di Qi'er's position, starts to daydream. Then he notices someone coming in. He uses his hand to press her face against his chest, signaling her not to make a sound. Then they hide. Xiao Ran checks at the door. Xiaohan suddenly comes over. He quickly tells her there's no one in the room. Although he says this, he still decides to go in and check carefully. The two still hiding feel very awkward. Di Qi'er is lying on top of Jiang Yinglian. She's worried it's too uncomfortable for him. Outside the door, as Xiao Ran is about to go in and check, a child carrying a puppy comes over. He's attracted by the smell of barbecue. Xiaohan finds the child very cute and instantly likes him. It turns out this child is Li Shiyu. At this moment, Xiao Ran has already entered the room. He carefully searches for the source of the noise, but finds nothing in the end. Luckily, that little kid saved the situation. Otherwise, they would have been discovered. Then she teases Jiang Inglian. It's his own home, yet they have to hide. He feels helpless hearing this and turns to leave. It turns out his words made Jiang Inglian angry. She instantly feels guilty. Jiang Inglian is now touching his neck. He recalls that scene just now, feeling the softness of having someone pressed on top of him. But when she thinks about her classmate's behavior, she gets very angry again. However, she forcibly holds it in. On the other side, Di Cheer meets Li Shiyu. They greet each other. It turns out they're already acquainted. Seeing that they know each other, Yin Sherwin introduces various snacks to the little one. Li Shiyu is very cautious because her mom warned her not to eat things from strangers. Seeing this, Di Cheer gently strokes her head. She wants to lend her phone to Li Shiyu so she can call her family. For the rest of the afternoon, Jiang Inglian never initiates a conversation with Di Cheer again. He keeps himself busy with his own things, deliberately avoiding her. Di Cheer can't stand it anymore. She actively tries to talk to Jiang Inglian, but he remains cold and doesn't even look at her directly. The busy day quickly passes. Jiang Inglian feels it's getting late and prepares to send his classmates home. Huang Tianming suddenly criticizes him, saying this isn't right. The second half hasn't even started yet. They plan to stay overnight at his house. This makes Jiang Inglian's face darken, so he directly informs them that his house doesn't have that many rooms, and nobody has taken a shower yet. Huang Tianming doesn't care about all that. He picks up his backpack and takes out clothes. He also takes out a game console, telling Jiang Inglian not to sleep and to play games together at night. This infuriates Jiang Inglian. After saying this, he asks Xiao Ran to demonstrate something. This girl takes out a small bag, pulls out the inner lining, and with a strong shake, a blanket appears. At this point, Jiang Inglian can't take it anymore. He directly opens the door and asks his classmates to leave. Everyone is at a loss with Jiang Inglian. To avoid being kicked out, they use Di Cheer as a shield. Xia Han and Yin Sherwin hug her, asking her to persuade Jiang Inglian not to make everyone leave. Jiang Inglian looks at everyone. He feels a bit angry and can only deliberately turn his head away, unwilling to deal with it. Realizing that Di Cheer also has no way, everyone is about to bring out their trump card. So Jiang Tianming hugs Jiang Inglian, threatening and pressuring him in various ways. Finally, they succeed. At this moment, Jiang Inglian looks at Li Shiyu. As it's getting late, he wants to take her home. Li Shiyu says goodbye to Di Cheer with a bit of disappointment. On the way, she looks at Jiang Inglian seriously, feeling very conflicted inside. It turns out her sister already has such a great person by her side, more handsome and taller than herself. But she also likes Jiang Inglian very much, because they are both very nice to her. Thinking about this, she suddenly feels very sad. She ends up crying and running home by herself. Jiang Inglian is stunned. He doesn't understand what's wrong with her. After returning home, he looks very displeased. It turns out his classmates are playing games, making a lot of noise. When everyone sees him come in, they invite him to play games together. Because the level is too difficult, Huang Tianming complains to Jiang Inglian. Then he hands the game controller to him, asking for help to pass the level. Die Kuier shouldn't come over. She looks at Jiang Inglian, and the next second signals him to come over. Jiang Inglian understands and goes over. He thought there was something important, but it turns out the girls are preparing to rest. Di Cheer asks them to play games more quietly. Jiang Inglian obediently agrees. But due to the room issue, Di Cheer decides to squeeze in with Xiao Ran. After hearing this, Jiang Inglian tells Di Cheer to sleep in his room. But this girl feels very shy. To reassure her, Jiang Inglian quickly explains. Anyway, those boys might stay up all night, so his room will be empty. Di Cheer looks embarrassed and quickly finds an excuse to refuse. But she's still very happy because Jiang Inglian is finally willing to talk to her. She thought he was angry and deliberately avoiding her, not knowing what to do. Understanding her concerns, Jiang Inglian patiently explains that he's not angry. But in his heart, he thinks about the real reason. He just wanted to calm down. After all, he hasn't recovered from the hug yet. As he thinks about it, his face turns red. Di Cheer notices his unusual expression and questions it. Jiang Inglian deliberately teases her, saying kids shouldn't ask so many questions. This upsets her. and she turns to leave. When Di Chi'er is halfway gone, she stops. She specifically shows concern for Jiang Yinglian, then informs him that she'll make breakfast tomorrow, reminding him to wake up and eat. After a while, Jiang Yinglian goes to find his classmates who are playing games, asking them to be quieter. Huang Tianming suddenly covers his mouth, which confuses him. It turns out they've discovered he likes Di Chi'er and want to know the truth. They think that living together, even if it's not love at first sight, feelings might develop over time. Seeing Jiang Yinglian reluctant to answer, Huang Tianming presses him to be honest. After all, it's normal to be attracted to such a cute girl. Jiang Yinglian feels annoyed by their persistence. He notices the situation and quickly interjects. He wants to play a game with Jiang Yinglian. The aim is to trick him into telling the truth. However, Huang Tianming sees through this tactic immediately. The game begins. He deliberately asks Jiang Yinglian some unimportant questions, which he answers honestly. Then he continues to ask about love. He wants to know how many girls have confessed to Jiang Yinglian, but he doesn't get any definitive answers. Then comes the crucial point. Huang Tianming deliberately probes, asking if he would reject Di Chi'er if she confessed. Jiang Yinglian instinctively shakes his head. After answering this question, he himself feels very surprised. His classmates are also stunned. To ease the awkwardness, he deliberately changes the subject, saying he doesn't actually dislike Di Chi'er. The previously noisy group suddenly falls silent. On Di Chi'er's side, she's also being questioned by two female classmates. But she's very honest, stating that she likes Jiang Yinglian and also likes Zhang Zixuan and Annie Chen, because they all take good care of her. Then she specifically explains that if it's about liking beyond friendship, she doesn't know. The two female classmates ask more questions about Jiang Yinglian, but she casually brushes them off. The situation becomes increasingly awkward. After a series of interrogations, the two female classmates can't get the answers they want and feel very helpless. But then Di Chi'er suddenly praises Jiang Yinglian, saying she finds him charming. The two female classmates get excited about this. But Di Chi'er doesn't understand what exactly attracts her. At this point, Yin Sherwin becomes curious. She notices that Jiang Yinglian rarely spends time alone with girls. She wonders what kind of person could make him fall in love. Then she starts praising him in various ways. Di Chi'er suddenly takes out photos that Zhang Zixuan sent from his travels. Everyone eagerly wants to see them. After looking, they all think Zhang Zixuan is super handsome. Listening to her classmates' discussion, Di Chi'er closes her eyes. In her mind, she thinks of Jiang Yinglian. Suddenly, she really wants to see him. On the other side, learning that Jiang Yinglian likes Di Chi'er, Huang Tianming feels schadenfreude. But he also feels happy for him. So he specifically probes Jiang Yinglian, wanting to know when he plans to confess. But Jiang Yinglian suddenly denies it, saying he never said he liked Di Chi'er. To persuade Jiang Yinglian to confess, he starts patiently advising him and offers to support him. Jiang Yinglian's phone suddenly rings. It's a message from Zhuo Yang. He wants to go to an internet cafe during the holiday to play games together. But Jiang Yinglian declines. Zhuo Yang then brings up Di Chi'er. This makes Jiang Yinglian start overthinking. After chatting for a while, they decide to meet another time. Di Chi'er's phone also suddenly receives a message. She checks, and it's from Jiang Yinglian. He's planning to take her to an amusement park, just the two of them. Her heart suddenly skips a beat. The next day, Di Chi'er stands in front of the mirror, examining the new clothes she just changed into. She starts to fret because she's preparing to go out with Jiang Yinglian, so she wants to look nice. Then she picks out a dress, but thinks it might be inconvenient. After trying on several outfits, she feels unsatisfied with all of them. Finally, she changes into a simpler outfit. Then she applies lipstick, but finds it too dramatic. At this moment, she becomes frustrated. But since it's her first date with a boy, she decides to keep her appearance simple in the end. Meanwhile, Chung Jinru returns home. She feels sorry for her son because he lost his holiday due to her. But Zhang Zixuan is very understanding and doesn't blame his mother. Chung Jinru strokes Zhang Zixuan's head, looking sympathetic. Her son has always been considerate. Zhang Zixuan feels it's his duty as the older brother. Suddenly, Chung Jinru senses someone watching them. Zhang Zixuan prepares to go and ask that person. The person gets scared and tries to run away quickly, but Zhang Zixuan catches them. It turns out to be Xiao Ran. He explains he's not a bad person and is here to find Di Qian. When he learns that the people in front of him are Aunt Cheng and Zhang Zixuan, Xiao Ran takes off his hat. Then he reveals his identity and expresses his gratitude. They are all stunned. Xiao Ran looks at Zhang Zixuan and compliments him on the delicious pancakes he made, saying he really likes them. Zhang Zixuan is also very polite and tells him to come again next time if he likes them. When Xiao Ran asks if Di Qian is at home, Zhang Zixuan tells him she's already gone to the amusement park with Jiang Yinglian. Hearing this, Xiao Ran immediately decides to leave. Seeing the girl's disappointed look, Zhang Zixuan decides to follow her. On the other side, Jiang Yinglian is waiting for Di Qian at the amusement park. Passing girls are attracted by his good looks, so they try to get his contact information, but he refuses. Di Qian arrives at this moment. They're both happy to see each other. Because Di Qian is wearing too little, Jiang Yinglian worries she'll be cold when the temperature drops at night. Di Qian tries to take out her jacket, but realizes she accidentally left it at home. Jiang Yinglian is speechless. Bai Quan also comes to the amusement park. He's with Zhui Yang and Yu Xinian. Zhui Yang suddenly finds his drink too sour. Bai Quan suggests they swap drinks. But after drinking Bai Quan's drink, Zhui Yang can't handle it. It turns out to be a lemon-flavored drink. Seeing Bai Quan being so mischievous, Zhui Yang isn't angry at all, but gently strokes his forehead. After riding the pirate ship, Di Qian feels dizzy and uncomfortable. Seeing this, Jiang Yinglian teases her, saying she screamed louder than the kids in the back seats. After this profound experience, Di Qian doesn't want to ride the drop tower or roller coaster. But Jiang Yinglian doesn't mind. He says she'll get used to it. This makes Di Qian very helpless. But coming to an amusement park and not being able to ride those attractions suddenly makes her feel regretful. Jiang Yinglian suddenly suggests going to the ocean-themed park. There's a penguin exhibit there. So Di Qian angrily slaps his back, shouting that she doesn't want to go. This action irritates Jiang Yinglian. He criticizes her. They start arguing immediately. It turns out Di Qian's nickname is Little Penguin. He deliberately mentioned it, which triggered this conflict. Because of Jiang Yinglian's teasing, Di Qian is very upset. Seeing her unhappy, Jiang Yinglian quickly tries to comfort her. He says penguins are actually very cute and cool. Just as Di Qian is feeling touched, Jiang Yinglian suddenly mocks her again. This pushes her to the edge. Di Qian angrily turns around. Two passersby happen to walk by. Unexpectedly, she bumps into them. As she's about to fall, Jiang Yinglian quickly grabs her hand. But Di Qian is ungrateful and doesn't let him touch her. The passerby who bumped into Di Qian quickly apologizes. But Jiang Yinglian suddenly loses his temper. He shouts loudly. The two passersby are startled. After the incident, Jiang Yinglian apologizes for his attitude earlier. But as long as Di Qian isn't hurt, it's fine. Because of his concern, Di Qian suddenly feels very shy. Her mind starts to wander. To ease the atmosphere, Jiang Yinglian suggests they go eat something together. Xiao Ran is secretly observing the two of them at this moment. He wants to separate Jiang Yinglian and Di Qian, but he's also having some trouble on his end. Zhang Zixuan has been following him. Xiao Ran angrily questions why he's following him. Zhang Zixuan is suddenly at a loss for words. It's clearly Xiao Ran who's secretly following his brother and Di Qian. Just then, Xiao Ran tells Zhang Zixuan not to meddle. But Zhang Zixuan suddenly thinks this girl might like Jiang Yinglian. Being told this, Xiao Ran also feels embarrassed. To avoid misunderstanding, she quickly clarifies that it's because Jiang Yinglian stole her treasure, so that's why she's doing this. Hearing her explanation, Zhang Zixuan still persists. So he asks Xiao Ran another soul-searching question. Has it always been like this with boys who get close to Di Qian? Xiao Ran now speaks seriously. Of course, things weren't like this. In middle school, as long as she was around, boys couldn't get close to Di Qian. But Jiang Yinglian is different. The way Di Qian looks at Jiang Yinglian is different from how she looks at others. Zhang Zixuan now understands. So Xiao Ran is jealous. That's why she came here to monitor Di Qian and Jiang Yinglian. To avoid causing more trouble in the future, Zhang Zixuan starts advising Xiao Ran. You can do this now, but what about later? If Di Qian has someone she likes and chooses to be with that person, are you going to try to separate them like you're doing now? Xiao Ran is very reluctant. She believes the person who will be with Di Qian forever must be herself. Hearing her response, Zhang Zixuan can't help but laugh. Xiao Ran is even more straightforward than he imagined. She's just too cute. Then Zhang Zixuan explains to her. He's not trying to hinder Xiao Ran from doing anything. If she wants to do something, she should do it, but no one can control their own heart. Just like how he's worried about Xiao Ran. That's why he's been following her here. As for who Di Qi'er will end up with in the future, that's her own choice. After hearing Zhang Zixuan's advice, Xiao Ran seems to understand a lot. She even feels that. He seems to be troubled by this issue too. Since his brother is an excellent guy, Zhang Zixuan advises Xiao Ran not to worry too much. But even if that's the case, Xiao Ran seems unable to accept it. Images of Di Qi'er flash through her mind. Di Qi'er smiling, listening to other girls talking about Jiang Yinglian. If Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian got too close, Xiao Ran would forcibly separate them. The past is vivid in her memory, and this time, Di Qi'er might really be taken away by someone. Yet she can't do anything. She feels very distressed. Tears suddenly start pouring down. Seeing Xiao Ran so upset, Zhang Zixuan suddenly feels very guilty. He thinks what he said was too harsh, so he quickly apologizes. To prevent her from continuing to be sad, he immediately comforts her. He tells Xiao Ran not to worry too much. No matter what, she will always be Di Qi'er's best friend. This will never change, and she can also find the courage to stand up again from this. He comforts her while telling her not to cry. But Xiao Ran suddenly becomes angry out of embarrassment. She tells him to stop talking and punches him, knocking off Zhang Zixuan's glasses. At this moment, Xiao Ran realizes what she's done. She quickly helps look for the glasses, but when they find them, they're broken. Xiao Ran looks at Zhang Zixuan apologetically, only to see his nose bleeding. She feels very guilty. It's all because she hit him too hard. That's what caused him to get hurt. So she prepares to go buy an ice pack and tissues. Because Zhang Zixuan isn't wearing his glasses, his vision becomes blurry. Xiao Ran sees his condition and is stunned. But Xiao Ran still decides to quickly go buy the ice pack. She still needs to go after Di Qi'er. But in the next second, she finds that Di Qi'er and the others have disappeared. Zhang Zixuan advises her not to chase after them anymore. Then, to show his apology, he offers to be her personal guide around the amusement park. But because his glasses are broken, he asks her to help buy a pair of contact lenses. Xiao Ran immediately agrees to his request and gestures for him to hold onto her shoulder to prevent falling. Zhang Zixuan suddenly feels very happy, thinking Xiao Ran is quite reasonable. The scene shifts to Di Qi'er's side. Jiang Yinglian takes her to the penguin exhibit. Not only does Di Qi'er not reject it, but she actually really likes seeing those cute penguins. Seeing this, Jiang Yinglian is momentarily speechless. Actually, Di Qi'er doesn't dislike penguins. She was upset earlier because Jiang Yinglian was deliberately teasing her. Looking at those cute penguins, Di Qi'er thinks they look like they're wearing formal suits. Jiang Yinglian suddenly discovers that the fun activity is actually a shooting game, and the prize is a penguin plush toy. He immediately decides to win the toy. Di Qi'er is afraid it might be hard to hit the target, and the same toy is available in the gift shop anyway, so she thinks it's not necessary to go through the trouble. But Jiang Yinglian is persistent. He thinks winning it with his own hands will be more meaningful, so they go to the shooting game booth. Because Jiang Yinglian is handsome, passing girls instantly become infatuated. The game looks simple. Just knock down 3 cans on the top level to win the prize. But due to the distance, it still has some difficulty. Jiang Yinglian prepares to shoot. Di Qi'er cheers for him on the side. When Jiang Yinglian pulls the trigger to shoot, the result isn't as he wished. He missed by just a little bit. He carefully examines the gun in his hand and finds that the sight is crooked. After adjusting it, he decides to try again, but this time, the result is the same. He misses by just a little. Di Qi'er continues to cheer for Jiang Yinglian. To not disappoint his crush, Jiang Yinglian doesn't want to give up. He's determined to win that little penguin. Di Qi'er also has full confidence in him. Sure enough, in the next few shots, he hits all the targets. Seeing this, the booth owner is instantly in disbelief and can only reluctantly go to get the prize. As Jiang Yinglian wins the plush toy, Di Qi'er praises him on the spot. Suddenly, Jiang Yinglian unexpectedly sees Bai Quan and a few other friends and quickly pulls Di Qi'er away. When the booth owner comes back with the prize, he finds they've already disappeared. He's completely at a loss now. On the other side, Bai Quan sees the penguin plush toy in the owner's hand. He wants to buy it separately, but the owner is unwilling to sell. It turns out it's already been sold to Jiang Yinglian, but the owner is also puzzled. Why did Jiang Yinglian and his girlfriend suddenly leave when Bai Quan and the others came. After confirming, Zhuo Yang seems to know who it was, so they also start playing the shooting game. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian leads Di Qi'er away, running until they're out of breath. Di Qi'er doesn't understand why they had to run. She suspects he might have encountered someone he didn't want to see, but Jiang Yinglian just brushes it off casually. When Di Qi'er turns her head, she suddenly sees a castle-like house with many people queuing up. Jiang Yinglian tells her it's a haunted house, and it was just built recently. Learning it's a scary attraction, Di Qi'er fearfully steps back. She doesn't dare to try it easily. Suddenly, a female ticket seller from the haunted house appears behind them. She enthusiastically invites the two to participate in the Horror Castle's couple challenge. Di Qi'er is startled and quickly explains to her that they're not a couple. But for the sake of sales, the ticket seller keeps introducing and tempting them with rewards. But Di Qi'er insists on not participating. However, when the ticket seller mentions that the prizes are high-end food vouchers and a collector's edition game console, both of them are instantly interested. Jiang Yinglian happens to want to buy the newly released game console. Di Qi'er, on the other hand, thinks of Xiao Ran, believing she would really want the food vouchers. Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian instantly reach a consensus. They decide to overcome their fear and give it a try together, so they buy a couple tickets. As they prepare to enter the haunted house, two female staff members smilingly introduce the game's details. Then Jiang Yinglian leads Di Qi'er into the haunted house. He feels that the smiles of the two staff members just now gave him goosebumps. But suddenly he realizes that those two seem to be twins. Di Qi'er, however, thinks they're just deliberately dressed alike. As they're talking, Di Qi'er is suddenly terrified. The group of people behind them just now has suddenly disappeared. Seeing Di Qi'er's scared look, Jiang Yinglian advises her to calm down. With this jumpy behavior, they might get scared by Di Qi'er before even seeing any ghosts. Then the two continue on. Di Qi'er's phone suddenly vibrates, startling her again and making her shake all over. Seeing how scared she is, Jiang Yinglian gestures for Di Qi'er to hold on to him as they continue. Di Qi'er cautiously grabs Jiang Yinglian's clothes. Watching this, Jiang Yinglian is visibly a bit annoyed. Every time she grabs him, she only knows to pull his clothes. But to give Di Qi'er a sense of security, Jiang Yinglian wants to hold her hand. Di Qi'er instantly feels embarrassed and angrily refuses. Jiang Yinglian looks helpless. He can only explain that it's just to complete the task. With Di Qi'er this scared, forget finding the exit. Even walking 50 meters might be a problem. Then Jiang Yinglian tells her to follow behind him and not look around. When Di Qi'er wants to hold Jiang Yinglian's hand, his heart instantly races. Jiang Yinglian also feels very nervous. After all, this is their first time holding hands. The next second, their hands are joined. Jiang Yinglian leads the way holding her hand. He suddenly remarks that Di Qi'er's hand is too small and soft, very comfortable to hold. But it's also like holding a dog's paw. This comment greatly annoys Di Qi'er. She wants to let go of Jiang Yinglian's hand immediately. But his warm side also makes her feel particularly safe. Actually, the moment Di Qi'er's hand was placed in Jiang Yinglian's palm, Jiang Yinglian was already so nervous his heart was about to jump out. Today they really look like a couple. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran and Zhang Zixuan also arrive at the haunted house. They pretend to be a couple to get the food vouchers. As it's their first time doing this, Zhang Zixuan feels very awkward. Xiao Ran, however, keeps sniffing with his nose. Zhang Zixuan is very curious about what he's smelling, but Xiao Ran remains silent. It turns out he smells Di Qi'er's scent. Xiao Ran suddenly has a feeling that Di Qi'er might be just ahead, but Zhang Zixuan doesn't think so. He thinks it might be the same perfume worn by other girls. But then he thinks it shouldn't be such a coincidence that Jiang Yinglian and Di Qi'er would also come to this haunted house. If Xiao Ran sees them, it would be trouble. To be safe, he decides to put on an act, so he pretends to be very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiao Ran quickly shows concern. Zhang Zixuan then slowly speaks up. He tells Xiao Ran to walk slower because he was punched earlier and now feels a bit dizzy. Xiao Ran instantly becomes worried. He tells him not to have any problems. After all, the food vouchers are still waiting for him. Zhang Zixuan feels helpless. The other's concern is not because he's worried about him. Although a bit unhappy, he still smiles and decides to accompany Xiao Ran to complete the task. Back to Jiang Yinglian and Di Qi'er. They come to a mysterious room. It's very dark inside. Di Chier thinks that usually tasks are received from game NPCs, but there might be task clues here. However, Jiang Yinglian suddenly realizes a problem. Forget NPCs. Even the players who came in together earlier are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the vibration sound from the phone rings again. Jiang Yinglian doesn't understand what's happening, while Di Chier is shaking with fear. When Jiang Yinglian turns his head, he sees a skeleton by the wall. He tells Di Chier to look, but she doesn't dare to turn and look. Then they see blood stains on the wall. The details are very well done. Di Chier gets more and more scared. She even thinks it wouldn't be strange if this place was really haunted. To keep Di Chier from being afraid, Jiang Yinglian deliberately changes the subject, telling her to quickly find task clues. But to ease the tense atmosphere, Jiang Yinglian deliberately teases her again. It turns out Di Chier is afraid of haunted houses. Hearing Jiang Yinglian say this, Di Chier gets very angry and refuses to admit it. She immediately explains that it's because the atmosphere here is very uncomfortable. Besides, they've walked such a long way, there's really nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that she won't admit being scared, Jiang Yinglian suddenly warns Di Chier that there's someone behind her. The next second, Di Chier screams in fear and tightly hugs Jiang Yinglian. In the moment of their embrace, Jiang Yinglian smells her fragrance and his heartbeat quickens. Di Chier, however, is very anxious. She keeps asking Jiang Yinglian if that person is still behind her. Jiang Yinglian, immersed in happiness at this moment, deliberately scares her to continue holding Di Chier. The person pretending to be a monster, seeing this scene, even cheers for Jiang Yinglian. But by now, Di Chier can't take it anymore. She bravely turns her head, wanting to tell the person pretending to be a monster to stop, but she finds no one there. Now Jiang Yinglian is in trouble. Thinking she's been deceived, Di Chier gives him a beating. Jiang Yinglian feels very innocent, having experienced Di Chier's fierceness. He doesn't dare to tease her anymore. The two continue walking forward. Di Chier suddenly stops. She explains to Jiang Yinglian that she's not holding on to him because she's scared, but because she's worried about getting separated. Hearing this, Jiang Yinglian's face instantly turns red, so he decides to hold Di Chier tightly. Meanwhile, Xiaoran has already discovered Di Chier's trail. He thinks she's just ahead and prepares to catch up. Zhang Zixuan also hears Di Chier's voice, but with Jiang Yinglian by her side, there shouldn't be any problem. To catch up with Di Chier, Xiaoran runs through the haunted house. Other players are all scared. Di Chier and Jiang Yinglian have now reached the exit. When they walk out, they happen to see the sister who introduced the haunted house game earlier. She has her back to them. Di Chier wants to ask that sister something. When she turns around, she's gnawing on half a palm. Di Chier is so scared she faints directly. Jiang Yinglian quickly hugs her and angrily criticizes that sister. When he learns that they've completed the task, Jiang Yinglian looks at the staff in bewilderment. Is there a mistake? They didn't even receive a task and just walked out of the castle. The staff patiently explains that from the moment they stepped into the underground passage, the task had already begun. As long as they held hands and didn't let go at any time, and hugged for more than 30 seconds. Because the task was too simple, many people didn't guess it. After all, most people were focused on finding clues and inadvertently ignored their partner. Then, the reason Jiang Yinglian and Di Chier completed the task was just a coincidence. Even that prank was caused by what Jiang Yinglian did. Since they completed the task, the staff instructs Jiang Yinglian to fill out the prize information. The prize will be delivered within a week. When Jiang Yinglian prepares to fill out the information, he reluctantly lets go of Di Chier's hand. Di Chier stands still. She recalls the moment they hugged earlier, thinking that Jiang Yinglian didn't reject her, probably out of comfort. When she looks at his back, she feels like everything is still in a dream. So she stares at her own hand, which still has Jiang Yinglian's lingering warmth. This makes her unable to forget for a while. Just as she's lost in thought, the female staff suddenly calls her. It turns out she wants to know if Di Chier and Jiang Yinglian are real couples. Seeing her confusion, Di Chier explains that they're just classmates, just out playing together during the holiday. Learning the truth, the female staff smiles happily. She thinks Di Chier might have been too scared at the time, so she didn't notice Jiang Yinglian's care. At that time, Di Chier was walking very slowly, and Jiang Yinglian deliberately slowed down to wait. And every time Di Chier panicked and wanted to run away, Jiang Yinglian firmly grasped her hand and pulled Di Chier back to his side. Jiang Yinglian's eyes were full of her. The female staff tells Di-cheer everything she saw in the video, even feeling envious. Then she advises Di-cheer to cherish it well. Out of shyness, Di-cheer quickly denies any relationship. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian suddenly comes over. He gestures for Di-cheer to leave. They're very close. Jiang Yinglian looks down into her eyes. Di-cheer feels very shy, her heart racing. Being stared at, Di-cheer teasingly asks if there's something on her face. Jiang Yinglian suddenly feels awkward. He just feels she's different from usual. They start discussing their next activity. Just as Jiang Yinglian turns his head, he sees Xiao Ran and Zhang Zixuan together. He can't help but feel confused. Why is his brother with that foodie? And how do they know each other? Just as he's puzzled, Di-cheer beside him calls out. Di-cheer is curious if he saw something, but Jiang Yinglian keeps it to himself. Then he tells Di-cheer to walk in another direction. But unfortunately, he sees Bai Quan and several other friends. This makes him even more uneasy. On the other side, Xiao Ran and Zhang Zixuan unexpectedly meet Bai Quan and others. They greet each other. Yusinian is very surprised. He points at Xiao Ran. He's very confused about Zhang Zixuan and Xiao Ran being together, but they don't directly answer him. When he learns that Xiao Ran broke Zhang Zixuan's glasses, Yusinian is unhappy. He calls Xiao Ran a stinking hooligan for being so harsh to Zhang Zixuan. Xiao Ran is speechless and can only angrily turn his head away, telling Yusinian not to pick a fight with him. Zhui Yang is also very curious about Zhang Zixuan and Xiao Ran being together. So Zhang Zixuan reluctantly explains that they just met today. At this time, Bai Quan is hiding behind Zhui Yang. Because of the previous incident with Di-cheer, he doesn't dare to greet Zhang Zixuan. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zixuan takes the initiative to speak. He compliments the fox doll Bai Quan is holding, saying it's very cute. Bai Quan immediately links arms with Zhui Yang and explains that because the fox looks like Zhui Yang, he asked him to hold it. They're chatting happily here. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran and Yusinian are arguing heatedly, even coming to blows. When they calm down, Xiao Ran sighs, saying it would be better if Di-cheer and Jiang Yinglian were here too. But he thinks Di-cheer should be nearby. The scene shifts to Jiang Yinglian. To avoid those companions, he keeps running with Di-cheer. When they stop, Di-cheer notices something's off with Jiang Yinglian. She thinks he's acting very strange, always running with her today. She suspects Jiang Yinglian is hiding something, but he deliberately changes the subject. He tries to divert her attention by suggesting buying drinks. Di-cheer is also helpless and can only go along with Jiang Yinglian's idea. Watching him walk away, Di-cheer wonders if Jiang Yinglian has someone he doesn't want to see, but he doesn't seem to want to tell her. As she's thinking, she suddenly sneezes. It turns out the wind is picked up. Suddenly, someone puts a coat over her shoulders from behind. Di-cheer thinks it's Jiang Yinglian and immediately turns her head, but she's stunned to see it's Zhui Yang. Di-cheer wants to call out his name, but Zhui Yang gestures for her to be quiet. Then he gently strokes Di-cheer's head. After doing this, he turns and leaves. Zhui Yang returns to Bai Quan's side. He looks very happy. Seeing his expression, Bai Quan thinks something fun happened, but Zhui Yang just casually brushes it off. When Jiang Yinglian returns after buying drinks, he sees Di-cheer with her back to him, wearing a coat. This leads to a misunderstanding. When Di-cheer turns around and sees Jiang Yinglian, he comes up to her. So Di-cheer tells him about what just happened with Zhui Yang. But Jiang Yinglian's expression is cold. He tells Di-cheer to take off the coat. Seeing her not respond, Jiang Yinglian gets angrier. He thinks it's not appropriate for Di-cheer to wear this coat. Left with no choice, Di-cheer can only take off the coat. The next second, Jiang Yinglian takes off his own jacket. Then he gestures for Di-cheer to come over. He proceeds to put it on her himself. Because the jacket is too big, Di-cheer looks strange wearing it. Jiang Yinglian can't help but laugh, which makes her embarrassed and angry. But Jiang Yinglian suddenly becomes very gentle. Di-cheer instantly can't stay angry. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian notices that Di-cheer is wearing makeup today, so he specifically confirms it. Di-cheer shyly turns her head and explains that she's only wearing light makeup. But Jiang Yinglian wants to know if she put on makeup because of this date. Di-cheer then reveals her thoughts. It turns out she's different from Jiang Yinglian. He's so popular, but this is her first date with a boy. When she was preparing to go out, she didn't know what to wear. To make herself look more formal, she tried putting on makeup, but she was worried Jiang Yinglian would find it strange, so she didn't dare to apply lipstick too dark. Learning about her thoughtfulness, Jiang Yinglian immediately compliments Di Chier's makeup, saying it looks very nice. Di Chier suddenly suggests going on the Ferris wheel. He happily agrees. On Xiao Ran's side, things aren't going as well. Annoyed by Yusinian, he turns to leave. Watching Xiao Ran's back, Bai Quan feels regretful. They couldn't greet each other properly this time either, and it seems Xiao Ran doesn't like him. Zhang Zixuan suddenly calls out to Xiao Ran. He asks him to consider what was said today, but Xiao Ran can't accept it. He considers anyone who takes Di Chier away as an enemy, but he immediately lets it go. After all, it's not up to him. Only Di Chier can make the decision. He'll support whatever she wants to do. Hearing Xiao Ran say this, Zhang Zixuan feels gratified. He compliments Xiao Ran, saying he's a good girl too. As they're about to part, Zhang Zixuan wants to know if they can go on another date. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's mind goes blank. He shyly turns his head, then deliberately mocks Zhang Zixuan, saying his constant smile looks tiring. Soon they part ways. The female staff member who received Jiang Yinglian returns home. It turns out she's Fang Shuyu's sister. She tells her younger sister to relax and go out with classmates during the holiday. But Fang Shuyu thinks if she relaxes, she won't be able to get into Class A. Hearing her sister's words, the older sister starts to advise her. It's not necessary to get into the top class. After all, Fang Shuyu is so excellent. Then she recounts her encounter with Jiang Yinglian at the amusement park. He was taking a girl to the haunted house. Learning this, Fang Shuyu feels very disappointed. The older sister doesn't notice her sister's expression and continues happily narrating. Then she asks if her sister likes Jiang Yinglian. At this moment, Fang Shuyu seems to realize something. She realizes there's no need to have unrequited feelings for someone who doesn't like her. Jiang Yinglian takes Di Chier to ride the Ferris wheel, but it's under maintenance. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yinglian leaves alone. He goes to find Zhuo Yang. He returns the clothes to him. It turns out he asked Zhuo Yang out so late to talk. Zhuo Yang complains that Jiang Yinglian is too much monopolizing Di Chier. Then he describes how Di Chier looked when she saw him. Di Chier was wearing a small tank top and short skirt. Zhuo Yang was very attracted. He even wanted to stay by her side a bit longer. Jiang Yinglian also stops hiding things. He tells about holding hands with Di Chier and describes it in detail. Zhuo Yang instantly becomes jealous. He asks Jiang Yinglian to stretch out his hand, wanting to indirectly hold hands with Di Chier. But Jiang Yinglian suddenly teases him, saying he also kissed Di Chier. This infuriates Zhuo Yang. He grabs Jiang Yinglian's collar and deliberately threatens him. Jiang Yinglian angrily pushes Zhuo Yang away. The next second, the atmosphere eases. Actually, Zhuo Yang doesn't believe what Jiang Yinglian said, because he knows Jiang Yinglian wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Not only does Zhuo Yang not believe it, but even Jiang Yinglian himself can't believe it. This girl suddenly entered his life, often bringing strange surprises. She revolves around him every day. She's also a bookworm. At first, Jiang Yinglian found girls troublesome, but since meeting Di Chier, he has fallen for her. Her smile alone can make him compromise. Speaking of this, he solemnly declares to Zhuo Yang that he likes Di Chier. If they both like the same person, then they're rivals in love. But this doesn't prevent them from being good friends. Seeing Jiang Yinglian become very serious, Zhuo Yang smiles happily, but he can understand him. After all, no one can control matters of the heart. Then Jiang Yinglian brings up Bai Quan's situation. He knows well that Bai Quan likes Zhuo Yang, so he deliberately probes the situation. He thought they would be together, but that's not the case. Zhuo Yang actually considers Bai Quan as his family, because they grew up watching each other. He has always treated Bai Quan as his most beloved sister. She is an inseparable part of his life. Zhuo Yang's words make Jiang Yinglian's skin crawl. As it's getting late, Zhuo Yang gets up to go home. Watching him leave, Jiang Yinglian makes a decision. If Zhuo Yang is serious, then he definitely won't back down. There are many people who like Di Chier, and he's mentally prepared for that. Jiang Yinglian advises Zhuo Yang not to hurt Bai Quan, but Zhuo Yang feels he has already hurt Bai Quan once. If he makes more beautiful promises, it would be ridiculous. Since Zhuo Yang really likes Di Chier, Jiang Yinglian wants to know the truth, but Zhuo Yang deliberately keeps it secret. On the way back, Zhuo Yang feels very irritated. He listlessly scrolls through his phone. Suddenly, he sees that Bai Quan's post has a very high like rate, so he also prepares to comment. But he suddenly abandons the idea. He becomes very conflicted. At this time, Bai Quan is at home. Her phone keeps beeping with message notifications. It turns out to be from classmates, all about the results of a small test. Bai Quan quickly picks up her phone to check. The score displayed makes her feel uneasy. The next second, Uncle Kai is at Bai Quan's school. Seeing the young lady become cheerful, he feels relieved. After Bai Quan says goodbye to Uncle Kai, she turns and meets Shui Yang and Yusinian. They greet each other. Yusinian sees Bai Quan carrying a big bag and offers to help her carry it. But Bai Quan refuses. There are only some snacks inside, and she wants to carry it herself. Yusinian then notices Bai Quan is dressed formally and wants to know why. But he gets tricked. After a while, Jiang Yinglian, Di Chier, and others arrive. Di Chier greets Yusinian and the others. But Xiao Ran seems very scared. He holds Di Chier's hand tightly. Jiang Yinglian sees Zhui Yang and turns his head away irritably. After all, they're now rivals in love. Zhui Yang suddenly walks up to Di Chier, feeling they look similar today. Both have center-parted bangs. The two chat happily. Jiang Yinglian sulks on the side. He tells Di Chier to change back to full bangs. Seeing this, Zhui Yang puts his hand on Jiang Yinglian's shoulder. He advises him not to tease Di Chier like this, or she might dislike him. But Jiang Yinglian looks indifferent. After all, he's the one living with Di Chier. Seeing this tactic doesn't work, Zhui Yang turns to Xiao Ran. He tells him about Jiang Yinglian and Di Chier holding hands. Bai Quan also walks up to Xiao Ran. She gives him the snacks she brought. Inside are cookies she baked herself, intentionally made in different flavors. Then she introduces herself. She hopes to become friends with Xiao Ran. But Xiao Ran looks unhappy. He accuses her of trying to bribe him with a bag of snacks. To write off what happened before, Bai Quan is left speechless. But Xiao Ran suddenly changes his tone. He shouts that at least 2 bags are needed, otherwise it's not sincere enough. The friends watching on the side are instantly dumbfounded. The group arrives at the library. Since his brother is studying at home, Jiang Yinglian doesn't want to disturb him, so he can only come out to read. Yusinian starts to interject randomly, making everyone exasperated. The girls are chatting happily. Jiang Yinglian stares at Di Chier without moving. He starts to daydream, and Xiao Ran, the foodie, is eating snacks in big mouthfuls. Yusinian deliberately teases him for having a picnic. This remark irritates Xiao Ran. He snaps back at Yusinian directly. The two are full of hostility. Suddenly, they start arguing. Yusinian suddenly snatches Xiao Ran's snacks away, saying he can only eat after finishing his homework. This angers Xiao Ran, who wants to get physical. Di Chier quickly tries to persuade Xiao Ran. Yusinian hopes he will focus on reviewing and get good grades, so he shouldn't be angry. Soon Xiao Ran calms down. Di Chier starts to help him with his studies. Jiang Yinglian gazes at Di Chier. He's fascinated by her teacher-like appearance. Jiang Yinglian suddenly stands up to buy drinks. When Yusinian learns of this, he asks Jiang Yinglian to bring orange juice. Then one by one, they all make their requests. But Di Chier wants to accompany Jiang Yinglian. He immediately agrees. However, Xiao Ran is unhappy. He also wants to join in. The three of them leave the library together. Because Xiao Ran spoke loudly to Bai Quan earlier, Di Chier was frightened. So she advises Xiao Ran to get along better in the future. But Xiao Ran can't do it. Because Bai Quan hurt Di Chier before, he doesn't want to forgive easily. For those who hurt Di Chier, Xiao Ran considers them all enemies. But as long as Di Chier and Bai Quan become friends, he won't make things difficult. He will try to accept it. Having such a good friend, Di Chier feels very happy. The scene moves to the library. Yusinian has organized the exam materials. It turns out to be to help Xiao Ran. Zhui Yang and Bai Quan are also seriously discussing. Soon it's evening. Everyone is preparing to say goodbye. Xiao Ran and Yusinian start to make a fuss again. On the way home, Bai Quan feels her foot hurting a bit. Zhui Yang wants to carry her back. Bai Quan is startled. She quickly refuses. But she suddenly realizes that today was the first time she talked to Xiao Ran. He must have a very bad impression of her. So she plans to let everyone get to know her again. Soon they reach the front door. She waves goodbye to Zhui Yang and Yusinian. At this moment, Zhui Yang remembers Bai Quan's childhood. Whenever she was wronged, she would run to him. Now Bai Quan is taking the initiative to make friends. It shows she has taken the first step. Yusinian suddenly stops. He suddenly thinks of something. He immediately says goodbye to Zhui Yang. It turns out he wants to find his crush. Yu Xinian, out of breath, comes to Bai Quan. He wants to know if Bai Quan still likes Zhui Yang. Yu Sihua hears the sound of the door opening. He finds that Yu Xinian has returned. He lazily orders his brother, asking him to get beer for himself. But surprisingly, Yu Xinian chooses to ignore it. He walks straight back to his room. The sound of the door closing is heard. Faced with his brother's impolite behavior, Yu Sihua is surprised. He grits his teeth and calls his brother's name, ready to explode. He angrily pushes open the door. After scolding Yu Xinian twice, he finds no reaction. Yu Sihua starts to guess the reason. It seems that Yu Xinian was rejected when confessing to Bai Quan. Yu Xinian denies it. He believes that if he really confessed to Bai Quan, he would definitely fail. They might not even be friends anymore. After hearing this, Yu Sihua gloats on the side, but Yu Xinian is in no mood to deal with him and asks him to leave his room. This time Yu Sihua is angry. He hears his brother dare to call him by name. He grabs a pillow and while angrily beating Yu Xinian, he advises him to snatch Bai Quan away. Yu Xinian's tone is dejected. He believes that even if he really did that, it wouldn't succeed. Yu Sihua scoffs at this statement. He throws a pillow at Yu Xinian's face, then changes the subject and leaves the room. He can't help but sigh, thinking his younger brother is really an idiot. On the other side, Yu Xinian is recalling his conversation with Bai Quan. He only remembers that his mind went blank at that moment, and he asked Bai Quan about her feelings for Zhui Yang. When he learned that Bai Quan had liked Zhui Yang for 9 years, Yu Xinian felt heartbroken. But he quickly composed himself, pretending to be nonchalant on the surface, saying it was something he expected. Bai Quan then realized that her feelings for Zhui Yang were so obvious. After the conversation, Yu Xinian silently lowered his head. Early in the morning, Yu Xinian greets 2 classmates. They notice that Yu Xinian's eyes are swollen. They laugh and tease him. Xiaoren also happens to see Yu Xinian. He's about to return the notebook to him, but Yu Xinian turns around and calls him in a sickeningly sweet way. This disgusts Xiaoren. He slaps the notebook onto Yu Xinian's face. Yu Xinian is very angry. His good mood is ruined by Xiaoren. Then the two start to bicker. Xiaoren feels this is normal, because this is how they usually interact. But Xiaoren still notices that something is off with Yu Xinian. He wants to know the reason. Yu Xinian tries to act like nothing happened. Xiaoren feels contempt for him, explaining that he was just asking casually. This time Yu Xinian becomes anxious. He takes the initiative to tell Xiaoren. It turns out he's heartbroken. He saw from one glance that the person Bai Quan likes isn't him. Yu Xinian silently comforts himself. He believes that time can heal everything. At the same time, he understands that no matter who Bai Quan likes, as long as she's happy, it's enough. At this moment, Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian happen to pass by. Xiaoren watches them chatting and laughing, thinking that no matter who Di Qi'er likes, he will always protect her. Suddenly, Di Qi'er throws a piece of candy to Xiaoren, telling him to eat it after class. Yu Xinian then realizes that these two are always thinking about each other. It's an enviable friendship. Xiaoren then tries to comfort Yu Xinian, but what he says is misunderstood by Yu Xinian. So Xiaoren gets angry and even tries to teach Yu Xinian a lesson. Afterwards, he actively thanks Yu Xinian, because Yu Xinian also helped him sort out his feelings. After resolving their issues, they return to their previous playful behavior. When he learns that the school's military training is in autumn, Zhui Yang is stunned. He angrily shouts at his father. His father only gives a casual explanation. Zhui Yang feels helpless about this. Suddenly, Zhui Zhihing remembers that his son has started smoking again recently, so he asks him to quit. But worried that Zhui Yang won't participate in the training, he comes up with several reasons to tempt him. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier. Zhui Yang takes the bait. Late at night, Jiang Yinglian notices that Di Qi'er's bangs have grown long and offers to trim them for her. Di Qi'er directly refuses Jiang Yinglian. She's afraid he might play a trick on her. Di Qi'er plans to go to a hair salon, but at this hour, they're all closed. So she turns her gaze to Jiang Yinglian, starting to guess if he's reliable or not. After some consideration, she decides to trust Jiang Yinglian. Jiang Yinglian asks Di Qi'er to close her eyes. He then realizes that her bangs have completely covered her eyes. This reminds Jiang Yinglian of an Angora rabbit. With the sound of scissors, Di Qi'er's hair falls to the ground. She slowly opens her eyes and feels a special sensation. The next second, she can't help but laugh out loud. Her reaction confuses Jiang Yinglian. It turns out that Jiang Yinglian's act of trimming her bangs makes Di Qi'er feel amazed. She has gotten used to Jiang Yinglian's presence around her. They've been through a lot together. He even helps her cut her hair now. This makes Di Qi'er look forward to what else might happen with Jiang Yinglian in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yinglian has a sudden idea. He suggests that Di Qi'er help him with makeup. After Di Qi'er repeatedly refuses, Jiang Yinglian can only cough to cover his embarrassment. He suddenly calls Di Qi'er's name, revealing his true feelings. The first time he cooked for her and cut her hair, the first time he held her hand, and the first time they hugged. These are all experiences Jiang Yinglian has never had before. Di Qi'er has brought great changes to him. After hearing these words, Di Qi'er looks incredulous. She can't believe Jiang Yinglian can be so sentimental. She's touched inside, thinking she hasn't done much, yet Jiang Yinglian has always been so good to her. Di Qi'er considers it a blessing to have him as a friend. But Jiang Yinglian isn't satisfied with just being friends. He interrupts her and asks Di Qi'er to close her eyes. Then he starts cutting her hair. When he's sure Di Qi'er won't open her eyes, Jiang Yinglian slowly leans closer to her. Unfortunately, Jiang Yinglian's stepmother happens to return at that moment. Cheng Jingru sees Jiang Yinglian getting along well with Di Qi'er and feels very pleased. She takes out some snacks she brought back, intending to share with them. However, Jiang Yinglian decides to go out for a run, while Di Qi'er needs to return to her room to do homework. Cheng Jingru is on the verge of tears. It seems the snacks will have to wait for Zhang Zixuan to return. After returning to her room, Di Qi'er starts thinking about something. She realized that when her eyes were closed, Jiang Yinglian was very close to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian is facing the wall, reflecting on his actions. But this strange behavior causes passersby to gossip. So the two of them, each with their own thoughts, welcome the autumn training. The camp is surrounded by silence. The bus heading to the training camp slowly drives by, but the singing of two classmates echoes through the sky. This annoys the others because not only are they singing badly, but they've also turned a ballad into a rap song. This lively group activity makes Huang Tianming happy. At the same time, he notices that Zhuo Yiyang seems to be in a good mood too. It turns out he knows the training camp is co-ed, and Zhuo Yiyang is very excited about it. But when Huang Tianming reveals the truth behind the scenes, Zhuo Yiyang realizes it was all fake. He's been tricked by his father. On another bus, Yin Sherwin calls out to Di Qi'er and invites her to play a game. She notices that Jiang Yinglian has fallen asleep nearby. Di Qi'er explains on his behalf. Because several boys were up all night playing games, they barely slept. Di Qi'er looks at Jiang Yinglian's sleeping face. She can't help but recall that night when Jiang Yinglian leaned close to her. Thinking about this, her face instantly turns red. At this moment, the sleeping Jiang Yinglian leans on her shoulder. Di Qi'er feels shy about this intimate action, but she doesn't have the heart to wake him up. Suddenly, the bus brakes hard. Di Qi'er sees that Jiang Yinglian has just woken up, and he's leaning on her chest. Di Qi'er is both embarrassed and annoyed. She quickly gives him a violent shove. Jiang Yinglian, still groggy from sleep, doesn't even know why he's been hit. As the sky gradually darkens, everyone arrives at the hotel for the training camp. After the teacher in charge gives instructions about precautions, they leave with peace of mind. Yin Sherwin is excited and suggests that the classmates go sing together. But Di Qi'er, following the teacher's instructions, doesn't want to go out at night. What Yin Sherwin doesn't know is that Di Qi'er isn't in the mood to play. After returning from the bathhouse, Di Qi'er's mind has been occupied by something. As a result, when she's about to enter her room, she accidentally realizes she doesn't have her room key. Di Qi'er goes downstairs to ask the front desk for help. She explains her predicament. The front desk suggests she find a teacher, but Di Qi'er is worried that the teacher will find out about her roommates going out. This puts her in a dilemma. Di Qi'er chooses to borrow a phone from the front desk. She first calls Xiao Ran. At the barbecue stand, Xiao Ran waves his hand, ordering the owner to bring more lamb skewers. Yusinian thinks Xiao Ran can't finish them all, but Xiao Ran dismisses his concern as meddling. At this time, Di Qi'er finds that Xiao Ran's phone is not answered. She then calls Yin Sherwin, Xia Han, and Bai Quan in turn, but no one picks up. Di Qi'er can only hold on to her last hope and call Jiang Yinglian. The buzzing sound wakes up the sleeping Jiang Yinglian. Jiang Yinglian answers the phone. On the other end, Di Qi'er is particularly excited. She tells Jiang Yinglian about her predicament, but then belatedly realizes she has woken him up. However, Jiang Yinglian's solution is to have Di Qi'er come to his room. When they meet, Di Qi'er awkwardly greets Jiang Yinglian. Jiang Yinglian notices she's only wearing a bathrobe and stares at her intently. He then pulls Di Chier into the room. When she learns that Jiang Inglian's roommates are also out, Di Chier promises to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that she has misunderstood him, Jiang Inglian explains. Then, looking at the nervous Di Chier in front of him, he sighs and slowly closes his eyes. To return quickly, Di Chier picks up Jiang Inglian's phone, intending to contact her roommates. But no one answers. Di Chier feels particularly guilty. She's worried that staying in Jiang Inglian's room will prevent him from resting well. So Di Chier turns to look at Jiang Inglian and notices he seems unwell and has no appetite. She offers to boil some water for him. After getting the hot water, Di Chier prepares to hand it to Jiang Inglian, unaware that her bathrobe pocket has been caught on a rod. She's about to take a step when she realizes something's wrong, and her hand accidentally touches the hot kettle. Jiang Inglian looks concerned. He holds Di Chier's hands, his words full of care. Di Chier quickly assures him she's not hurt, but when she looks down, she realizes her bathrobe has come undone somehow. Jiang Inglian sees this too. Both of their faces turn red. Di Chier is about to cry out, but Jiang Inglian covers her mouth. He advises her to fix her clothes, warning that if someone sees, they won't be able to explain. Di Chier pitifully clutches her clothes to her chest. Then Jiang Inglian starts rummaging through his suitcase. He takes out a jacket to cover Di Chier's exposed skin and tells her to stay in the room. Watching Jiang Inglian's retreating figure, Di Chier feels incredibly shy. Outside the door, Jiang Inglian punches the wall, telling himself to stay calm. Because when he's facing Di Chier, he always wants to do something bad. He silently complains, thinking Di Chier has no sense of caution at all. He must protect her well. Little does he know, at this moment, Di Chier in the room is criticizing him. The clothes Jiang Inglian helped her put on are inside out. The next morning, Jiang Inglian slowly opens his eyes and finds Di Chier in front of him. He's curious. Then Di Chier actually initiates a kiss. Just as they're about to kiss, Jiang Inglian is woken up by Huang Tianming. It turns out it was all just a dream. His sweet dream was ruined by Huang Tianming. Jiang Inglian, embarrassed and angry, gives Huang Tianming a shoulder throw. Meanwhile, Di Chier puts on her training clothes. Yin Sherwin sees Di Chier's handsome appearance and starts to swoon, her words full of praise. Suddenly, the crowd starts to stir. Di Chier, curious, looks back. It's Jiang Inglian. He's wearing training clothes, looking dashing. At this moment, Jiang Inglian shifts his gaze towards Di Chier. Their eyes meet. The next second, they both look away and sink. Di Chier curses at him in her heart and angrily pulls Yin Sherwin away. The onlookers notice the awkward atmosphere and start gossiping about Jiang Inglian. It seems he can't clear his name now, even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The training officially begins. Huang Tianming happens to be standing between Di Chier and Jiang Inglian. The frozen atmosphere between the two makes him extremely uncomfortable. In another class, the girls are paired up, counting each other's sit-ups. Zhou Nana notices that Fang Shuyu is slacking off. She decisively reports to the teacher and even mocks Fang Shuyu for not being able to find a partner. Bai Quan, unwilling to see Zhou Nana and Fang Shuyu argue, not only mediates, but also volunteers to help Fang Shuyu stretch. However, Fang Shuyu refuses the help, and Zhou Nana directly throws the mat at her, urging her to complete the task. While helping Fang Shuyu stretch, Zhou Nana cautiously probes her. But when she hears an unsatisfactory answer, she instantly becomes furious. Fang Shuyu doesn't care about her reaction at all and walks away with a wave. This behavior makes Zhou Nana feel like Fang Shuyu has completely changed. Bai Quan, however, believes this is Fang Shuyu's true self. The next event is about to begin. The instructor announces the competition rules. Team members must complete the task while holding hands. Di Chier happens to be paired with Jiang Inglian. She's afraid the atmosphere will become awkward. Jiang Inglian notices her discomfort and offers to hold her sleeve instead. Di Chier hesitates for a few seconds before bravely taking his hand. Although Jiang Inglian's face turns red, he's incredibly happy. He smiles at Huang Tianming and even leans on his shoulder. He thinks Di Chier is really cute. The break time has ended. Xiao Ran hears the assembly call but remains rooted to the spot. He sees that the neighboring class seems lively, so he observes and discusses with Yusinian. After Yusinian leaves, Xiao Ran sees Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian playing games hand in hand. He feels envious of this. It's now his turn to do sit-ups. Xiao Ran feels resentful, thinking that a good catch has been snatched away. He channels all his frustration towards Jiang Yinglian into his training. The competitions in other classes are also heating up. The coach introduces the rules for the quick answer game. 2 teammates are responsible for answering questions, while the other 2 stand on paper sheets. If they answer correctly, the other teams fold their paper in half. But if the team members standing on the paper exceed the boundaries, the whole team is eliminated. The 4 team members start discussing strategies, but they talk too loudly, so the coach decides that Di Qi'er and Jiang Yinglian will be responsible for standing on the paper. Seeing these 2 unfortunate ones, Huang Tianming secretly turns away and laughs. The quick answer competition officially begins. In the first round, Huang Tianming answers too quickly and unfortunately misses the correct answer. Jiang Yinglian is furious. It was such a simple question, yet he got it wrong. The instructor starts asking the next question. Huang Tianming raises his hand to answer again, but he's wrong once more. Jiang Yinglian even thinks Huang Tianming is deliberately throwing the game. As the area on the paper gets smaller and smaller, to avoid stepping out, Jiang Yinglian asks Di Qi'er to step on him, but Di Qi'er refuses, worried about hurting Jiang Yinglian. Di Qi'er stands shakily. Realizing she can't stand steady, she holds on to Jiang Yinglian's shoulders. Huang Tianming prepares to answer the third question. Surprisingly, he gets it wrong again. To avoid losing the competition, Jiang Yinglian bends down. He decides to carry Di Qi'er on his back. Huang Tianming watches enviously as Jiang Yinglian carries Di Qi'er. At this moment, he also wants to experience the taste of love. Di Qi'er, being carried by Jiang Yinglian, feels very shy. After all, it's her first time. Worried about being too heavy, Di Qi'er expresses concern for Jiang Yinglian. She tells him to let her know if he feels tired. But Jiang Yinglian suddenly wants to know Di Qi'er's height and weight. She honestly answers, 165 centimeters tall and only 80 Jin, 40 kilograms in weight. After hearing the answer, Jiang Yinglian thinks to himself, this isn't just thin, it's malnourished. So he feels Di Qi'er isn't heavy at all. But Di Qi'er is curious. She thinks Jiang Yinglian is asking these questions to trick her. There's a saying that when you carry the whole world on your back, of course it feels heavy. With these words, Jiang Yinglian bursts into laughter. The 2 start flirting and teasing each other. Jiang Yinglian suddenly advises Di Qi'er to gain weight, saying that yesterday he noticed she was so thin, almost skin and bones. These words remind Di Qi'er of what happened last night. She suddenly feels extremely shy. Due to nervousness, Di Qi'er suddenly tightens her grip around Jiang Yinglian's neck, startling him. As other classes have already moved on to other activities, while their class is still stuck on physical training, Zhui Yang becomes even more excited. However, these are mostly relatively relaxed group activities, so he prefers rock climbing and interior design more. At this moment, 2 boys are discussing Bai Quan. They feel lucky to be in the same group as Bai Quan. They'll be able to hug each other during the games later. Moreover, with such a good figure, having the chance to be in close contact is really exciting. Zhui Yang overhears all of this. He speaks up, calling the 2 disgusting, and then warns them. If they dare to touch Bai Quan, he'll break their ribs. As soon as he says this, an argument breaks out. The commotion attracts the attention of Bai Quan and others. Zhui Yang and the others start fighting. Fortunately, the class monitor pulls them apart. However, Zhui Yang's face is injured, but several people from Da's group are disciplined. Not only can they not participate in the tasks, but they also have to clean up all the class equipment. Zhou Nana sighs at this moment, surprised that even the principal's son would get into a fight. She thought Zhui Yang was like this as a child. Hearing this, Bai Quan quickly explains. Actually, everyone likes to play with Zhui Yang, but sometimes he suddenly starts fighting. And every time, he refuses to explain why. Because they lost to other groups in the quick answer game. Jiang Yinglian's entire team is eliminated. As a result, they are punished with push-ups. Hiyu is very upset and starts complaining about various things. Jiang Yinglian suddenly sees Di Qi'er. He wonders why she's still standing there. It turns out Di Qi'er hasn't done her sit-ups yet. She wants to wait for other teams to finish. Then she'll find a classmate to help hold her legs. Jiang Yinglian suddenly feels sorry for her, so he decides to help. But Di Qi'er gestures for Jiang Yinglian to leave first. However, Jiang Yinglian is persistent. He sees that Di Qi'er is unwilling to ask for his help and feels a bit upset. Seeing Jiang Yinglian's expression, Di Qi'er finally agrees. When he realizes he's helping Di Qi'er with leg presses, he instantly regrets it. Even while helping her, he keeps his head down the entire time, not daring to look elsewhere, afraid of being recognized. So Jiang Yinglian helps with the leg presses while Di Qi'er does sit-ups. When she reaches 34, Di Qi'er suddenly gets stuck. No matter how hard she tries, she can't complete it. Seeing this, Jiang Yinglian patiently teaches her the method. Seeing his beloved struggle so much, Jiang Yinglian advises her that it's good enough since the teacher won't check anyway. But Di Qi'er is very persistent. She doesn't plan to give up. Di Qi'er struggles to do the sit-ups. Jiang Yinglian enjoys the scent of her fragrance. He can't help but get closer to her. However, Di Qi'er has just finished her sit-ups at this moment. Now their faces are very close. Jiang Yinglian's face turns red, his heart suddenly racing. He awkwardly leaves immediately, leaving behind a curious Di Qi'er. The scene shifts to Zhuo Yang. Because of the fight, he's being criticized by the teacher. Bai Quan is worried about Zhuo Yang, so he's peeking and eavesdropping at the door. When Zhuo Yang comes out, he quickly goes to meet him. Seeing Bai Quan running to check on him, Zhuo Yang actually blames Huang Tianming nearby. This is the boys' dormitory. How could he bring Bai Quan here? Huang Tianming feels very innocent. It was clearly Bai Quan who insisted on coming, and he couldn't stop him. Out of concern, Bai Quan quickly checks Zhuo Yang's injuries. After a while, he takes out a first aid kit, preparing to treat Zhuo Yang's wounds. Because the wound is on his face, Bai Quan is very careful. He dabs some medicine on a cotton swab. Just as Bai Quan is about to treat the wound, Zhuo Yang grabs his hand. He wants to treat it himself. Seeing Zhuo Yang not letting him help, Bai Quan looks disappointed. Tears well up in his eyes. He suddenly can't understand why Zhuo Yang fought with his classmates and is now rejecting his help. Huang Tianming senses the awkward atmosphere and quickly tries to smooth things over. At this moment, Zhuo Yang suddenly has something to discuss with Bai Quan, so he deliberately pulls him aside to whisper. Huang Tianming is completely confused. He can't hear clearly what the two are saying. He only sees Bai Quan looking very happy and excited. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he prepares to sneak away quietly. However, Bai Quan catches him. Zhuo Yang doesn't understand what's happening, so he simply leaves first. Walking alone in the hallway, he suddenly worries about his wound. If it doesn't fully heal before the training camp ends, he'll definitely get scolded by his grandfather when he returns home. At this moment, the two boys he fought with are speaking ill of him. Zhuo Yang happens to overhear as he passes by. Just as they're happily talking, Zhuo Yang suddenly appears, giving them a big scare. One of them, afraid of getting hit, quickly covers his head with his hands. But Zhuo Yang completely ignores them, silently walking past them. Meanwhile, Bai Quan returns to the dorm with a beaming face. Zhou Nana sees his good mood and thinks something good must have happened. It turns out that while chatting with Huang Tianming, he told Bai Quan a secret. The reason Zhuo Yang got into a fight was because those two boys had spoken disrespectfully about Bai Quan behind his back, which angered Zhuo Yang. Knowing that his crush fought for him, Bai Quan feels very happy. He realizes that Zhuo Yang actually cares a lot about him. Yin Sherwin and Di Qi'er, passing by after buying drinks, see their classmates playing ball. Zhuo Yang comes to greet them. Di Qi'er notices his facial injury. To hide the truth, Zhuo Yang can only deceive her. Then he prepares to have a private chat with Di Qi'er. Yin Sherwin, seeing the situation between the two, tactfully leaves. At the same time, Jiang Yinglian is playing ball with his classmates. Unexpectedly, this attracts the attention of other girls. One girl takes a liking to him. A classmate next to her encourages her to confess. However, this girl is hesitant because she knows that Jiang Yinglian is living with a female classmate. She thinks they might be dating. At this point, the classmate next to her continues to persuade her. Actually, they're just living under the same roof, not dating. Encouraged by her classmates, the girl takes the initiative to greet Jiang Yinglian. As he doesn't respond, the girl can only hurriedly leave. Jiang Yinglian prepares to return to the dorm. Unexpectedly, he sees Zhuo Yang and Di Qi'er talking. They seem to be chatting very happily. Di Qi'er is laughing in front of another boy. Jiang Yinglian becomes extremely jealous. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice a basketball flying towards him until it hits him. Huang Tianming suddenly comes over, telling Jiang Yinglian not to space out on the basketball court. Jiang Yinglian angrily looks at him, then turns and leaves. Zhuo Yang and Di Qiyer's conversation also ends. They seem to have made some kind of agreement. As Zhuo Yang leaves, Di Qiyer stands there grinning foolishly. Jiang Yinglian appears silently from behind, startling her. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yinglian wants to know what Di Qiyer and Zhuo Yang talked about, but she becomes very flustered and quickly shakes her head vigorously. Jiang Yinglian is still not at ease, but there's nothing he can do. To avoid him, Di Qiyer wants to quickly return to the dorm. Jiang Yinglian also happens to be heading back, so they walk together. When Di Qiyer returns to the dorm, she witnesses an unpleasant scene. Yin Sherwin and a female classmate are horsing around. They accidentally spill their drinks, and it gets on Di Qiyer's clothes. Yin Sherwin quickly apologizes. She offers her own nightgown to Di Qiyer. Wearing Yin Sherwin's nightgown, Di Qiyer stands in front of the mirror. She marvels at how daring the other girl is to wear such a backless nightgown. After a while, Di Qiyer passes through the hallway and suddenly hears a familiar voice. She can't help but take a look. To her surprise, it's Jiang Yinglian. He's handing over a form to the teacher. Jiang Yinglian happens to turn his head and sees Di Qiyer in the nightgown. He instantly feels embarrassed. Di Qiyer also awkwardly hurries away. After returning to the room, Di Qiyer picks up a bag from the table, borrows a jacket from Yin Sherwin, and rushes out again. It turns out she wants to return the previous clothes to Jiang Yinglian. After doing this, she intends to leave. However, she remembers that her water seems to have been taken by Jiang Yinglian earlier, so she asks him to confirm. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yinglian has already drunk it. Di Qiyer suddenly gets very angry. That was the water she had drunk from. Jiang Yinglian is instantly dumbfounded. Doesn't this count as an indirect kiss? Watching Di Qiyer's retreating figure, Jiang Yinglian feels very helpless. On the basketball court, Jiang Yinglian is playing ball with his classmates. Zhuo Yang suddenly invites him to form a team for a match. Jiang Yinglian directly throws the ball to him. He demands a one-on-one match between the two of them. Zhuo Yang agrees to this proposal. Their duel begins instantly. To find out about Zhuo Yang and Di Qiyer's previous conversation, Jiang Yinglian takes the opportunity to inquire. Seeing Jiang Yinglian's jealous look, Zhuo Yang sets a rule. If Jiang Yinglian can win, he will reveal the secret. As soon as he finishes speaking, Jiang Yinglian quickly steals the ball from Zhuo Yang. The latter is momentarily stunned. Having gained possession, Jiang Yinglian immediately shoots with high accuracy. One shot after another, Jiang Yinglian wins against Zhuo Yang with a score of 5-3. The other has to admit defeat. Having won the game, Jiang Yinglian asks Zhuo Yang to disclose the matter. But Zhuo Yang is cunning. He tricks Jiang Yinglian with a scheme, then quickly slips away when the other is not paying attention. Seeing Zhuo Yang's evasion, Jiang Yinglian gets very angry. He stands up and calls out to him. But Zhuo Yang doesn't plan to say it himself. He tells Jiang Yinglian to ask Di Qiyer directly. The next day, Huang Tianming notices that Jiang Yinglian seems off. His face looks terrible, and he's not in the right state even during training activities. So he deliberately asks Jiang Yinglian for help. He asks him to move the decorations for the cultural evening to the next room. Jiang Yinglian listlessly takes the box and turns to leave. Because Di Qiyer and Zhuo Yang are being so mysterious, he's been overthinking all day and lacks energy for anything. When he sees Di Qiyer, he prepares to ask once more. Just as Jiang Yinglian musters up the courage to approach Di Qiyer, there's a commotion at the door. It turns out Huang Tianming is preparing to move things out when he suddenly enters, colliding with him. Huang Tianming, who's been hit, falls backward, consequently bumping into Jiang Yinglian behind him. Jiang Yinglian is pushed in front of Di Qiyer. He braces himself against the wall with both hands, coming into close contact with Di Qiyer. The two are very close, and at this moment, Di Qiyer's heart races. Her face turns red. Jiang Yinglian suddenly comes to his senses and verbally blames Huang Tianming. Di Qiyer, due to the contact with Jiang Yinglian, starts to imagine various scenarios. She even wants to throw herself into his arms. As for Jiang Yinglian, what should have been a simple matter has been messed up by Huang Tianming. He feels very angry. Huang Tianming has no choice but to try hard to comfort him. To cheer Jiang Yinglian up a bit, he reveals Di Qiyer's earlier actions. It turns out that when Jiang Yinglian turned his head to speak earlier, Di Qiyer's gaze never left him. Her face was very red, and she was staring at Jiang Yinglian in a daze. Only then does Jiang Yinglian realize that Di Qiyer's feelings might be the same as his. If he confesses, there might be hope. At night when sleeping, Huang Tianming's snoring is very loud, disturbing everyone in the dorm. They all suggest kicking him out. The next second, Huang Tianming is driven out. He feels wronged, wondering how they could bear to make him sleep in the corridor. Left with no choice, he can only grumble as he sleeps in the corridor. The moment he lies down, he suddenly feels it's quite cool here, so he quickly falls asleep. However, his snoring is still very loud, causing everyone to collectively open their doors. When he wakes up, he finds himself training by a small lake. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tianming goes to have breakfast with Hiyu. Jiang Yinglian suddenly greets them. Zhui Yang also appears at this time. He pulls Jiang Yinglian aside to have a private conversation. Huang Tianming and Hiyu secretly follow, observing them from a distance. Zhui Yang and Jiang Yinglian walk and discuss. Huang Tianming and Hiyu trail behind them. Just as Jiang Yinglian is walking with Yusinian, a girl's belongings fall to the ground. The girl quickly squats down to pick them up. Yusinian prepares to help her, but is politely refused. However, he still proactively steps forward to help. Jiang Yinglian also comes over to lend a hand. When the girl looks up, she happens to see Jiang Yinglian. She's very surprised. This girl has been secretly in love with Jiang Yinglian, so when she sees Jiang Yinglian, she becomes very shy. Jiang Tianming and Hiyu, who have been observing from afar, also appear. Jiang Tianming notices that Jiang Yinglian is acting strange today, being unusually obedient in doing things for the class. He wants to understand what exactly happened. Jiang Yinglian then explains. Because Hiyu had previously said that timing is very important, Jiang Yinglian made a decision. After the evening's activities end, he wants to express his feelings to Di Qiyer. Night has fallen, and the event has begun. Two girls are performing on stage. Bai Quan and others are watching from below. Yusinian suddenly asks Xiao Ran to share some snacks with him, but is refused. Di Qiyer is chatting happily with her classmates. Jiang Yinglian's gaze turns towards her, silently planning. He's going to confess to Di Qiyer soon. At this moment, Di Qiyer also looks over at Jiang Yinglian. They communicate using lip reading. Surprisingly, they understand each other completely. Perhaps this is what they call being in sync. Seeing their sweet interaction, Jiang Tianming can't help but tease Jiang Yinglian. The girls on stage are performing a wonderful show. The audience applauds enthusiastically. Bai Quan notices the lead dancer. It turns out he's seen her before, and her skills are quite impressive. Jiang Yinglian suddenly comes to Di Qiyer's side. He wants to ask her out after the event ends. Di Qiyer doesn't understand what he wants to do, just as Jiang Yinglian is about to state his purpose. The girl on stage suddenly calls out his name using the microphone. This girl is called Jasmine. She has always admired Jiang Yinglian. Now she finally musters up the courage. She boldly confesses in front of everyone. Everyone is stunned. Many audience members suddenly start teasing. Jiang Tianming also urges Jiang Yinglian to quickly go on stage to respond to her feelings. And so, Jiang Yinglian is pushed onto the stage by his classmates. He anxiously turns his head to look at Di Qiyer, fearing she might misunderstand. But Di Qiyer is now lost in the crowd. She even cheers Jiang Yinglian on. And so Jiang Yinglian is pushed onto the stage by his classmates. Facing this boy she has admired for so long, Jasmine finally can't help but speak up. She wants to be the one by Jiang Yinglian's side. This sudden turn of events leaves Jiang Yinglian at a loss. He coldly turns around and walks off the stage. The atmosphere instantly becomes very awkward. Jiang Yinglian's actions also invite various criticisms. Many people think he's too harsh, not even knowing how to comfort the girl. As people are discussing, Jiang Yinglian walks through the crowd with his head down. He comes to Di Qi'er. Di Qi'er expects him to say something, but Jiang Yinglian remains silent. Then he brushes past her. Die Qi'er stund. Jiang Yinglian feels very hurt at this moment. Even though he's full of passion, Di Qi'er's feelings towards him seem to remain within the bounds of friendship. He even feels that all his hopes have been shattered. Di Qi'er checks the rules while waiting for people. 5 minutes after the agreed time, Jiang Yinglian finally appears. As soon as he arrives, he finds that the other 2 people in the group have already left. Di Qi'er thinks the teammates are afraid of affecting the event, so she thoughtfully comforts him. The event scores are calculated individually, so it's fine as long as they complete it. But she only receives a cold response. She can't help but mutter, "What a cold attitude." On the other side, Yusinian and Xiao Ran are also doing their task. To complete the breakfast task quickly, Xiao Ran comes up with a sneaky idea. He wants to find a shortcut to reach the task's endpoint quickly. His companion scolds him not to think about taking shortcuts and to obediently follow the designated path. At this moment, Xiao Ran sees Di Qi'er, not far away. She's doing the task with Jiang Yinglian. Although he wants to walk with Di Qi'er, considering what happened suddenly last night, Xiao Ran chooses to give them some space alone. He lets Jiang Yinglian deal with things first. Thinking this, he pulls Yuxining away. The scene changes. Di Qi'er is worriedly looking at Jiang Yinglian. He refuses to share what's on his mind and just wants to end the activity quickly. Di Qi'er follows behind, guessing. Is Jiang Yinglian sulking because he was pushed onto the stage? Or is it because there are too many tedious tasks as a group leader and he's tired? Or is it because she didn't tell him about the discussion with Zhuo Yang? But this matter was already agreed upon and can't be told to others. Di Qi'er can't break the promise. She can only tell Jiang Yinglian that if he has troubles, he can confide in Zhuo Yang or her, because they're both his good friends. Jiang Yinglian thinks to himself that he doesn't want to be just friends with Di Qi'er. But discussing this now is meaningless. So Jiang Yinglian tells her not to worry, that he's not interested in their affairs. Di Qi'er is hurt by his cold gaze and looks very dejected. She suggests going back first. Jiang Yinglian watches her departing figure and can no longer pretend not to care. He shouts loudly for Di Qi'er to come back, but she doesn't hear. She thinks to herself that she's found the reason for Jiang Yinglian's bad temper earlier. Even though they live together and are classmates, he has never accepted her. She's just an outsider. Di Qi'er covers her face and cries. The spot where she bumped earlier is getting more painful. She looks too disheveled and can't let Jiang Yinglian see her like this. She leans on the railing to rest a bit, but the wooden pole behind her suddenly breaks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian is searching everywhere for Di Qi'er, but can't find her. He sees Yuxining and Xiao ran ahead and hurriedly asks about Di Qi'er's whereabouts. He learns that Di Qi'er went towards the forest path. Xiao Ren only now realizes that Di Qi'er is missing. He starts arguing with Jiang Yinglian because of this. He throws the snacks in his hand at Jiang Yinglian's face, accusing him of losing Di Qi'er. Jiang Yinglian also feels very guilty at this moment. He decides to go into the woods to search. Bai Quan tells Jiang Yinglian to be careful. He then turns to comfort Xiao Ran, saying the teachers will be here soon and they'll surely find Di Qi'er quickly. Meanwhile, Bai Quan notices that Zhuo Yang is also missing. The scene changes. Jiang Yinglian is shouting Di Qi'er's name, but he doesn't notice that she's lying at the bottom of the slope. They miss each other because of this. When Di Qi'er opens her eyes again, only Zhuo Yang is standing in front of her. Zhuo Yang carries Di Qi'er on his back and runs out of the forest. He tells people to quickly take Di Qi'er to the infirmary, then turns to instruct Bai Quan to notify Jiang Yinglian to come back. They finally arrive at the infirmary. Di Qi'er is sleeping on the bed. Jiang Yinglian keeps watch by the bedside. He recalls what the teacher said. It's quite lucky that Di Qi'er only suffered minor injuries from falling from such a height. For an ordinary person, it would definitely be more than just these injuries. Jiang Yinglian looks at Di Qi'er, his thoughts very complicated. After who knows how long, Di Qi'er finally wakes up. She feels dizzy. Groping around the bedside, she accidentally touches a hand and realizes Jiang Yinglian is slumped by the bed. At this moment, Yin Shiren opens the door and sees Di Qi'er awake. She joyfully rushes over to hug her friend. Di Qi'er quickly stops her, afraid the noise might wake Jiang Yinglian. The two chat quietly. Di Qi'er learns that Jiang Yinglian was very worried about her and has been by her bedside the whole time without going anywhere. Even Fang Shuyu, who she barely interacts with, came to visit her. After Yin, Sherwin leaves. Di-Cheer looks at Jiang Yinglian, feeling she really doesn't understand this boy. He was so fierce towards her in the afternoon, but now he's showing so much care for her. He's too moody. As Di-Cheer was lost in thought, Jiang Yinglian woke up at that moment. He paused for a long time before apologizing and promising to protect her better in the future. Di-Cheer instantly felt relieved. How could Jiang Yinglian dislike her? So she accepted his apology and proactively said that this matter was over. He would always be a very important friend to her. After reconciling, Di-Cheer took the initiative to talk about her previous private chat with Zhui Yang, which was actually to prepare a gift for Jiang Yinglian. When Jiang Yinglian learned that their chat was just about this, his expression was very calm. Di-Cheer saw this and was very dissatisfied. Because she was too excited, she accidentally aggravated her wound. She could only cover her face and accuse him. She and Zhui Yang were seriously preparing a gift, yet his reaction was so calm. Although Jiang Yinglian was being accused, he was very happy inside and couldn't help but smile. The scene changes. Di-Cheer waves and calls out to Jiang Yinglian. Seeing her running around right after getting out of the hospital bed, he feels very helpless. But Di-Cheer doesn't care. She directly asks him to write his name on the nameplate. Turning around, she doesn't forget to explain that today is the last day of the training camp. Sherwin also hopes she'll join in the fun. Jiang Yinglian looks at Di-Cheer's slender neck, forgetting to listen to what she's saying. He feels a bit shy because of this. After quickly writing down his name, he returns the pen and asks Di-Cheer to write her name for him too. By the time they're both ready, the competition is about to begin. When the boys see that Di-Cheer is also participating in the competition, they all protest, shouting that the girls' team is cheating. Huang Tianming even directly accuses Di-Cheer. Participating in the competition while injured, with her as a shield, the girls' team would be invincible. Yin Sherwin, with a look of successful scheming, mocks Huang Tianming for not understanding. This is called strategy. The boys' team instantly feels the situation has become difficult. How are they supposed to tear now? Moreover, there's Jiang Yinglian, the traitor in their team. Huang Tianming looks very serious. Now, there's only one way. On the other side, realizing that her presence is causing trouble for the boys' team, Di-Cheer wants to withdraw from the competition. Yin Sherwin comforts her friend, saying it's okay. The boys say they dislike it, but they're actually happy she's participating. Besides, Di-Cheer is the girls' team's trump card. Yin Sherwin wants her to keep Jiang Yinglian in check during the competition. The boys' team has the same idea. They don't dare approach Di-Cheer, so they assign Jiang Yinglian to handle her. The rest will focus on tearing off the girls' nameplates. After the tactics are arranged, the competition officially begins. Di-Cheer always remembers her task and keeps chasing after Jiang Yinglian. He doesn't understand why she's still so dedicated to the task despite being injured. After running for a while, Jiang Yinglian suddenly stops. Di-Cheer, behind him, couldn't stop in time and bumps into his back. Her hand touches the nameplate on his back. She thinks it's a good opportunity and can take action now. Jiang Yinglian suddenly turns around. Di-Cheer is caught off guard and falls straight into his arms. Even at this moment, she doesn't forget to tear off the nameplate. After tearing off the nameplate, she finally notices that she has fallen into Jiang Yinglian's arms. After the game ends, Huang Tianming looks at Jiang Yinglian walking back with a face full of disappointment. His nameplate was torn off just 5 minutes into the game. This isn't just throwing the game, it's like throwing the entire ocean. In the evening, the students go wild. A girl even confesses publicly under the bonfire. Xiao Ran eats while watching, not forgetting to remind Di-Cheer beside him. Her body hasn't fully recovered, so she should go to sleep early. Di-Cheer assures her friend that she's really fine. Then she brings up she was really relieved when she learned that he didn't lay hands on Jiang Yinglian. However, Xiao Ran admits that he really wanted to, but he knew that although his friend didn't say it, she actually protects Jiang Yinglian quite a bit. That's why he gave up on taking action. Di-Cheer smiles at Xiao Ran, saying she likes both Jiang Yinglian and him, so she doesn't want them to fight. The hidden meaning in her words is discovered by Xiao Ran, who then questions her. She can only stutter and admit that she has feelings for Jiang Yinglian. At the same time, Jiang Yinglian finds Zhui Yang. They watch their classmates play together. Jiang Yinglian looks at his friend beside him and suddenly opens his mouth to thank him. These words were abrupt, but the other person understood. Zhuo Yang told his friend there was no need to thank him. After all, Jiang Yinglian had also saved Bai Quan for him. The mentioned Bai Quan was standing alone. Yu Xinian came over, thinking he was hiding here to avoid the confessing boy. But he didn't know the other was thinking about last night's events. Seeing Yang care for Di Qir, Bai Quan thought he had fallen for her. But Zhuo Yang denied it, saying he would rush to save anyone who was injured, regardless of who they were. Because he couldn't remain indifferent after learning a friend was in trouble. Bai Quan posed a hypothesis. If he were injured, would the other be equally concerned? Zhuo Yang frankly said he would give his life to prevent Bai Quan from getting hurt. Then he returned to talking about Di Qir, saying she was like a mirror. In her, Zhuo Yang saw a familiar version of himself. Thinking of this, Bai Quan turned to Yu Xinian and confided that he had always hidden behind his friends, following his parents' wishes. He had never fought for what he wanted, so now he decided to be brave once and convey his feelings to the person he likes. Time moves to November. It's raining heavily in Xiqing. Di Qir didn't bring an umbrella and decided to wait for the rain to lighten before leaving. Beside her, Jiang Yinglian looked at the umbrella in his hand. Annie Chun had given it to him this morning, hinting that he could share it with Di Qir on the way back. Jiang Yinglian recalled the training camp when Annie Chun had prepared such similar clothes that classmates mistook them for couple outfits. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Annie Chun. Just as Jiang Yinglian was about to invite Di Qir to share an umbrella, Xiao Ran intercepted. Jiang Yinglian could only use the umbrella alone. At this time, Yu Xinian didn't have an umbrella and squeezed in to share his friends. Nearby classmates followed suit. Jiang Yinglian, squeezed in the middle, was forced to lose his temper. Xiao Ran looked at this group of boys and couldn't help but mock them as a bunch of idiots. When Jiang Yinglian learned that everyone had planned to go rock climbing together to celebrate his birthday, he felt it was too troublesome and directly invited everyone home for a meal. Bai Quan ran over from afar. It turned out he knew Zhuo Yang didn't have an umbrella and hurried to bring him one. Jiang Yinglian watched this scene from the side and suddenly asked Zhuo Yang for gossip. Was Bai Quan pursuing him? Zhuo Yang quickly denied it. To avoid further questioning, he changed the subject, asking Jiang Yinglian if he wanted any gift. He indeed had something he wanted, but only Di Qir could give it to him. When the rain finally stopped, the group immediately decided to follow Jiang Yinglian home. Jiang Yinglian, who brought his friends home, regretted it. The noisy group behind him made him feel like his head was about to explode. On the other side, Xiao Ran came to visit Jiang Yinglian's home. Di Qir told him to wait in the kitchen. Zhang Zixuan happened to walk in at this time. He proactively greeted Xiao Ran and indicated that he had followed his advice to wear contact lenses. He also mentioned the pancakes he made last time, asking if Xiao Ran wanted to eat them again. Xiao Ran nodded affirmatively. As they were talking, Di Qir suddenly appeared, only to find she had interrupted their conversation. She felt a bit sorry, but Xiao Ran waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. Di Qir then went over and gave Xiao Ran some cookies she had baked herself. She explained these were meant as a gift for Jiang Yinglian, and she was giving the leftover portion to him. Learning that the cookies were handmade by his friend, Xiao Ran felt Jiang Yinglian shouldn't get them so easily and took the gift portion as well. After dinner, Xiao Ran found Zhang Zixuan alone, wanted to ask about the method of making pancakes. If possible, he also wanted an autograph. He promised that if he could make delicious pancakes, he would bring them for Zhang Zixuan to taste. While waiting for Zhang Zixuan to write down the recipe, Xiao Ran saw practice books on the table and worried he was disturbing his studying. But Zhang Zixuan explained it was his personal time now, and interruptions were welcome. The scene changes. Huang Tianming really couldn't think of what gift to give and decided to give his friend cartoon underwear. When Jiang Yinglian learned the gift box contained underwear, he directly refused to accept it. The remaining Yu Xining and Zhui Yang hadn't prepared gifts and thought to get by with a hug. Huang Tianming mocked them for being so shameless. Jiang Yinglian ignored his playful friends and looked around for Di Qir. She was hiding outside the house. Since the prepared gift was gone, she wanted to avoid the gift-giving part. Di Qir had just breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yinglian still found her. She could only guiltily face Jiang Yinglian, who was asking for a gift. He was very confused about her hiding outside. Di Qir made up an excuse to change the subject, asking what wish he had made when blowing out the candles. Jiang Yinglian believed that wishes don't come true if spoken aloud, so he refused to answer. The topic thus returned to the gift. Di Chier didn't want him to know that Xiao Ran had eaten the gift, so she could only apologize and promise to fulfill any of Jiang Yinglian's wishes within her ability. Di Chier then asked what he wanted. Jiang Yinglian looked at her and asked if anything he wanted was okay. Then he said he wanted her to grow her hair long. Facing Di Chier's confused look, Jiang Yinglian explained that he had seen her middle school ID photo and was very curious about what she would look like with long hair now. Unable to refuse the birthday boy's wish, she agreed to start growing her hair long from today. After they made the promise, Di Chier was curious about where Jiang Yinglian had seen the photo. When she learned he had used it as a lucky charm, she couldn't help wanting to hit him. The scene changes. Because the third-year students needed to use the classrooms for exams, the teacher was instructing students to remove everything from their desks. Students who had finished moving were planning to meet friends during the break. Huang Tianming called out to Jiang Yinglian, suggesting they go to an internet cafe together in the afternoon. Jiang Yinglian thought it wasn't good to enter an internet cafe in school uniforms, so he decided to go home and change clothes first. After the three agreed on a time, Jiang Yinglian specifically informed Di Chier that he was going to the internet cafe with classmates. He even offered to walk her home first, but she refused because she had already promised to walk with Sherwin. So they went home separately. Huang Tianming, listening nearby, felt very guilty. He told him to calm down and not give anything away. Jiang Yinglian went home to change into casual clothes and followed Huang Tianming to a coffee shop. He looked confused, asking weren't they supposed to go to an internet cafe? He felt nervous when asked and signaled to Huang Tianming that they couldn't keep hiding it. After hearing this, Huang Tianming turned to Jiang Yinglian and said they would go to the internet cafe, but there was something to say first. Actually, they came out today because of a group date. On the other side, Di Chier overheard classmates discussing that Jiang Yinglian was going to Liani, but he had told her he was going to an internet cafe. Di Chier felt uneasy, wondering if there was some misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian, who learned the truth, shouted boring and was about to leave. Huang Tianming rushed forward to stop his friend from leaving, begging him to stay for He Yu's sake, who had been single for 15 years. He Yu, hearing this, couldn't help but punish his friend. He explained the truth to Jiang Yinglian. It turned out Huang Tianming had met a girl he liked, but she was very shy. To get help from the girl's classmate in pursuing her, he agreed to a condition. That was to invite Jiang Yinglian out. Huang Tianming felt very sorry for hiding the truth from his friend and decided to let him go back first while he dealt with this farce alone. However, Jiang Yinglian changed his mind and agreed to stay, but only for a while. The rest would be up to Huang Tianming to handle. Jiang Yinglian felt very uncomfortable, feeling like he had lied to Di Chier. On the other side, the Miss Di Chier sneezed. When the group date started, the girls immediately surrounded Jiang Yinglian, excitedly saying he was as handsome as rumored. Then they started introducing themselves, wanting to get to know him. Seeing Jiang Yinglian surrounded, He Yu sighed that his friend was indeed impressive, carrying the whole scene alone. Surrounded by girls taking photos, Jiang Yinglian suppressed his anger and reminded He Yu that he would only stay for 10 minutes. Huang Tianming took the chance to talk to the girl he liked and successfully exchanged numbers. Jiang Yinglian noticed this and his anger completely disappeared. He glanced at his phone and suddenly felt a strong desire to see Di Chier. So he sent her a message. A girl beside him tried to get his attention, telling him not to play with his phone and join their game instead. But Jiang Yinglian was distracted, staring at his phone screen, wondering why Di Chier hadn't replied yet. Little did he know that she had seen the message, but didn't want to reply. Di Chier was burying her head in her phone. Suddenly, a classmate in front shouted, "That's Jiang Yinglian and Tianming. They're at Liani." They were looking at the group gathering in the coffee shop. Di Chier was very angry. Why did Jiang Yinglian lie to her? He was just messaging her, and now he's chatting with other girls. She never thought he was this kind of person. A classmate suddenly grabbed Di Chier's hand, wanted to sneak over and gather information. Di Chier felt it wasn't right to eavesdrop on others, but the classmate wouldn't listen and dragged her towards the coffee shop. Inside, Jiang Yinglian was playing a game, but had terrible luck. He lost first and was teased by his friends. He had to accept the punishment, to kiss a nearby person of the opposite sex. The surrounding classmates exclaimed that it was too much. He suggested changing the punishment. Huang Tianming knew he liked a girl, but was too shy to make a move. He proposed that Jiang Yinglian help He Yu get her contact information as punishment. He, blushing, objected, saying he could get the contact information himself without help. However, Jiang Yinglian agreed. He decided to complete the task and then leave. He then stood up to do the punishment task. The girls all felt it was a pity. On the other side, Di Chier, who had just entered, sat down and saw Jiang Yinglian. She worried about being discovered. She quickly hid behind a bookshelf. Jiang Yinglian didn't notice the mirror. He walked up to a long-haired girl and asked for her contact information. Di Chier, hiding behind the bookshelf, heard the long-haired girl negotiating, wanting to exchange phone numbers with Jiang Yinglian. Di Chier hoped Jiang Yinglian would refuse, but he agreed. Di Chier felt very disappointed. She left her classmate and went to the bathroom, lost in thought. She wondered why she was so slow to realize. Jiang Yinglian liked girls with long hair. That's why he asked her to grow her hair. Realizing this made her even angrier. Lost in her thoughts, Di Chier accidentally bumped into someone. She hurriedly apologized and ran away. The person she bumped into raised an eyebrow at her retreating figure. Di Chier was still thinking about Jiang Yinglian, constantly telling herself that it didn't matter who he liked. But she couldn't hide her disappointment. As Di Chier walked out of the bathroom with mixed feelings, she was cornered by the person she had bumped into earlier. The person didn't want to let her off easily and followed her to the other side of the bathroom. Jiang Yinglian returned the phone to Hiyu, not forgetting to advise his friend. The number was in there, but he should think carefully about whether to contact her. Then he packed up to leave. He wanted to stop Jiang Yinglian, not understanding why he suddenly seemed unhappy. Jiang Yinglian stopped. He looked at Hiyu seriously and said, You'll definitely meet someone more suitable. Hiyu blushed and urged Jiang Yinglian to go find Di Chier. The girl who gave her number watched Jiang Yinglian leave without looking back, feeling a bit resentful that he didn't even say goodbye. Little did she know that he had no time for her, constantly thinking about Di Chier who hadn't replied to his message. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice from the nearby corridor. It was Di Chier arguing with someone. Di Chier thought she had apologized and wanted to leave, but was cornered by a thug. Seeing that Di Chier was cute, the thug wanted to chat. Di Chier could only warn him that her friends were waiting outside, but this tactic didn't work at all. She turned to leave, but the thug kept chasing her. At this moment, Jiang Yinglian appeared and grabbed Di Chier's hand. He coldly questioned the thug, asking what the problem was and if it took two people to harass one girl. He then threatened to call the police. The thug, frustrated at having his plans ruined but afraid of attracting more attention, had no choice but to leave. Di Chier hid behind him, looking at the tall figure in front of her. The emotions that were brewing in her heart just a moment ago now completely disappeared. After dealing with the thug, Jiang Yinglian turned to check on Di Chier. After confirming she was okay, he asked why she was here and not replying to his messages. Mentioning this, Di Chier got angry. She started bringing up old issues, saying Jiang Yinglian was supposed to go to an internet cafe, but instead was here at a mixer, looking quite happy. Jiang Yinglian hurriedly tried to explain, but couldn't appease her. He could only ask why she was angry. Di Chier, hiding her true feelings, told Jiang Yinglian not to explain. He could tell from her words that she was jealous. Di Chier, having her thoughts guessed correctly, quickly denied it loudly, accusing Jiang Yinglian of being too narcissistic to say such things. Di Chier turned to leave, telling him to go back too. But Jiang Yinglian said he wasn't planning to return. Instead, he invited her to leave together. Di Chier couldn't refuse. She could only follow him out of the cafe. As soon as they stepped outside, she sneezed. Jiang Yinglian immediately took off his jacket and put it on her. Di Chier looked at him, about to say something, but then changed her mind. She turned and asked about Jiang Yinglian exchanging phone numbers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl who got the phone number tried to call the handsome guy she exchanged numbers with, only to find it was a fake number. Angry, she threw her phone. The scene changes. Bai Quan was about to leave school when he accidentally discovered Di Chier still in the classroom. He asked why she hadn't gone home yet. She was waiting for Jiang Yinglian to finish playing basketball so they could go home together. Di Chier was also curious why Bai Quan was leaving school so late. It turned out the choir had to rehearse for the New Year's Eve show, so Bai Quan had to stay for practice. Just as they were talking, Di Chier's phone rang. It was Jiang Yinglian calling. Seeing she had a call to answer, Bai Quan was about to say goodbye. Suddenly, Di Chier invited him to go to the gym together. Learning that Zhui Yang was also at the gym, Bai Quan agreed. On the other side, the gym was almost closing, but many people were still playing basketball. Dichir walked in and saw Jiang Inglian focused on playing, not noticing her arrival. Seeing him laughing happily, she couldn't help but complain to Bai Quan beside her. When Jiang Inglian interacts with male friends, he's always very open. Is this how guys interact with each other, different from girls? Bai Quan also felt these boys were having a great time. He watched Shui Yang smiling and saying goodbye to his friends and smiled too. Dichir noticed Bai Quan's gaze and couldn't help but sigh, realizing he liked Shui Yang. Bai Quan openly admitted it. Seeing Shui Yang happy made him happy too. That's what it feels like to really like someone, he said, telling Dichir not to just complain. He pointed out that when Dichir is with Jiang Inglian, she also shows a different smile than usual. Teased like this, she loudly denied it. At this moment, one of the boys playing basketball lost control of the ball. It was about to hit a girl on the sidelines, and he shouted a warning. Jiang Inglian, who had just finished packing up, noticed this. Just as he looked towards Dichir, she was hit by the basketball. The scene changes. Yunyan was walking home with Shui Yang, but suddenly said he had to leave. Shui Yang was confused, so he explained he had to have dinner at his aunt's house that day. He asked Shui Yang to walk Bai Quan home, and then left on his bike. After riding a short distance, he looked back at Shui Yang and Bai Quan. The two were talking. Yunyan smiled and turned to leave. On the way home, Shui Yang and Bai Quan, they exchanged stories about their day. He suddenly remembered that the other had classes from Monday to Thursday. He wondered if it was okay to walk back slowly like this. Bai Quan concealed the fact that he skipped class, lying that the teacher had something urgent and canceled the class. He was secretly delighted that Shui Yang remembered his class schedule. He wished the way home was longer so he could spend more time with Shui Yang. Bai Quan was escorted home by Shui Yang. He watched as the other left. Meanwhile, Jiang Inglian saw Dichir holding her head and gently stroked it. He wanted to check the injury. He felt a bump on her head and got angry that Dichir was acting tough despite being hurt. He couldn't help but nag, saying what if she became stupid and no one wanted her. This made her shout at him to mind his own business. Jiang Inglian then stopped teasing and took Dichir home, planning to apply ice to the bump. The scene changes. Dichir leaves for school and sees the streets covered in snow. She can't help but excitedly shout, "It's snow!" Jiang Inglian, afraid she might fall, keeps reminding her to be careful of the slippery ground. The next second, Dichir falls. He can't help but shake his head, thinking she's such a klutz. He then asks how she's doing. Dichir scratches her head, saying she was running too fast. After saying this, she doesn't calm down and keeps bouncing around everywhere. Looking at the snow-covered city before her, she thinks it's too beautiful. Dichir suddenly stops and calls out to Jiang Inglian. She covers her friend's face with her cold hands, suggesting they eat ice cream while using his face to warm her hands. He doesn't react at all. She can't help but wonder if her hands are cold. Jiang Inglian says he's not afraid of the cold, and it's perfect for warming Dichir's hands. This makes Dichir a bit shy. She turns around and urges her companion to hurry to school, then jogs away. She had wanted to tease Jiang Inglian a bit, but this development was different from what she imagined. At this moment, Anshin came out and offered to drive them to school. Jiang Inglian declined because he knew Dichir wanted to see the snow. As the two slowly left, Anshin watched from behind, marveling at how close they were. During break time, Dichir was comparing answers with Jiang Inglian when the school party organizer found Jiang Inglian and invited him to play piano accompaniment. The school wanted to make the party more lively by involving popular students. After discussion, the organizers felt that if Jiang Inglian agreed to perform, the audience's reaction would be very enthusiastic. Dichir eavesdropped from the side. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Inglian indeed had a piano, but he had never played it at home. While lost in thought, Xiao Ran asked Dichir to come over. Jiang Inglian noticed, but couldn't leave due to his current engagement. The organizer kept trying to persuade Jiang Inglian to perform, but was still refused. He was preparing for final exams and didn't want to be distracted by the party. The organizer had to leave. He was curious why Jiang Inglian stopped playing piano. He frankly said there was no reason to continue. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran called Dichir away to share snacks and comics with his friend. The scene changes. Bai Quan is in a car going to class. He's been skipping quite a few classes lately. Although he can lie about rehearsals, he's still afraid his mother might be unhappy. The driver, Uncle Kai, chats with him. Bai Quan takes the opportunity to ask if his mother had any reaction to him missing several music classes. Uncle Kai says he hasn't heard the madam mention it. Bai Quan is relieved. His mother is busy at year-end and probably doesn't have time to notice. Thinking about having more time to spend with Zhui Yang makes Bai Quan happy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian is sitting in the classroom, looking unhappy. Yu Xinian sees him still there and finds it strange. After asking, he learns that Di Qi'er didn't let Jiang Yinglian go to the photography activity room to watch the promotional page shooting. Yu Xinian laughs upon hearing this. He tells Jiang Yinglian to wait in the classroom while he goes to the activity room to check for him. Jiang Yinglian watched his friend leave, unable to understand why Di Qi'er wouldn't let him go. He couldn't help but wonder if he had offended her somehow. Meanwhile, he grumbled, "I really don't understand what girls are thinking." On the other side, Yu Xinian and Zhui Yang arrived at the photography activity room. A shoot was in progress. Di Qi'er and Bai Quan were posing in front of the camera. Zhui Yang watched Bai Quan, who noticed his gaze and turned to look. Upon seeing Zhui Yang, he nodded and smiled. This made Zhui Yang a bit shy, and he couldn't help but turn away. Yu Xinian came over to chat with him, commenting that Bai Quan seemed happier than before and his eyes were full of confidence. At this moment, Huang Tianming greeted Di Qi'er, saying he had seen the photos on the computer and that her photos were really good. Di Qi'er hadn't met Huang Tianming in the photo studio before and didn't know he was part of the photography club. He claimed it was because he kept a low profile and assured Di Qi'er that the photos printed on the promotional page would definitely satisfy her. After the two finished talking, Bai Quan spoke to Di Qi'er, praising her for being so natural throughout the shoot and even able to chat with him. He suspected Di Qi'er had previous on-camera experience. She laughed and explained that she was often photographed by her mother when she was young, so she was somewhat used to it. But she still felt a bit uncomfortable being watched by so many people in this kind of setting. Bai Quan praised Di Qi'er for doing well and said he looked forward to their joint promotional page. Xiao Ran ran in. He handed coats to both of them, praising that their final shots must be great. Everyone around said the photos turned out well. And since Jiang Yinglian didn't come, Xiao Ran felt particularly refreshed. Bai Quan only then realized Jiang Yinglian hadn't come. He looked at Di Qi'er questioningly. Di Qi'er had to explain, because during the shoot, the models would be the center of attention. The thought of being watched by Jiang Yinglian made her uncomfortable, so she didn't let him come. She felt a bit guilty thinking about it. As they were talking, Yu Xinian and Zhui Yang approached. Bai Quan was very happy to see them. He took the opportunity to ask Zhui Yang if he was going to the gym or home later. He wanted to go back together. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian received a message saying the shoot was over. He also got a message from Huang Tianming saying he had a surprise for him. Then a bunch of Di Qi'er's photos came through. He explained these were from the recent shoot and asked his friend not to share them. Jiang Yinglian felt a bit embarrassed and angry. He thought Huang Tianming was treating him like a pervert. Although he thought this on the surface, he couldn't help but look through the photos and save them one by one. The scene changes. Zhui Yang felt it wasn't his imagination that Bai Quan had become a bit clingy lately. He turned and asked why Uncle Kai hadn't come to pick him up. Bai Quan explained that he had told the driver not to come. This was misunderstood as him wanting to fire Uncle Kai. Bai Quan quickly denied this and admitted he wanted to go home with Zhui Yang. After understanding, Zhui Yang called Uncle Kai to come to school and pick up Bai Quan. He then tapped Bai Quan's head, scolding him for what he was thinking, wanting to squeeze onto a bus in such cold weather. He told him to wait for Uncle Kai and go straight home. Bai Quan looked at Zhui Yang, feeling sorry for him having classes and rehearsals, yet never looking at him. To attract attention, Bai Quan mentioned he had a violin assessment test and asked Zhui Yang to cheer him on. He said with his encouragement he would surely perform well. Zhui Yang gave a perfunctory encouragement. Bai Quan complained about the insincere attitude, saying he should at least look him in the eye. He felt disappointed that the other was avoiding eye contact while encouraging him. Seeing this, Zhui Yang finally couldn't help but pat Bai Quan's head, telling him not to be upset and encouraging him that he would surely get a good score. At this moment, Uncle Kai arrived with the car. Zhui Yang told Bai Quan to get in quickly, but Bai Quan asked him to hold out his hand. He placed a Christmas gift in Zhui Yang's hand before turning to leave. Watching Bai Quan's back, Zhui Yang couldn't help but wonder what love really was. It could give warmth to people, yet also make them greedy. This time, Even if he didn't have the right to be loved, could he still hope for this favor? Meanwhile, Bai Quan returned home. The maid helped take his coat and informed him that the madam had returned. Bai Quan guessed his mother was probably in the study and decided to go check. The maid noticed the young miss had been in a good mood lately and felt happy too. By now, Bai Quan had entered the study and saw his mother reading. She knew her daughter had violin lessons in the evening and wondered why she came back so late. Bai Quan looked embarrassed. She thought the school activity would take longer, so she had asked for leave from her teacher in advance. She didn't expect the activity to end so early. After chatting for a bit, her mother told her to go eat quickly, then return to her room to prepare for the final exams. After Bai Quan left, Uncle Kai entered the study. He had been worried that the madam would misunderstand the young miss, but now realized he had overthought. He felt apologetic. The madam didn't understand why Uncle Kai was worried about this. Bai Quan was her daughter. They weren't enemies. It was someone else she disapproved of. Uncle Kai didn't understand. He thought the madam had forgiven Zhui Yang. The madam scoffed. Zhui Yang had almost cost her daughter's life. How could she forgive him? Not only that, what made him even more dislikable was that despite being in the prime of his youth, there was no light in his eyes. The scene changes. Zhui Yang finally waited for his father to return home. He told him the food was on the table and just needed to be reheated. He also asked if his father was very busy at work, as he had been coming home late recently. His father didn't respond. Instead, he nagged his son to work hard for the exams. Turning around, he saw his son sitting improperly and immediately scolded him. Zhui Yang refused to change, saying his father wasn't meeting him for the first time. At this point, he noticed how tired his father looked. After a moment of silence, he stood up and went to the kitchen to help reheat the dishes. Worried that 2 dishes wouldn't be enough for his father, he decided to make a steamed egg as well. His father suddenly mentioned he would be going on a business trip next month, telling Zhui Yang to take care of himself. He also mentioned that grandmother had called today, asking if her grandson would return home for Spring Festival. Zhui Yang was stunned for a moment before answering. After coming to his senses, he said of course he would go back home. Hadn't he always listened to his family and gone back every year? Zhui Yang thought this question was strange. It sounded like they were about to part ways. After helping reheat the food, he went back to his room to do homework. His father sighed as he sat at the table, feeling helpless. He wanted to know his son's true thoughts, not just have him obey. Meanwhile, Bai Quan was looking at his phone, thinking. When he felt Zhui Yang should be home, he immediately sent him a message, wanting to chat. He kept wondering what Zhui Yang was doing now. Zhui Yang had just returned to his room. Seeing his phone constantly ringing, he found Bai Quan sending messages nonstop. He complained that Bai Quan was such a chatterbox, but his hand couldn't help but open the messages. Bai Quan had sent a video. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound rang out. When the sound stopped, in the video, Bai Quan frantically explained that he forgot to adjust the sound. He would do it again, and the previous one didn't count. Zhui Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then he opened the next video. This time, pleasant music finally came through. As he watched Bai Quan playing the violin in the video, his mood improved significantly. The scene shifts to Di Chier. He thought Jiang Yinglian was going to accompany on stage, but he was still at home, not preparing backstage at the venue. He felt a bit confused. Jiang Yinglian then mentioned that he hadn't agreed to accompany. Di Chier felt it was a pity. He wanted to see what Jiang Yinglian looked like playing piano on stage. Jiang Yinglian didn't know Di Chier's thoughts. He put on his coat and went to school with him. As soon as they arrived at school, Di Chier saw many people still queuing to enter. He estimated it would take a while. Only then did he realize how grand the evening party was. Jiang Yinglian recalled the promotional efforts this year. The school had specifically taken promotional photos, so he had anticipated this. He then gestured for Di Chier to look at the main entrance. Their promotional photo with Bai Kun was displayed there. Di Chier was shocked upon hearing this and quickly used his body to block it, not wanting Jiang Yinglian to see the photo. However, he forgot that the invitation card also had the photo. Jiang Yinglian must have seen it already. Jiang Yinglian tugged at Di Chier's hat, teasing him for being short and still trying to block his view. He then admitted that he was joking about the poster at the main entrance. Just as Di Chier was about to confront Jiang Yinglian, he accidentally bumped into a passerby. Jiang Yinglian, who was walking ahead, noticed this. He came back, patted Di Chier, and stood in front of him, telling him to walk behind him. Di Chier looked at the tall Jiang Yinglian as they passed through the crowd. Being protected behind him, he couldn't help but think. Jiang Yinglian was only in his first year of high school. He would surely continue to grow taller. Di Chier felt he should also try to grow taller. They finally queued up to enter. After choosing their seats in the hall, Dichir noticed it was warmer inside than outside. He took off his hat and picked up the program, wanting to see when Bai Quan would perform. Jiang Yinglian thought Dichir had been looking forward to the evening party for a long time. However, Dichir explained that he had already made plans with Bai Quan to come watch his performance. Jiang Yinglian rested his face on his hand, watching Dichir's excited expression. He couldn't help but think that Bai Quan must really like him. Not long after, the evening party finally began. The host came on stage to speak. Jiang Yinglian wanted to know when Bai Quan would perform. Dichir told him that Bai Quan had 2 pieces to perform and would be the closing act. Dichir turned his head, seeing Jiang Yinglian sitting lazily in his chair. He thought he was tired. Jiang Yinglian said he just wasn't as excited as Dichir. Dichir was indeed very excited. Bai Quan had put a lot of effort into this performance. Other performers were also confident, presenting themselves in a very attractive manner. They were practically shining. Meanwhile, the students preparing backstage were all very nervous. They were encouraging each other. Bai Quan, standing among them, looked around and finally saw Zhui Yang. He walked directly to his friend's side. Zhui Yang asked if he needed any help. Bai Quan teased that he was really responsible. Then he asked Zhui Yang not to leave after the performance, saying he had something to tell him. Zhui Yang wanted to know what it was about, but Bai Quan chose to keep it a secret. At this moment, Bai Quan heard the group gathering and quickly ran over. Zhui Yang stood behind. Recalling how Bai Quan had winked at him earlier, he couldn't help but blush. He also wondered where Bai Quan had learned that from. Meanwhile, Bai Quan waited for the host's introduction before going on stage with the group. Dichir saw his friend on stage and reminded Jiang Yinglian beside him. Bai Quan stood in the lead vocalist position, leading the group in singing. Looking at the formation on stage, Jiang Yinglian thought they looked like they were taking a graduation photo. Dichir criticized him for ruining the atmosphere. As they talked, they unconsciously leaned closer to each other. After making eye contact, they quickly sat up straight. Both of them blushed a little. They also found it strange how they had gotten so close without realizing it. Had they become that familiar with each other? Time passed slowly. The New Year's Eve party ended. The host was still reading the closing remarks. Jiang Yinglian started reminding Dichir to pack up, preparing to leave. At this moment, Dichir saw Bai Quan waving in their direction. He immediately responded happily, praising Bai Quan's performance. Seeing Dichir like this, Jiang Yinglian secretly wondered if his sexual orientation was towards men. As they walked outside, Jiang Yinglian handed Dichir a drink and asked what he was thinking about. Dichir opened up, saying he had no special talents or outstanding qualities and no clear plans or goals for the future. He wondered why Bai Quan admired him. Jiang Yinglian looked at Dichir, believing there was something unique about him. Dichir didn't understand what he meant, but Jiang Yinglian refused to explain. Dichir pestered Jiang Yinglian for an answer. Jiang finally spoke up, saying that to him, Dichir wasn't someone without talent. For instance, he was quite good at studying. The person being praised didn't think this counted as a talent. Jiang Yinglian had to find another positive point, praising Dichir for being more focused than others when doing things. Once he set his mind to something, he could definitely do it well. He wasn't easily distracted by external factors. His insight and ability to act were also stronger than average people. This was a kind of talent. Jiang Yinglian told Dichir that he was really outstanding. He couldn't help but advise Dichir that although he had high standards for himself, he shouldn't be in a hurry. It was fine to go at his own pace. Dichir felt a bit shy hearing this, wondering if he was really that good. Jiang Yinglian then remembered the promotional photos Dichir had taken, praising him for taking good photos too. As they were talking, Zhui Yang was waiting for Bai Quan, who hadn't come out yet. He was worried something might have happened and decided to go into the auditorium to look for him. At this time, Bai Quan was being persistently invited to have a late-night snack. He had clearly refused, but the person was still pestering him. Zhui Yang saw this scene. Just as he was about to go help, he saw Bai Quan lose his temper. Bai Quan said he had already declined the invitation and that He Yi's persistent behavior was really annoying. He was frightened and left wisely. Zhui Yang, having witnessed the whole thing, burst into laughter. He said He Yi's shocked expression would be unforgettable for a while. Bai Quan, embarrassed that his angry side was seen, was looking down. Hearing this, he finally looked up and shouted that he hated He because he had once caused Zhui Yang to get hurt. Zhui Yang was very touched, but didn't forget to ask Bai Quan what he wanted to tell him. Bai Quan suddenly stopped and held Zhui Yang, confessing that he liked how Zhui Yang looked in white sweaters, appearing gentle. He also liked how he looked in white shirts and white t-shirts. He even asked Zhui Yang to only wear these for him to see. Before Zhui Yang could react, Bai Quan also proposed that he wanted to go on a date with him after the final exams. The scene changes. Di Qi'er discovered that Xiao Ran had photocopied his notes and was openly selling them in the corridor. Beside him, Yu Xinian was selling childhood photos of Jiang Yinglian. Both of them were tapping on the table to attract customers. Jiang Yinglian rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. Di Qi'er couldn't stop him and could only ask him not to be impulsive and to talk it out. Jiang Yinglian walked up to Yu Xinian, grabbed his collar, and demanded to know what he was doing. Yu Xinian fearfully explained that he was just joining in the fun with Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, hearing this excuse, said he had something to do and quickly packed up and left. Di Qi'er looked exasperated, feeling that his friends were all a bunch of jokers. Although they were in the final sprint before the exams, the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed. Jiang Yinglian looked at his report card, thinking it would be difficult to surpass Di Qi'er with these grades, not to mention he was a bit unbalanced in his subjects. At this moment, Di Qi'er came over with his practice book. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Yinglian became curious. He noticed Jiang Yinglian looking at his previous exam results and thought he was disappointed with his grades. He comforted him, saying there was still time and he would definitely do better in the finals. Jiang Yinglian teased that people in the top 20 of the grade really spoke differently. Jiang Yinglian also felt there was still time and he could push himself a bit more. As they were walking home after school, Jiang Yinglian brought up that their bet had officially begun. Di Qi'er had forgotten about it. After being reminded, he remembered they had agreed to compete based on their final exam results, with the loser granting one wish to the winner. Di Qi'er pretended to have forgotten to trick Jiang Yinglian. Seeing Jiang Yinglian get angry, he then said of course he remembered because Jiang Yinglian had been very serious about it at the time, so it left a deep impression. Seeing that Jiang Yinglian hadn't forgotten either, he suggested continuing the bet to see who would win. Jiang Yinglian felt they would know soon enough. He also mentioned that he was inspired by Di Qi'er, saying that without him, he wouldn't be in class now. Now that his grades had caught up, Jiang Yinglian wanted to try to surpass him. Di Qi'er accepted his challenge, stating he would do his best to win and then make Jiang Yinglian wash dishes for half a year. Jiang Yinglian was annoyed by Di Qi'er and stopped discussing the topic. Instead, he warned Di Qi'er that he would fall if he kept walking forward. Then he reached out his hand to catch him. Di Qi'er looked at the hand in front of him, suddenly curious about why Jiang Yinglian wanted to win so badly. He said he'd tell him when the outcome was decided. Jiang Yinglian wanted to hug Di Qi'er and then carry him down. Taking advantage of the intimate posture, Di Qi'er turned his head, let go, and ran off, deciding to go down by himself. Jiang Yinglian angrily called him an idiot. At night, Zhang Zixuan was going out to buy something. He went to Jiang Yinglian's room and asked if his brother needed anything. He found him studying seriously. Jiang Yinglian mentioned his bet with Di Qi'er, saying if he lost, he'd have to wash dishes for half a year. Zhang Zixuan was very interested. He asked what his brother would do if he won. Seeing that he hadn't thought about it, Zhang Zixuan suggested it might be a good opportunity to confess his feelings. Jiang Yinglian was startled, wondering how his brother knew about his secret crush. Zhang Zixuan answered evasively. He said of course he knew, being his brother. He didn't mention that he was the first to notice his brother's feelings for Di Qi'er. Jiang Yinglian sighed, confiding in his brother that he couldn't understand why he liked Di Qi'er so much. Zhang Zixuan told his brother to study hard and left, closing the door. In his heart, he cheered for his brother and Di Qi'er, hoping they would be brave in all aspects. He couldn't help but wonder who would win in this final exam. Xiao Ran asked Yu Xinian about Zhui Yang and Bai Quan's relationship, wondering why it seemed to have calmed down. Yu Xinian didn't understand what he meant. He said their relationship had always been good. Xiao Ran was referring to a closer relationship. Seeing Yu Xinian didn't understand, he changed the subject and started gossiping. He asked if the person Yu Xinian had a crush on was Bai Quan. Yu Xinian openly admitted it and asked Xiao Ran to keep it a secret. Although he agreed, Xiao Ran couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Yusinian was very displeased and questioned what Xiao Ran meant. Xiao Ran refused to explain. He made an excuse about going to study with Di Chi'er and was about to leave. Seeing that Yusinian was still concerned, Xiao Ran clarified that his comment had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Bai Quan was choosing clothes for his date. He kept trying on different outfits in front of the mirror. He couldn't decide what to wear and hadn't made up his mind yet. He then started worrying about where to go. Finally, he asked the maid for advice on what to wear. The maid, not wanting to disappoint Bai Quan, reminded him that exams were coming up and he should focus on studying. She mentioned that the madam had been concerned about his studies lately. Bai Quan knew he should study but couldn't concentrate. He had asked Zhui Yang out on a date that day, initially thinking he wouldn't agree. To his surprise, Zhui Yang had nodded in agreement. Bai Quan was very happy. He was looking forward to their date. Thinking about this, he picked up a new outfit and asked the maid how it looked. The maid, seeing Bai Quan smile, inwardly admired the young lady's beauty and seriously helped choose clothes. At the same time, Xiao Ran was tutoring Di Chi'er and took the opportunity to send Jiang Yinglian downstairs. Jiang Yinglian was very dissatisfied. Zhang Zixuan watched the commotion and curiously asked his brother if he still hadn't gotten along well with Xiao Ran. Jiang Yinglian felt helpless. He could only explain that it was somewhat better, at least they could communicate. Zhang Zixuan found his brother's low standards amusing. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, he stood up, preparing to make desserts for the guests to eat when they got tired of studying. Jiang Yinglian wanted to stop him, worried it would interfere with his brother's studies. Zhang Zixuan smiled and said it was fine. Looking at Zhang Zixuan's smile, Jiang Yinglian suddenly sighed. He was relieved they didn't like the same person. Otherwise, with his brother's gentle personality and cooking skills, who could resist? He couldn't help but gossip. He asked if his brother would live with someone of a similar personality in the future. Zhang Zixuan hadn't thought about it and couldn't answer. After all, knowing someone well would mean fewer surprises. Jiang Yinglian looked confused. In the room, Di Chi'er and Xiao Ran were still studying. Others were also seriously reviewing, except for Bai Quan, who was still choosing clothes. The final exams were just 3 days away. Time flew by, and the final exams began. Jiang Yinglian held his exam admission ticket, looking for his seat according to the exam room number. He kept glancing at Di Chi'er with a competitive look. Di Chi'er was intimidated by this strong aura. Yusinian, who was behind them, found his seat and realized he was in the same exam room as Di Chi'er. He told Di Chi'er to do his best later. Xiao Ran and Jiang Yinglian worked together to pull Yusinian away, warning him not to disturb Di Chi'er during the exam. Xiao Ran planned to go to the school store to buy food. Yusinian hadn't eaten breakfast, so they decided to go together. As Di Chi'er watched his friends leave, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Jiang Yinglian noticed he didn't seem energetic and thought he might have stayed up late. Di Chi'er pretended to be fine and urged Jiang Yinglian to hurry to the exam room. Soon the exam began. Jiang Yinglian first looked through the test paper and realized that studying Di Chi'er's notes had really helped. He could solve all these problems. He turned to apologize to Di Chi'er, but saw that he looked unwell. He couldn't help but worry about what was wrong with his friend. The exam ended, and the teacher told students to put down their pens. Students who had turned in their papers began discussing the correct answers to the multiple-choice questions. Jiang Yinglian was very confident about the questions he had just answered. Math and geography were no problem. He thought Di Chi'er must have done well too. At this moment, Yusinian hurriedly came over, shouting Jiang Yinglian's name. After finding him, he said that Di Chi'er seemed a bit off. He had looked unwell all morning, but kept pretending he was fine. Yusinian couldn't get the truth out of him, so he asked Jiang Yinglian to check on Di Chi'er. Jiang Yinglian was very worried and quickly ran to find Di Chi'er. Di Chi'er was sitting in the classroom playing with his phone. When he saw Jiang Yinglian running over, he thought something had happened. Jiang Yinglian looked at Di Chi'er, constantly asking what was wrong. Di Chi'er blushed and refused to tell him the truth. Jiang Yinglian got anxious and wanted to go directly to the infirmary to get medicine from the doctor. Di Chi'er quickly stopped him and had to tell him that he was on his period and feeling unwell. He said he just needed to rest a bit, and it wasn't a big deal. Jiang Yinglian blushed upon hearing this and turned to leave. Di Chi'er was confused about where he was going. After asking, he learned that Jiang Yinglian was going to get hot water for him. Di Chi'er watched Jiang Yinglian's back as he left, silently recalling how he had run and panting earlier. In the hot weather, he had even unbuttoned his collar, showing how anxious he was. Di Di felt very touched. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinglian was getting hot water. He had considered that Di might be unwell due to lack of sleep causing headaches or stress causing stomach problems. But he hadn't thought it could be her period. He was at a loss about how to help relieve Di's menstrual pain. He started looking up information on his phone and accidentally burned himself with hot water because he was too focused. As Jiang Yinglian closed the thermos and checked for leaks, he noticed the date marked on the bottom. He remembered that this thermos was the one he bought for Di when they went to the amusement park. For months had passed without him realizing it. He missed seeing Di in a tank top. Thinking about this made him blush. Jiang Yinglian returned to the classroom and found Di resting with his head on the desk. Di knew it was him without opening his eyes. Jiang Yinglian was curious how Di knew it was him. Di answered without hesitation that after living together for so long, he could recognize Jiang Yinglian's footsteps. Jiang Yinglian pretended not to care and handed Di some pain medication, asking if he felt better. He asked if Di really didn't need to go to the infirmary. Seeing that Di insisted on not going, Jiang Yinglian didn't know how to help reduce Di's pain and decided to stay in the classroom to keep him company. Before they knew it, it was the day of the school closing ceremony. Xiao Ran was moving his things from the classroom back home. Because his luggage was too heavy, he was walking with difficulty. Yusinian saw this and couldn't help but sigh. He had reminded Xiao Ran earlier to pack up his desk in advance, but Xiao Ran hadn't listened to his nagging and continued walking. Yusinian couldn't bear to watch anymore and volunteered to help Xiao Ran carry his luggage. He also asked which district Xiao Ran lived in. Xiao Ran thought Yusinian wanted to deliver the luggage to his home and was about to give his address. Suddenly remembering he had something to do, Dicher left Yusinian standing there and turned to leave. The scene changes. Jiang Yinglian looks at his final exam results and realizes this is the worst he has done since meeting Dicher. The outcome of their bet has been decided. Dicher doesn't know what Jiang Yinglian is thinking, only that he's looking at him with a serious face. Feeling confused, Dicher suddenly has a flash of insight and guesses that Jiang Yinglian is thinking about how to punish him. Jiang Yinglian admits it and directly states his demand. Using his win in the bet as justification, he punishes Di by making him responsible for all household chores next semester, including but not limited to cooking, washing dishes, grocery shopping, and all cleaning tasks. Di protests loudly, feeling the demand is too excessive. Jiang Yinglian then explains that he was just scaring him. This competition result doesn't count because Di underperformed due to being unwell. Jiang Yinglian feels there's no sense of achievement in winning against someone who's sick. He suggests they have a rematch in the final exam next semester. Di is very touched, but still reminds Jiang Yinglian that he'll regret letting this opportunity pass, because Jiang Yinglian won't have a chance to win against him again. Provoked by Di taunt, Jiang Yinglian angrily pinches his face. He scolds Di saying if you don't beat them for 3 days, they'll climb on the roof. Di doesn't back down and pinches Jiang Yinglian's face too, thinking they're even. As they're quarreling, Xiao Ran suddenly appears, hugging Di while warning Jiang Yinglian not to get physical. He then pulls Di aside. Yusinian mocks that Jiang Yinglian's status in Xiao Ran's eyes is still so low. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran mentions that his grandmother misses Di and asks if he'll come to his house for the spring festival. Di agrees immediately, feeling it's been a long time since he visited Xiao Ran's grandmother. After making plans, they start discussing what gift to bring for the grandmother. Night falls. The scene shifts to the Bai family home. The madam recognizes the music piece as soon as she hears it. Butler Kai also explains. Bai Quan has been practicing the piano in his room since the exams ended. The madam suddenly questions if Butler Kai likes Zhui Yang, asking why he always speaks well of them. Butler Kai refuses to answer directly. The madam feels sorry for her daughter, saying this is last-minute preparation. But opportunities are for those who are prepared. There are no free gifts in this world. The scene changes. Bai Quan has just finished the exam. He didn't expect the exam to take so long. Now he can't make it to the agreed time. He had planned everything well during the exam, thinking the exam would end in an hour and a half. He had agreed to meet Zhui Yang at 3 p.m., and they could meet after the exam ended. Because he was so focused on the performance, Bai Quan accidentally played the wrong note. The melody was interrupted, and the teacher was very dissatisfied. He was willing to teach Bai Quan because he was more talented than others. But lately, Bai Quan has been distracted in class. After 2 months of exam preparation, he still hasn't memorized the score. Disappointed, the teacher decides not to teach Bai Quan anymore. After seeing the teacher off, the madam is also very disappointed, feeling her daughter is worse than expected. At this moment, the madam notices her daughter coming out and quickly asks where she's going. Bai Quan, suddenly called out, can only tell her mother about the date with a friend, but she's sent back to her room and told she's not allowed to go anywhere today. Seeing her daughter's unwillingness, the madam can't help but scold her for driving the teacher away and not knowing how to repent. She criticizes her for not respecting teachers and then blames Zhuo Yang. Bai Quan, seeing Zhuo Yang being blamed, feels very confused. She doesn't understand what her poor exam performance has to do with him. The madam is very dissatisfied with her daughter's defiance. She knows that her daughter initially refused to go to an international school just to wait for Zhuo Yang's return. But is the current Zhuo Yang still the same person as before? Bai Quan can't help but defend her love interest. He has always been a sunny and gentle boy, always taking care of people around him like a big brother. He's very popular. Having known each other for 9 years, Bai Quan feels she knows his character well. However, the madam believes that Zhuo Yang is not worth her daughter's consideration. Bai Quan sees that her words are useless. She just wants to ask her mother to try to understand Zhuo Yang. If her mother is willing to understand, she won't harbor ill intentions towards him. After saying this, Bai Quan opens the door and leaves home. Butler Kai is worried about the young lady's safety and wants to follow her out. However, the madam thinks it's unnecessary. Children at this age rarely listen to their parents obediently. As Bai Quan walks out the door, she complains that her mother is too much. She is Zhuo Yang's most important friend, yet her mother slanders him. Bai Quan is very angry, but the most important thing now is to meet up with Zhuo Yang. She takes out her phone to contact him first. Not paying attention, she falls to the ground. Passers-by see that Bai Quan seems to have fallen badly and quickly gather around to show concern. Sitting on the ground, Bai Quan's mind is filled with thoughts of the piece she played wrong earlier. She blames herself, believing it was an unacceptable mistake. She should have been more focused during practice. The scene changes. Zhuo Yang is still waiting for Bai Quan. She's almost an hour late now. He's worried something might have happened to her. At this moment, his phone rings. Zhuo Yang answers the call, and his expression immediately turns grim. Meanwhile, Bai Quan tries to call Zhuo Yang, but can't get through. She listens to the automated voice message in silence. In the evening, just as Zhuo Yang steps out of the elevator, he sees Bai Quan standing in front of him. He immediately invites her to his home. Zhuo Yang brings Bai Quan back home and explains that during the day, he received an urgent call and had to leave. Bai Quan isn't angry because she was supposed to meet at 3 p.m., but made Zhuo Yang wait for over an hour. At this moment, Bai Quan looks around and realizes Zhuo Yang is home alone. She can't help but inquire about the situation. She then learns that his father has gone out of town to attend an educational research conference and won't be home for a few days. Bai Quan's heart starts racing at the thought of being alone with him. Zhuo Yang turns to talk to Bai Quan, but notices her hand is scratched. Her clothes are dirty and still wet. He's very worried about this. Bai Quan then mentions that she fell on her way to meet him earlier in the day. She quickly reassures him that it's nothing serious. Zhuo Yang lets go of Bai Quan's hand and tells her to go to his room to change into clean clothes so she doesn't catch a cold. Bai Quan obediently goes to the room. She realizes she's never been to Zhuo Yang's father's house before. When they played together as children, they always went to his mother's place. Bai Quan looks around, silently judging that for a boy's room, it's not too messy. She then opens Zhuo Yang's wardrobe to choose his clothes, discovering that their clothing styles are completely different. Bai Quan takes out a shirt from the wardrobe and gently sniffs it. She recognizes Zhuo Yang's scent and can't help but blush. At this moment, she notices cigarettes on the table. She's puzzled about why his uncle's cigarettes are in Zhuo Yang's room. Bai Quan changes clothes and walks out. When Zhuo Yang sees her outfit, he's at a loss for words. Bai Quan doesn't notice and shows off her outfit. Zhuo Yang stammers, complimenting that she looks good in anything, but he's worried she might catch a cold dress like this. She thinks it's fine since there's heating in the house. However, the more Zhuo Yang looks, the more he feels it's not right. He pulls Bai Quan back to the room and makes her sit on the bed. He rummages through drawers looking for clothes, telling her to change into new clothes before hurriedly leaving. Seeing Zhuo Yang so flustered, Bai Quan thinks to herself, is changing my style really that shocking to him? but his shy look is really cute. Back downstairs, Zhui Yang thinks about how Bai Quan looked earlier, mentally praising her cuteness and wanting her to dress like that only for embassy. At this moment, Bai Quan shouts Zhui Yang's name, criticizing him for choosing this outfit and making her feel wrapped up like a dumpling. Zhui Yang doesn't understand. Wasn't this the loose-fitting style she asked for? After some playful banter, Zhui Yang goes to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Bai Quan follows, rolling up her sleeves to help. Just as she picks up the knife to cut vegetables, Zhui Yang snatches it away. Without waiting for Bai Quan's reaction, he shoos her to the living room. He teases that a young lady who doesn't do housework at home shouldn't be helping out at his place. If her mother knew, it would be a big deal. Hearing this, Bai Quan feels hurt. She never acts like a pampered young lady. She's just an ordinary person with friends she likes and a life she aspires to. After venting a bit, Bai Quan obediently waits. Zhui Yang serves her the meal and sits beside her, making sure she's okay with the taste. Bai Quan nods repeatedly, approving of Zhui Yang's cooking. After the meal, Zhui Yang gets up to prepare fruit. Bai Quan wants to help, but he firmly refuses, insisting she just sit and wait. As they both reach for the plate, it slips and crashes to the floor. Bai Quan is very apologetic. She hurriedly crouches down to clean up the shards, telling Zhui Yang to stay back. But he tells her not to touch it, worried she might cut herself. Bai Quan softly denies the possibility, saying she'll be careful. But Zhui Yang insists, telling her to stay put. He crouches down to clean up. Just as Bai Quan feels touched, Zhui Yang adds that hands that play guitar aren't meant for such trivial tasks. This comment stings Bai Quan's heart. She suddenly realizes that her mother has been in contact with Zhui Yang, and she's only discovering this now. Bai Quan probes, asking who called him this afternoon. He gives a vague answer. She doesn't press further, instead changing the subject. Bai Quan tells Zhui Yang that she argued with her mother before leaving home. They had a disagreement about something. Zhui Yang advises her to communicate properly. Bai Quan doesn't want to argue with her mother either, which is why she ran away from home. But she firmly believes that no one else should define who her friends are. Zhui Yang has the opposite view. He asks Bai Quan to consider if her mother might be right. But his friend remains stubborn, believing in her own perspective. As Bai Quan wants to chat more, she notices Zhui Yang has fallen asleep. Looking at his sleeping face, she can't help but admire him. Such a clean-cut young man. The more she looks, the more she wants to get close. Bai Quan slowly leans in. Zhui Yang's heart starts racing involuntarily. He grips the sofa. Just as she's about to kiss him, Zhui Yang suddenly opens his eyes and refuses. He then offers to take her home. At Bai Quan's doorstep, she turns to thank Zhui Yang. He tells her not to be so formal and urges her to go inside, saying it's cold outside. Suddenly, Bai Quan throws herself into Zhui Yang's arms, boldly expressing her feelings. She confesses that he's the most special person in her heart and asks him not to pretend nothing happened or reject her. Just as Zhui Yang is about to speak, he sees Bai Quan's mother standing on the balcony. He nods a greeting to her, then urges Bai Quan to go home. Their conversation ends abruptly. Back home, Zhui Yang looks out the window, recalling the phone call he received earlier that day. Butler Kai had called him, warning that the madam was very angry. If Zhui Yang saw Bai Quan, he should try to persuade her not to upset her mother. He also subtly suggested that Zhui Yang should distance himself from Bai Quan. Zhui Yang understood and promised to keep his distance from Bai Quan starting from today. Meanwhile, Butler Kai informs the madam that the young lady has returned to her room. He carefully mentions that the young lady is very attached to Zhui Yang. The madam feels helpless about this. She finally decides to let go, allowing her foolish daughter to try on her own. Once she falls, she'll naturally learn the pain. Butler Kai wonders if the madam's obvious dislike for Zhui Yang might lead him to use the young lady for revenge in the future. But the madam is certain that Zhui Yang wouldn't dare harm Bai Quan. At that moment, the mentioned Zhui Yang is also firmly resolving to stay far away from Bai Quan.